the voice that is in yours. Prologue, the guest in your own head. You woke up this morning. The sun is doing what it always does. The coffee is hot. The world, from the outside, is neutral, maybe even kind. But before your feet touched the floor, the voice was already there. You messed up again yesterday. Did you really think that text was okay to send? They're going to leave you. You're too much. No, wait, you're not enough. Pick a lane, failure. You can't even get your own criticism right. You tried to shake it off. You told yourself the rational truth. I am a competent adult. I pay my bills. People love me. I have never been abandoned. Not really. I have no logical reason to feel this way. But the rational truth doesn't weigh as much as the emotional one. The emotional one sits on your sternum like a collapsed lung. It wraps around your throat like a cold hand. It whispers, and its whisper is louder than any scream. You feel threatened in a safe room. You snap at a gentle question from someone who loves you. You apologize for existing, for taking up space, for having needs, for being human. Then at night, when the house is quiet, you replay every interaction and hate yourself for reacting that way. Why did I say that? Why am I like this? Why can't I just be normal? If you have ever whispered to yourself, "What is wrong with me?" If you have ever felt like there is a fundamental flaw in your very fabric, a crack that makes you unlovable, a defect that everyone else can see but no one will tell you about, then this book is for you. Here is the radical truth that may take you the rest of this book to believe. Nothing is wrong with you, but something happened to you, and that something is not over. It is still happening inside your nervous system, inside the architecture of your brain, inside the way your body prepares for a threat that left the room years, sometimes decades ago. This book is about naming that thing. Its name is complex trauma, and it is not a life sentence. It is not a moral failing. It is not a sign that you are broken beyond repair. It is a set of adaptations. Brilliant, creative, life-saving adaptations that your younger self invented to survive an environment that was not safe enough, not predictable enough, not attuned enough. And those adaptations, which once protected you, are now running the show. They are the voice, they are the defensiveness, they are the exhaustion, the shame, the perpetual sense of threat. You are not broken. You are adapted to a world that no longer exists, and adaptation can change. I have written this book for two kinds of people. First, for those who know they have a history of trauma. Maybe they were abused, neglected, or witnessed violence, but feel stuck in their healing. Second, for those who don't think they have trauma at all. They say nothing terrible happened to me. I had a normal childhood. And yet they feel the same suffocating shame, the same hair-trigger rage, the same desperate need to please or perform or disappear. If you are in that second group, please stay. Please read. Because here is what the research now tells us. Complex trauma does not require a single terrible event. It requires a pattern, a chronic atmosphere of misattunement, inconsistency, criticism, emotional neglect, or unpredictable chaos. It requires 1,000 small cuts, not one deep wound, and 1,000 small cuts will bleed you just as dry. In the pages that follow, I will guide you through 4 parts. First, we will understand what complex trauma is, how it develops, and why so many of us carry it without knowing. Second, we will explore how it shows up in your daily life, in your body, your emotions, your relationships, and that relentless inner voice. Third, we will walk step by step through the healing process, integrating 4 powerful approaches. Neuroscience, how to rewire your brain. Heartwork/internal family systems, how to stop fighting yourself. Emotion-focused therapy, how to feel without drowning. And sensorimotor therapy, how to listen to your body's wisdom. Fourth and finally, We will return to who you actually are beneath the wounds, your essence, your gifts, your capacity for joy and connection. I will use real examples, my own and those of my patients, always anonymized and used with permission. I am not writing from an ivory tower. I have walked this path. I have felt the voice. I have snapped at people I loved. I have spent nights convinced that I was fundamentally, irreparably wrong. And I have also come home to myself. Not perfectly, not once and for all, but truly enough to know that healing is real. So, take a breath. You don't have to believe any of this yet. You don't have to trust me. You don't even have to trust yourself. You just have to keep reading. The voice will tell you this is a waste of time. The voice will tell you that you're too far gone, that other people can heal, but not you, that this is just another thing you'll fail at. That voice is not yours, and by the end of this book, you will know that in your bones. Let us begin. Part 1. The Wound You Don't Remember Getting. Chapter 1. The small harms that leave large cracks. When most people hear the word trauma, their minds go to the same places: war, violence, disaster, sexual assault, physical abuse, the sudden death of a loved one. These are what clinicians call big T traumas, single, overwhelming events that shatter your sense of safety in an instant. And they are real. They are devastating. They deserve all the attention, research, and care they receive. But there is another kind of trauma. It is quieter. It happens in kitchens and living rooms and car rides to school. It happens in the absence of a hug, in the sigh of a parent who is too tired to listen, in the constant low-grade message that your feelings are an inconvenience, your needs are too much, and your very presence is tolerated rather than celebrated. This is complex trauma, also known as CPTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And it does not come from one event. It comes from conditions. The 1,000 small cuts. Let me tell you about a patient I'll call Daniel. Daniel came to see me at 39 years old. He was a successful architect. He was married to a kind, patient woman. He had 2 children who adored him. By every external measure, he had made it. But Daniel was miserable, not depressed exactly, more like exhausted. He described it this way: "It feels like I'm running a marathon every single day, and everyone else is walking. I'm so tired I can't see straight, but if I stop, I'll collapse, and no one even sees me running." His symptoms were classic for complex trauma: chronic self-criticism, an inability to relax, a sense of being on alert at all times, difficulty trusting others, emotional outbursts that surprised even him, and a deep, unshakable belief that he was fundamentally flawed. When I asked about his childhood, he hesitated. "Nothing happened," he said. "I mean, my parents weren't abusive. They fed me, clothed me, sent me to good schools. I should be grateful." This is the most common response I hear, and it is almost always followed by a story that contradicts it, if you know what to listen for. Over several sessions, Daniel's nothing became something, not a single dramatic something. 1,000 small somethings. His father came home from work each night, poured a whiskey, and sat in front of the television. He did not ask Daniel about his day. He did not attend a single school play or parent-teacher conference. He was not cruel. He was absent. And Daniel learned, your existence is not worth noticing. His mother was anxious and overworked. She loved Daniel, but she had no capacity for his emotions. When he cried, she said, "You're fine." When he was angry, she said, "That's not nice." When he was excited, she said, "Don't get too loud." She was not malicious, she was dismissive. And Daniel learned, your feelings are a problem. Hide them. Between the ages of 7 and 12, Daniel was mildly bullied at school. Not beaten up, just excluded, laughed at, called names. He told his parents once. His father grunted. His mother said, "Just ignore them." So Daniel learned, "You are alone. No one is coming to help." His older sister was the difficult one. She acted out, got in trouble, demanded attention. Daniel was the good one, the easy one, the one who never caused problems. And he learned, your worth comes from being invisible and convenient. Take up no space, make no noise, need nothing. None of these events by themselves would be called traumatic. No single day crossed the line into abuse. There was no big T. But together, over years, they formed a climate, and a climate will shape a person more profoundly than any single storm. Daniel was not broken. He was adapted to an environment where his needs were ignored, his feelings were invalidated, and his presence was, at best, an afterthought. His hypervigilance kept him safe from further rejection. His perfectionism kept him good enough to avoid criticism. His emotional shutdown kept him from burdening anyone. Those adaptations saved him as a child. They allowed him to survive an emotionally neglectful environment without losing his mind. And then he carried them into adulthood, where they became a prison. The research. What counts as traumatic enough? If you are reading this and thinking, "That's me, but I still don't think it was bad enough to count," you are not alone. This is the single most common barrier to healing, the minimization of your own pain. Let me be very clear about what the research actually says. The Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACE, study is one of the largest investigations ever conducted into the long-term effects of childhood adversity. It studied over 17,000 adults and asked about 10 categories of adverse experiences, including physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, parental separation or divorce, domestic violence, household substance abuse, household mental illness, incarcerated household member. Here is what the study found. Every single category predicted negative health outcomes, but notably the two most common categories, and the ones most often dismissed as not that bad, were emotional abuse and emotional neglect. Emotional abuse includes things like being belittled, being told you're stupid or worthless, being made to feel unwanted, being threatened with abandonment. Emotional neglect includes things like feeling that your family didn't support you, feeling that your feelings were ignored, feeling that you didn't have someone to turn to. These are the small harms, and they are not small at all. They are the soil in which complex trauma grows. More recent research on complex trauma has shown that the chronicity of a stressor, how long it lasted, how unpredictable it was, how inescapable it felt, is often more damaging than its intensity. A single harsh word from a loving parent who usually soothes you is nothing. 1,000 harsh words from a parent who never soothes you is a wound that may never close on its own. The 4 hidden wounds of small trauma. Through my work with patients like Daniel and through my own healing journey, I have identified 4 core wounds that develop from these chronic, small harms. You may recognize some or all of them. 1. The wound of invisibility. This wound comes from being unseen, from parents who looked through you rather than at you, from teachers who forgot your name, from a childhood where you had to achieve something extraordinary just to get a flicker of attention. The message you internalized: I don't exist unless I perform. I am not inherently valuable. I must earn the right to be seen. In adulthood, this shows up as working too hard, never feeling done, feeling invisible in groups, being shocked when people remember you, and a deep hunger for recognition that is never satisfied. 2. The wound of misdirected blame. This wound comes from being held responsible for things that were not your fault, from parents who blamed you for their bad moods, from being told you're too sensitive when you're hurt, from having your legitimate reactions labeled as misbehavior. The message you internalized: everything is my fault. If something goes wrong, I must have caused it. I am the problem. In adulthood, this shows up as excessive apologizing, taking responsibility for others' emotions, difficulty accepting criticism because it confirms your deepest fear, and a constant scanning for what you might have done wrong. 3. The wound of unreliable nurture. This wound comes from inconsistency, from a parent who was loving one moment and cold the next, from caregivers who promised things and then forgot, from an environment where you never knew which version of a person you were going to get. The message you internalized: safety is not real. I cannot trust anyone, including myself. The ground could drop at any moment. In adulthood, this shows up as chronic anxiety, difficulty relaxing even when things are good, suspicion of kindness, waiting for the other shoe to drop, and either clinging too tightly to relationships or pushing people away preemptively. 4. The wound of forbidden need. This wound comes from having your needs dismissed, mocked, or punished, from being told you're needy or too much or dramatic, from learning that asking for help leads to disappointment or shame. The message you internalized: my needs are a burden. Wanting things is dangerous. I should want nothing and need no one. In adulthood, this shows up as difficulty asking for help, feeling guilty when someone does something nice for you, pretending you're fine when you're not, and a profound loneliness that you cannot name. Take a moment. Read those 4 wounds again. Do any of them land? Do you feel a quiet recognition, like something in your chest just whispered, yes, that one, that's mine? If so, you have just done something important. You have named something that may have been unnamed for decades, and naming is the first step toward healing. A note on comparison and guilt. As you read this, another voice may be speaking. Not the harsh critic, a different one, a guilty one. Other people had it so much worse. I have no right to complain. I should just be grateful. I want to address this directly because it is one of the most painful and persistent obstacles to healing. Pain is not a competition. There is no trauma Olympics. The fact that someone else drowned in 10 feet of water does not mean you did not suffocate in 3 feet. Suffocation is suffocation. Your nervous system does not compare itself to others. It only knows that it was unsafe and that it adapted. Furthermore, minimizing your own pain does not help anyone. It does not make you a kinder person. It does not earn you moral points. It only keeps you stuck. The child you were deserved to feel safe, seen, and soothed. That child did not get what they needed. That is a tragedy, regardless of whether other children had it worse. You are allowed to be wounded by small things. You are allowed to hurt. You are allowed to heal. What this means for you. Here is the central truth of this chapter, and I want you to carry it with you through the rest of this book. You do not need to remember a terrible event to have complex trauma. You just need to have lived in an environment where your authentic self was not safe to express. That environment could have been a home where you were ignored unless you were perfect, a home where you were criticized more than you were praised, a home where you never knew if you would be met with warmth or coldness, a home where your emotions were dismissed or punished, a home where you had to take care of your parents rather than the other way around. A home where there was addiction, mental illness, or chronic stress. A school where you were consistently excluded or mocked. A community where you felt like an outsider for reasons you couldn't change. None of these require a big T, and all of them can produce the same constellation of symptoms: The voice, the shame, the defensiveness, the sense that something is fundamentally wrong with you. In the next chapter, we will dive deeper into the clinical definition of complex trauma, how it differs from standard PTSD, how it gets diagnosed and why it often doesn't, and why understanding this distinction is the key to unlocking your healing. But before we move on, I want to leave you with one image. Imagine a tree growing in a rocky, windswept cliffside. The wind is constant. The soil is thin. The tree is battered every single day. Does it grow straight? No. It grows twisted, bent. Its roots snake sideways, looking for purchase. Its branches grow low to the ground, avoiding the wind. If you saw that tree, you would not say it was broken. You would say it was adapted to its environment. You would see the wind in its shape, the rock in its roots. You would understand that the tree's strangeness is not a flaw. It is a record of survival. You are that tree. Your defensiveness, your perfectionism, your people-pleasing, your emotional shutdown, your outbursts. These are not character flaws. They are the shape you grew to survive a wind that should never have been blowing in the first place. Now imagine moving that tree to a sheltered valley. Rich soil, gentle sun, protection from the wind. Would it grow straight overnight? No. But over time, with care and patience, new growth would appear. Straight growth, strong growth. The old twists would remain. They are part of the tree's history, but they would no longer determine the tree's future. You are being moved to a new environment. It is called the present, and in the present you are safe enough to grow new patterns. That is what this book is for. Chapter 2. Complex Trauma, a New Name for an Old Pain. In Chapter 1, we explored the small harms that create large cracks. We met Daniel, the architect who had nothing happen to him and yet carried a world of pain. We named 4 hidden wounds: invisibility, misdirected blame, unreliable nurture, and forbidden need. Now it is time to give this experience a clinical name, because naming something changes your relationship to it. A ghost is terrifying. A faulty wiring pattern in the amygdala is something you can work with. What complex trauma is and is not. Let's start with a clear definition. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, is a condition that results from prolonged, repeated, or inescapable exposure to traumatic events or conditions, particularly during childhood or in situations where escape is impossible, such as domestic violence, captivity, or ongoing abuse. It was first proposed by Dr. Judith Herman in her 1992 book Trauma and Recovery. She noticed that patients who had experienced prolonged, repeated trauma had a different symptom profile than those who had experienced a single traumatic event. Their symptoms were more pervasive, more relational, and more tied to their very sense of self. In 2018, the World Health Organization officially recognized CPTSD as a distinct diagnosis in the 11th revision of the International Classification of Diseases, ICD-11. This was a landmark moment, a formal acknowledgement that complex trauma is real, that it is different from PTSD, and that it requires different treatment approaches. Here is the key distinction. PTSD, single event. CPTSD, complex. Cause, one overwhelming event, accident, assault, natural disaster. Prolonged, repeated conditions, childhood neglect, ongoing abuse, captivity. Core symptoms, re-experiencing, avoidance, hyperarousal. All of the PTSD symptoms plus disturbances in self-organization, self-concept, generally intact outside of trauma. Reminders, pervasive sense of worthlessness, shame, guilt, emotion regulation, difficulty managing fear related to the event, difficulty managing a wide range of emotions, anger, sadness, shame. Relationships may have trust issues related to the event, pervasive difficulty with intimacy, trust, and connection. Identity, stable sense of self, except during flashbacks. Fragmented, inconsistent, or negative sense of self. The phrase disturbances in self-organization is clinical language for something you already know in your bones. It means that complex trauma doesn't just scare you, it changes who you are. It affects your ability to know what you feel, affect dysregulation, know what you believe about yourself, negative self-concept, know how to be with other people, relationship disturbances. This is why complex trauma feels different from a simple fear. A person with standard PTSD might be terrified of driving after a car accident, but outside of driving, they know who they are. A person with CPTSD might be terrified of being seen, of being known, of needing anything, and that fear bleeds into every moment of every day. The 7 symptom clusters of CPTSD, based on the ICD-11 criteria and decades of clinical observation, complex trauma typically manifests in 7 interconnected symptom clusters. You do not need to have all 7 to have CPTSD, but most people with complex trauma recognize several of them. 1. Intrusions, re-experiencing. This is similar to standard PTSD. The trauma reoccurs in the present, not as a memory but as a lived experience. This can take the form of flashbacks, visual, auditory, or somatic, feeling the past in your body. Nightmares related to traumatic themes, intrusive thoughts or images that pop in unbidden, intense emotional reactions when reminded of the past. However, in complex trauma, the intrusions are often emotional rather than visual. You may not see the past, you may just feel it. Suddenly, inexplicably, you feel small, terrified, ashamed, or enraged. This is called an emotional flashback, and we will devote an entire chapter to it. 2. Avoidance. To survive the intrusions, you develop elaborate avoidance strategies. You avoid people who remind you of past figures, places or situations that feel unsafe, conversations about certain topics, your own emotions through numbing, dissociation, substance use, overwork, physical sensations, by tensing your body, holding your breath. The problem is that avoidance works too well in the short term. It brings relief, so you do it more. And the more you avoid, the smaller your world becomes. Eventually, you are avoiding life itself. 3. Hyperarousal, threat response. Your nervous system is stuck in on. You are easily startled, constantly scanning for danger, hypervigilance, unable to relax even in safe situations, prone to intense anger or irritation, having trouble sleeping, feeling on edge all the time. This is the smoke detector that goes off for burnt toast. Your body cannot tell the difference between a real threat, a predator, and a social threat, a critical email. Everything feels dangerous because for the child you were, everything was dangerous. 4. Affect dysregulation, emotion instability. This is where complex trauma diverges from standard PTSD. You have difficulty managing the intensity and duration of your emotions. This looks like emotions that come out of nowhere, seemingly. Emotions that are too big for the situation. Inability to calm down once upset. Shifting rapidly between emotions, especially shame, rage, and despair. Difficulty identifying what you're feeling. Alexithymia. You may have been told you're dramatic or too sensitive. You may have been shamed for your emotional reactions. But the truth is, your emotion regulation system was never properly developed because the adults around you did not model or teach it. 5. Negative self-concept. This is the core of the voice we met in the prologue. You hold pervasive negative beliefs about yourself. I am worthless. I am fundamentally flawed. I am unlovable. I am a burden. I am dangerous/bad/evil. I am weak. Importantly, these beliefs are not logical. You may know intellectually that you have value, but knowing is not the same as feeling. The feeling is stuck, often from a very young age, and no amount of rational argument seems to shift it. 6. Relationship disturbances. Complex trauma is, at its core, a wound in relationship. It happened in relationship with caregivers, peers, or authority figures, and it heals or fails to heal in relationship. The symptoms include difficulty trusting others, fear of intimacy combined with longing for it, pushing people away before they can leave you, clinging desperately to those who show you kindness, difficulty setting or maintaining boundaries, attracting or being attracted to unhealthy people, repetition compulsion, feeling fundamentally different from other humans. 7. Somatic body symptoms. Finally, complex trauma lives in your body. Even when your mind is calm, your body may be chronically tense, especially shoulders, jaw, neck, stomach. Prone to unexplained pain, headaches, back pain, fibromyalgia. Experiencing digestive issues, IBS, nausea, stomach aches, having autoimmune or inflammatory conditions, the body attacking itself, dissociating, feeling disconnected from your body like you're watching yourself from outside. Your body remembers what your mind has tried to forget, and until you listen to your body, it will continue to speak through symptoms. The case for a new name. Why does this distinction matter? Why can't we just call it trauma and be done with it? Because, for decades, people with complex trauma were misdiagnosed. They were told they had borderline personality disorder when the real issue was trauma. Bipolar disorder when the mood swings were trauma-based. Generalized anxiety disorder when the anxiety had a specific source. Major depressive disorder when the depression was secondary to shame. Just being too sensitive, too dramatic, too difficult. These diagnoses are not wrong, the symptoms are real, but they miss the cause. And when you miss the cause, you miss the treatment. If you give someone with CPTSD a standard anxiety protocol, you might lower their anxiety slightly, but you won't touch the shame, the relational wounds, or the negative self-concept. If you give them medication for depression, you might lift their mood, but you won't help them understand why they push away everyone who loves them. Complex trauma requires a trauma-informed approach. It requires understanding that the symptoms are not pathology. They are adaptations. They made sense once. They saved your life, and now they are outdated. Real patient example, the misdiagnosis years. Let me introduce you to Sarah. Sarah came to me at 42 years old with a thick file of previous diagnoses. She had been told she had borderline personality disorder at 26, bipolar 2 at 31, ADHD at 35, generalized anxiety disorder at 38. She had tried 7 different medications, 2 rounds of CBT, and a partial hospitalization program. Nothing had helped. Not really. She was still having emotional flashbacks, still pushing her partners away, still waking up at 3 a.m. with her heart pounding, convinced that everyone was about to abandon her. When I asked about her childhood, she said the same words Daniel used. Nothing happened. My parents were fine. But over time, a different picture emerged. Her father was an alcoholic who never hit her but was emotionally unpredictable. One day he was loving, the next he was cold and critical. Her mother was overwhelmed and chronically ill, so Sarah became the little parent, making her own dinner, getting herself to school, comforting her mother when she cried. There was no big T, but there was a childhood of emotional neglect, role reversal, and chronic unpredictability. No one ever asked about my childhood before, Sarah told me after her third session. They just looked at my symptoms and gave me a label. I feel like I've been trying to fix the wrong thing for 20 years. That is the power of naming complex trauma. It shifts the question from what is wrong with you to what happened to you and how did you survive it. A note on diagnosis and labels. I want to be clear about something. I am not a psychiatrist, and this book is not a diagnostic tool. If you suspect you have complex trauma, I strongly encourage you to work with a trauma-informed therapist who can conduct a proper assessment. However, I also know that access to therapy is not available to everyone, and I know that many therapists are not trained in complex trauma. So I am giving you this information not as a diagnosis, but as a framework, a way of understanding your experience that may finally make sense. You're allowed to use the language of complex trauma even without a formal diagnosis. You are allowed to say, "This explains me." You are allowed to seek out resources, communities, and self-help strategies based on this framework. The name is not a cage, it is a key. How complex trauma develops, the recipe. Let's end this chapter with a clear, simple formula. Complex trauma develops when three conditions are present simultaneously. 1. Chronic exposure to stress or threat, not a single event, but an ongoing situation. This could be abuse, neglect, witnessing violence, living with a mentally ill or addicted parent, being bullied, or any other persistent stressor. 2. Inescapability. The child or captive adult cannot leave the situation. There is no safe adult to turn to. There is no exit. This is why childhood is such a common context for complex trauma. Children cannot leave their parents, no matter how harmful the environment. 3. Developmental timing. The stress occurs during critical periods of brain and personality development. The earlier and longer the stress, the more pervasive the effects. This is why complex trauma is often called a developmental trauma disorder. It shapes the very structure of the developing brain. If you had all three of these conditions, ongoing stress, no escape, and you were young, then complex trauma was almost inevitable. Not because you were weak, because you were human. Because the human brain, when placed in an inescapably threatening environment, will adapt in ways that look like symptoms. Those adaptations kept you alive. Now, we are going to teach your brain that it is no longer in that environment. That is what the rest of this book is for. Chapter 3. The Developing Brain. Why early wounds cut deepest. By now, you may be asking a reasonable question. Why is childhood such a big deal? Why can't I just get over it? I'm an adult now. I have perspective. I have coping skills. Why does the past still feel like the present? The answer lies in your brain. More specifically, in when your brain was developing and what was happening around you during those critical windows. This chapter is a brief tour of the neuroscience of complex trauma. I promise to keep it accessible. No jargon without explanation. No shaming you for having a human brain that did exactly what it was supposed to do. The architecture of the developing brain. Imagine your brain as a house being built while you are already living in it. The lower levels, brainstem, midbrain, limbic system, are built first. These are the ancient survival-oriented parts of your brain. They handle heart rate, breathing, body temperature, fight, flight, freeze, fawn responses, emotional reactions, especially fear, rage, and attachment, memory encoding, but not the kind you can talk about. More on this later. The upper levels, prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, insula, are built later. These are the human parts of your brain. They handle rational thinking, planning, decision-making, impulse control, and emotion regulation, self-awareness and reflection, empathy and social cognition. Here is the crucial point. The lower brain develops first, and it develops largely in response to the environment around you. The upper brain develops later, and it depends on a safe, predictable environment to develop properly. When you experience chronic stress or threat during childhood, your lower brain becomes supercharged. It learns to expect danger everywhere. It becomes excellent at detecting threat, even where none exists. It primes your body to react instantly without thinking. Meanwhile, your upper brain underdevelops because your energy and resources are being diverted to survival, not growth. The parts of your brain that regulate emotion, inhibit impulses, and reflect on yourself simply don't get the same attention. They grow, but they grow less than they would have in a safe environment. This is why complex trauma is not all in your head, in the dismissive sense. It is literally in the structure and function of your brain. Your brain adapted to a dangerous childhood by building a powerful threat detection system and a weaker regulation system. That adaptation kept you alive. Now, it is causing you to overreact to safe situations and underregulate your emotional responses. Key brain regions in complex trauma. Let me introduce you to the main characters in your brain's trauma response. The amygdala, the alarm. The amygdala is your brain's smoke detector. Its job is to scan the environment for threats and sound the alarm when it finds one. In a healthy brain, the amygdala responds only to genuine threats. In a traumatized brain, the amygdala is hyperreactive. It sounds the alarm for a slightly critical tone of voice, a text message left on read, someone walking into the room unexpectedly, a memory that feels vaguely threatening. The amygdala does not know the difference between a physical threat, a predator, and a social threat, rejection, criticism, abandonment. To your ancient survival brain, social rejection feels like death, because for a human child it basically was. A child rejected by its tribe would not survive. So your amygdala treats a disapproving look as seriously as a charging bear. The hippocampus, the filer. The hippocampus is responsible for contextualizing memories. It takes an experience and stamps it with a time, a place, and the knowledge that this happened then, not now. In complex trauma, chronic stress hormones, cortisol, actually shrink the hippocampus. It becomes this response is AI-generated, for reference only. Continue. The hippocampus, the filer, continued. In complex trauma, chronic stress hormones, cortisol, actually shrink the hippocampus. It becomes smaller and less effective at its job. This is why traumatic memories feel present rather than past. Your hippocampus is supposed to say, "That was 20 years ago." Instead, it says, "That could be right now." This is also why people with complex trauma often have fragmented or spotty memories of their childhood. The hippocampus is not filing things properly. Some memories are too intense to encode, others are encoded but without a timestamp. You may remember that something happened without remembering when or in what order. The prefrontal cortex, the CEO. The prefrontal cortex, PFC, is your brain's CEO. It is responsible for inhibiting inappropriate responses, like not yelling at your boss, regulating emotional reactions, calming the amygdala down, planning, reasoning, and making thoughtful decisions, understanding that you are safe now. Here is the cruel irony of complex trauma. When the amygdala fires, the prefrontal cortex shuts down. This is called amygdala hijack. Your CEO gets locked out of the control room. The alarm system takes over. You do not think. You react. This is why in moments of trigger you cannot just calm down. Your CEO is literally offline. Your rational brain is not available to you. You are being run by a terrified ancient alarm system that thinks you are about to die. And here is the even crueler part. Because your PFC was underdeveloped during childhood due to chronic stress, it is already weaker than it should be. Even when you are not triggered, your CEO has less power than it would have if you had grown up in safety. The anterior cingulate cortex, the conflict monitor, the ACC, is involved in detecting errors, managing conflicting information, and regulating emotional responses. In complex trauma, the ACC can become hyperactive, leading to excessive worry about making mistakes, difficulty tolerating uncertainty, chronic self-monitoring. Am I doing this right? Am I being good enough? Physical pain in response to emotional rejection. Literally, the same brain region lights up for social pain as physical pain. The insula, the body listener. The insula is responsible for interoception, sensing what is happening inside your body. It tells you when you are hungry, tired, cold, or scared. It is the bridge between your body and your conscious mind. In complex trauma, the insula can go one of two ways. Either it becomes hypersensitive, you feel every tiny sensation as overwhelming, or it becomes hyposensitive, you feel nothing dissociation. Many people alternate between the two. The stress response systems, HPA axis and cortisol. You have probably heard of cortisol, the stress hormone. Let me explain how it works in a healthy system versus a traumatized system. In a healthy system, threat is detected, amygdala fires. The HPA axis, hypothalamus, pituitary adrenal, activates. Cortisol is released, body mobilizes for action. Heart rate up, muscles tense, senses sharpen. Threat passes, cortisol levels drop. Body returns to baseline, rest and digest. In a system with complex trauma, threat is detected, or perceived threat, often false alarm. HP, axis activates, cortisol is released, body mobilizes, threat passes, or doesn't, because the threat was internal or chronic. Cortisol levels do not drop fully. Body stays at a higher baseline of activation. Next threat, or perceived threat, adds more cortisol over time, the system becomes dysregulated. This is why you feel on edge all the time, even when nothing is happening. Your baseline is elevated. Your stress thermostat is set too high. You are not broken. Your HPA axis is stuck in a pattern that was adaptive in a dangerous environment and is now maladaptive in a safe one. Windows of vulnerability. Why early years matter. Most your brain develops in predictable sequences, with different regions having critical periods, windows of time when they are most sensitive to environmental input. Birth to 2 years, brainstem and limbic system. During this period, your brain is laying down the foundations of attachment and basic survival. If your caregiver is inconsistent, absent, or threatening, your attachment system becomes insecure. You learn that the world is either safe or dangerous, that people either respond to your needs or ignore them. These early patterns become the template for every future relationship. 2 to 7 years, limbic system and early prefrontal cortex. This is when your brain is developing emotional regulation, impulse control, and the beginnings of self-awareness. If you experience chronic criticism, neglect, or unpredictability during this period, your emotion regulation system will be compromised. You will struggle to calm yourself down, to tolerate frustration, to know what you are feeling. 8 to 12 years, prefrontal cortex and social brain. This is when your brain is building social cognition, empathy, and more complex self-awareness. If you are bullied, excluded, or shamed during this period, your social threat detection system becomes hypervigilant. You learn that other people are dangerous, that you do not belong, that something is wrong with you. Adolescence, prefrontal cortex continues developing, major pruning. During adolescence, your brain undergoes a massive pruning. It eliminates connections that are not being used and strengthens those that are. If you spend adolescence in a state of chronic stress or self-protection, your brain will prune away connections related to openness, trust, and vulnerability. It will strengthen connections related to vigilance, defense, and self-criticism. Here is the good news, and there is good news. The brain remains plastic throughout life. Neuroplasticity means that your brain can change. The patterns that were laid down in childhood can be modified, weakened, or replaced. It takes time, repetition, and the right conditions. But it is possible. That is what the healing chapters of this book are for. Real patient example. The neuroscientist who couldn't calm down. Let me tell you about James. James was a neuroscientist. He knew all of this information intellectually. He could lecture on the HPA axis and the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex for hours. And yet he could not apply it to himself. James came to me because his wife had threatened to leave. "I'm not me when I get triggered," he said. "I know I'm safe. I know she loves me. But in the moment, I feel like I'm going to die if I don't protect myself, and I say things, horrible things. Then I spend 3 days hating myself." We did a simple exercise. I asked him to close his eyes and recall a recent trigger, a moment when his wife had asked him a neutral question, something like, "Did you remember to call the plumber?" And he had exploded. "I feel it now," he said, his voice tightening. "My chest is hot. My jaw is locked." "Stay with the sensation," I said. "Don't try to change it. Just describe it to me." "My shoulders are rising. I'm not breathing. I feel like I'm in trouble." "Where does that feeling come from?" He was quiet for a long time. Then quietly, "My father. Every night at dinner. He would ask me about my grades. It was never a real question. It was a trap. No matter what I said, it was wrong. I learned that questions are dangerous." James, the neuroscientist, had never connected his childhood emotional abuse to his adult reactivity. He had been trying to use his prefrontal cortex to override his amygdala, and that rarely works. You cannot reason your way out of a threat response. You have to teach your amygdala through experience that questions are not traps, that he is no longer a child, that he is safe. That is what we did. Not through talking about it, but through repeated embodied experiences of safety. We slowed down his triggers. We practiced orienting to the present moment. We taught his nervous system, slowly and patiently, that the danger was over. James is not cured. He still gets triggered. But now he recognizes the trigger sooner. He has learned to pause. He can say to his wife, "I'm activated. I need 10 minutes. He can go into the other room and breathe until his CEO comes back online. His brain changed, not because he thought the right thoughts, but because he gave his nervous system new experiences. Your brain can change too. Why you are not being dramatic. I want to pause here and address something that may be coming up for you. If you are like most of my patients, you have spent years being told, or telling yourself, that you are too sensitive, overreacting, dramatic, or crazy. You have been told to calm down, to get over it, to stop being so emotional. The neuroscience in this chapter is your vindication. You are not being dramatic. Your brain is structurally and functionally different because of what you lived through. Your amygdala is hyperreactive. Your hippocampus is under-resourced. Your prefrontal cortex gets locked out during triggers. Your HPA axis is stuck on high alert. These are not character flaws. These are biological adaptations to an environment that should never have been your normal. When you snap at someone for a small thing, you are not a bad person. You are a person whose threat detection system mistakenly identified a question as a prelude to harm. When you spiral into shame over a minor mistake, you are not weak. You are a person whose brain learned that mistakes lead to danger, and that danger is still felt in your body as if it were happening now. When you freeze when someone raises their voice, you are not a coward. You are a person whose ancient survival system took over because that's what it was designed to do. You are not broken. You are adapted to a past that no longer exists, and adaptation can change. The bridge to healing. Now that you understand how complex trauma shaped your brain, you can understand what healing requires. Healing is not about erasing the past. It is about calming the amygdala through safety experiences, grounding and regulation skills, strengthening the prefrontal cortex through mindfulness, pausing, and reflective practices, supporting the hippocampus through narrative work and contextualizing memories, regulating the HPA we access through body-based practices, sleep, nutrition, and movement, building new pathways through repetition, relationship, and embodied experience. This is not magic, it is neuroscience-informed healing. And it works. In the next section of this book, Part 2, we will explore how these brain changes show up in your daily life. We will meet the inner critic, the body's memory, the emotional flashback, the 4 threat responses, fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and the deep wound of shame. But before you turn the page, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on your chest. Feel your heartbeat. Feel the warmth of your own touch. Say this to yourself out loud if you can, silently if you cannot. My brain did exactly what it was supposed to do. It kept me alive. And now I am going to help it learn something new. That is the beginning of healing. Part 2. How it haunts you now. Chapter 4. The Inner Critic, when the voice isn't yours. We have spent the first 3 chapters understanding what complex trauma is, how it develops, and why it lives in your brain and body. Now we turn to the most immediate, painful, and exhausting symptom of all, the voice. You know the voice. It has been with you for as long as you can remember. It speaks in your own internal tone, which makes it hard to distinguish from you. It says things like, "You're such an idiot. Everyone else figured that out immediately. What is wrong with you?" They don't actually like you. They're just being polite. Wait until they really see you. They'll leave. You should have tried harder. You always half-ass everything. No wonder you're not further along in life. See, you snapped again. You're a monster. You don't deserve to be loved. You should just be alone. The voice is relentless. It does not take days off. It does not care if you are tired, sick, or already hurting. It finds every crack in your armor and drives a wedge into it. And the worst part, because it sounds like you, because it lives inside your head, you have probably spent years believing that the voice is true, that it is just being realistic, that it is trying to help you by keeping your expectations low, by pushing you to do better, by protecting you from the pain of disappointment. It is not helping you, it is hurting you, and it is not yours. Where the inner critic now comes from. The inner critic is not a biological inevitability. Babies are not born with a voice telling them they are worthless. The inner critic is learned internalized from the environment, usually in childhood as a survival strategy. Here is how it happens. Step 1. External criticism or neglect. As a child, you are dependent on your caregivers for survival, not just physical survival, but emotional survival. You need to feel seen, safe, and soothed. If your caregivers are critical, dismissive, neglectful, or unpredictable, you experience a profound threat to your emotional survival. Step 2. Identification with the aggressor. Your young brain cannot accept that your caregivers are wrong, dangerous, or incapable. That would be too terrifying. Instead, your brain does something clever. It internalizes the critical voice. It says, "If I become the one who criticizes myself, Then maybe I can predict and prevent the criticism from outside. Maybe I can be good enough to finally be safe. Step 3. The voice becomes automatic. Over time, this internalized voice becomes automatic. You no longer need your parent to say, "You're not trying hard enough." You say it to yourself, preemptively. The voice becomes a part of your internal landscape, so familiar that you mistake it for your own true voice. Step 4. The voice takes on a life of its own. Eventually, the inner critic becomes overgeneralized. It no longer just repeats what your parents said. It generates new criticisms. It applies to every situation. It speaks in your voice, which makes it feel like your own honest assessment. This is why you can know, rationally, that you are good enough and still feel worthless. The inner critic operates below the level of rationality. It is a survival program, not a truth teller. Real patient example, the voice that saved her life. Let me introduce you to Maria. Maria was 31, a nurse, and one of the most competent people I have ever met. She could manage a code blue in the emergency room without breaking a sweat. But she could not receive a compliment without feeling physically ill. "The voice tells me they're lying," she said, "or that they're just being nice because they feel sorry for me, or that if they really knew me, they'd take it back." We traced her inner critic back to her mother. Maria's mother was not a bad person, but she was deeply anxious and perfectionistic. She loved Maria, but she expressed that love through constant, helpful feedback. "That's good, but you could have done better. I'm just saying this because I love you and I want you to succeed. Don't get a big head. There's always someone better than you." Maria learned that her best was never enough. She learned to anticipate criticism before it came. She learned to attack herself before anyone else could. "There was a moment," Maria told me, "when I realized the voice was actually protecting me. If I criticized myself first, my mother's criticism hurt less. If I already knew I was a failure, her words couldn't surprise me. The voice saved me." That is the heartbreaking paradox of the inner critic. It is not your enemy. It is an overprotective, terrified inner child who learned that self-attack is safer than being attacked by someone else. The many faces of the inner critic. The inner critic is not a single voice. It has different modes or personas. Recognizing these can help you stop being run by them. The perfectionist. "That's not good enough. Do it again. You missed a spot. You should have started earlier. You're lazy. You're sloppy. No one will respect you if you don't get this exactly right." The perfectionist believes that if you are perfect, you will finally be safe, loved, accepted, untouchable. Of course, perfection is impossible, so the perfectionist never rests. It keeps moving the goalpost, and it ensures that you never feel the satisfaction of a job well done. The catastrophizer. If you say that, they'll hate you. If you make that choice, everything will fall apart. You're one mistake away from total disaster. You can't relax. Relaxing is dangerous. The catastrophizer believes that disaster is always imminent. It scans for worst-case scenarios and presents them as inevitable. Its goal is to keep you hypervigilant because hypervigilance feels like preparedness. But hypervigilance is exhausting, and it prevents you from enjoying the present moment. The comparer. Look at them. They're younger than you and more successful. They have more friends. They're happier. They're thinner. They're smarter. Why can't you be more like them? The comparer sets you against an impossible standard, a composite of everyone else's best moments. It ignores context, circumstance, and the fact that you are comparing your insides to everyone else's outsides. The comparer ensures that you always feel like you are losing. The guilt tripper. You should have done more. You should have been there. You should have known better. You hurt them. You're selfish. You're a burden. You don't deserve to rest until everyone else is taken care of. The guilt tripper specializes in shoulds. It holds you responsible for things that were not your fault, for other people's feelings, for outcomes you could not control. It keeps you locked in a state of perpetual indebtedness, always trying to pay off a debt that was never yours to owe. The shamer. You're disgusting. You're worthless. You're a fraud. Everyone can see it. You're fundamentally broken. There's something wrong with you at your core. You should be ashamed of yourself. The shamer is the deepest voice, the one that attacks not what you did but who you are. It does not say that was a mistake. It says you are a mistake. It does not say you hurt someone. It says you are hurtful. The shamer is the voice of toxic shame, and it is the hardest to untangle because it feels like identity. Take a moment. Which of these voices is loudest for you? Which one speaks most often? Which one causes you the most pain? You do not need to fight all of them at once. Just notice. Just name them. That is the first step. The inner critic versus your conscience. A common fear when we begin to question the inner critic is, if I stop listening to this voice, will I become a bad person? Won't I stop trying? Won't I become selfish or lazy? This is an important distinction. There is a difference between a healthy conscience and a toxic inner critic. Healthy conscience. Toxic inner critic tone. Firm but kind, harsh, contemptuous, shaming, focused, specific behaviors. That was hurtful. Core identity. You are hurtful. Goal growth, repair, learning punishment, control, avoidance, outcome, motivation to do better. Shame, paralysis, exhaustion, flexibility, context-aware, nuanced, rigid, absolute, all or nothing. Afterward, you feel resolved, not destroyed. You feel worse, not better. Your healthy conscience might say, you snapped at your partner. That wasn't kind. You should apologize and figure out what triggered you. Your toxic inner critic says, you're a monster. You always do this. They're going to leave you. You don't deserve them. One leads to repair. The other leads to shame spirals that actually make you more likely to snap again, because shame is a terrible motivator for lasting change. You do not need to get rid of your conscience. You need to differentiate it from the inner critic. And you need to turn down the volume on the critic so your conscience can speak in its natural, quiet, wise voice. How the inner critic takes control. One of the most painful aspects of the inner critic is how it hijacks your behavior. You have probably experienced this. You intend to be calm and loving. Then a trigger happens. The voice starts. You feel shame. And then, almost without your permission, you react. You snap. You withdraw. You lash out. You cry. You freeze. Afterward, you are left with the aftermath. The voice gets louder. See? You did it again. You're a failure. You can't even control yourself. This is the cycle. Trigger, inner critic, shame, reaction. More inner critic, more shame. What you may not realize is that the inner critic does not cause the reaction directly. It triggers shame. And shame, as we will explore in Chapter 8, is one of the most dysregulating emotions. When you feel shame, your nervous system goes into threat mode. And when your nervous system is in threat mode, your prefrontal cortex goes offline. And when your prefrontal cortex is offline, you react from your ancient survival brain. You are not reacting because you are a bad person. You are reacting because the inner critic triggered shame, and shame triggered your survival system, and your survival system took over. The solution is not to try harder, not to react. You have tried that. It does not work. The solution is to interrupt the cycle earlier at the level of the inner critic itself. Practical tools for the inner critic. Let me give you several concrete tools to begin working with your inner critic today. These are drawn from internal family systems, part work, cognitive restructuring, and mindfulness-based approaches. Tool 1. Notice, don't argue. Most people try to argue with the inner critic. The inner critic says, "You're worthless." You say, "No, I'm not. I have a good job and people love me." The inner critic then finds evidence to the contrary. "Oh yeah, what about that time you messed up at work? What about that fight you had with your friend?" You end up exhausted and more convinced that the critic might be right. Arguing doesn't work because the inner critic is not logical. It is emotional. It is a part of you, not a reasoned opponent. Instead, try noticing without engaging. When the voice speaks, say to yourself, in your mind or out loud, "I notice that a part of me is saying I'm worthless." Do you feel the shift? You are no longer being the voice. You are the observer of the voice. A tiny gap between the voice and your awareness of the voice is where your freedom lives. Tool 2. Name the part. Give the inner critic a name. Not to demonize it, but to separate from it. You might call it the alarm system, the protector, the old recording. That part, or a more playful name, the gremlin, the judge, the announcer. When the voice speaks, say, "Ah, there's the gremlin again. It's really loud today." This does not make the voice go away, but it changes your relationship to it. You are no longer a victim of the voice. You are someone who notices the voice. Tool 3. Ask, how old does this feel? When the inner critic is loud, pause and ask yourself, how old does this feeling feel? Not intellectually, intuitively. If you close your eyes and feel into the shame or criticism, does it feel like an adult's voice? Or does it feel like something from a long time ago? Most of my patients report that the inner critic feels young, 8 years old, 12, sometimes even 3. The voice sounds adult, but the feeling under it is child-sized. This is a profound realization. You are not being criticized by a rational adult. You are being criticized by a frightened child's internalized version of a caregiver. That child deserves compassion, not obedience. Tool 4. Offer a gentle response. Once you have noticed the voice and recognized its age, you can offer a response, not an argument, a compassionate response. If the voice says, "You're so stupid," you might respond, as the adult you are now, "I know you're trying to protect me. You learned that if I was perfect, I would be safe. But I'm safe now. I don't need to be perfect, and calling me stupid doesn't help. It just hurts." This is not about silencing the voice. It is about reparenting the part of you that learned to speak that way. Over time, with repetition, the voice softens. Tool 5. Use the voice's own energy against it. Paradoxical intervention. Sometimes the inner critic is so loud that noticing and responding feels impossible. In those moments, try this counterintuitive approach. Agree with the voice, but in an exaggerated, ridiculous way. Voice, you're going to mess this up. You're right, I'm going to mess it up so badly that they'll write songs about how badly I messed it up. It will be legendary. Voice, everyone secretly hates you. Absolutely. In fact, they're probably forming a secret society right now dedicated to hating me. They have meetings, there are snacks. This works for 2 reasons. First, it interrupts the seriousness of the voice. Second, it reminds you that you are not your thoughts, you can play with them. Humor is a powerful disruptor of shame. Real patient example. Naming the colonel. I worked with a veteran named David who had a particularly brutal inner critic. He called it the colonel, after a commanding officer who had humiliated him in basic training decades earlier. "Even now, at 62, I hear his voice," David said. "He tells me I'm worthless, that I should have died over there instead of my friends, that I'm a coward." I asked David to try something. When the colonel spoke, I wanted him to say, out loud if alone, silently if not. I hear you, Colonel. You're not in charge anymore. I'm not your soldier. I'm a retired man who likes to fish. David was skeptical, but he tried it, and something shifted. It didn't stop the voice, he told me later, but it stopped believing the voice. The colonel is still there, but he's a guest in my house now, not the landlord. That is the goal, not to eradicate the inner critic that is not realistic for most people, but to relativize it, to make it one voice among many, to give your own true voice equal or greater volume. What your true voice sounds like. You may have forgotten what your true voice sounds like. It has been drowned out by the critic for so long. Your true voice is not loud. It does not shout. It does not use shame or contempt. It is quiet, steady, and kind. It sounds like the way you would speak to a beloved friend who was hurting. Your true voice says, you did your best with what you had. It's okay to rest. You are allowed to make mistakes. You are worthy of love, not because of what you do, but because you exist. That hurt. I see you. If you cannot hear your true voice yet, that is okay. It is still there. It has just been silenced for a long time. As you practice separating from the inner critic, your true voice will begin to emerge. It will be quiet at first, a whisper, but it will grow. In the next chapter, we will leave the realm of thoughts and enter the realm of the body, because the inner critic is not just in your head. It is in your shoulders, your breath, your jaw, your gut. We will explore sensorimotor therapy and how your body holds the memory of trauma, often without any words at all. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on your heart again, and say this as best you can. The voice that tells me I am worthless is not the truth. It is a survival strategy from a long time ago. I am learning to hear it differently, and I am learning to hear myself. Say it again and again. The repetition matters. Your brain is listening. Chapter 5. The Body Keeps the Hostage, Sensorimotor Therapy. In Chapter 4, we explored the inner critic, the voice in your head that tells you you're not good enough. But here is something most people don't realize. The inner critic lives in your body as much as your mind. You can tell yourself, I am safe 100 times, but if your shoulders are up around your ears, if your jaw is clenched, if your stomach is knotted, if your breath is shallow, your body does not believe you. Your body is still preparing for an attack that happened decades ago. This chapter is about listening to your body, not because your body is wrong or dramatic, but because your body is honest. Your body does not lie. Your body does not minimize. Your body does not tell you to get over it. Your body remembers exactly what happened, and it responds to the present as if the past is still happening. This is the domain of sensorimotor psychotherapy, a body-centered approach to trauma healing developed by Dr. Pat Ogden. Unlike talk therapy, which works primarily with thoughts and stories, sensorimotor therapy works with physical sensations, postures, and movements that are the direct expression of unresolved trauma. The body remembers what the mind forgets. You have probably experienced this. You are going about your day feeling fine. Then something happens, a tone of voice, a smell, a sudden movement, and suddenly, without warning, your body reacts. Your heart pounds. Your hands go cold. Your throat tightens. You feel like you want to run, or fight, or disappear. Your mind might not even know what triggered you, but your body knows. Your body has stored the memory not as a story, but as a physical response pattern. Let me give you a simple example. Imagine you were bitten by a dog as a child. You might not consciously remember the event, but years later, when you see a dog, any dog, even a friendly one, your body might react. Muscles tense, breathing stops. You step back. That is your body's memory. It is not a thought, it is a somatic memory. Complex trauma works the same way, but the triggers are more subtle. The dog might be a door slamming, remembering a parent's anger. Someone standing too close, remembering a violation of boundaries. A particular phrase, "I just want to talk to you," which in your childhood meant punishment. A facial expression, a slight frown that preceded rejection. A silence, the silence before an explosion, or the silence of neglect. Your body does not distinguish between "this is a similar situation" and "this is the same situation." It just reacts. And it reacts now in your present body with the same intensity it would have reacted then. The procedural memory system. To understand why your body holds trauma, you need to understand a different kind of memory. Most of us are familiar with declarative memory, the kind you can put into words. I remember my 5th birthday party. I remember the layout of my childhood home. This is memory about something, but there is another memory system, procedural memory. This is memory of how to do something. You don't have to think about how to ride a bike. Your body just knows. You don't have to remember the instructions for brushing your teeth. Your body does it automatically. Procedural memory is stored in the body, not in the narrative centers of the brain. It is implicit, meaning it operates below conscious awareness. You cannot think your way into changing procedural memory. You have to experience your way into changing it. Trauma lives in procedural memory. Your body learned how to survive in a dangerous environment. It learned how to brace for impact, chronic muscle tension, how to make yourself small and invisible, collapsed posture, shallow breathing, how to stay alert for danger, eyes scanning, ears straining, how to disconnect from pain, dissociation, numbing. These are not choices. They are procedural learning. Your body learned them the same way it learned to ride a bike. And just like riding a bike, they happen automatically, without conscious thought. Healing, from a sensorimotor perspective, is not about remembering the trauma. It is about completing the body's unfinished responses and relearning new procedural patterns. The action tendencies of trauma. When an animal in the wild is threatened, its body moves through a predictable sequence. This is called the defense cascade. Freeze. The body stops, orients to the threat, and assesses. This is not playing dead yet. It's more like stop and listen. Fight or flight. If the threat is accessible, the body mobilizes to fight or flee. Tonic immobility. If fight or flight is impossible, the body goes rigid. This is the playing dead response. Collapse/submit. If the threat continues, the body goes flaccid, blood pressure drops, and dissociation deepens. In a healthy system, when the threat passes, the body completes the action and returns to baseline. The animal shakes off the activation, literally. Trembling is a way of discharging energy, and goes back to grazing. In complex trauma, especially when the threat is chronic and inescapable, the body gets stuck somewhere in this sequence. You may live in a chronic state of freeze, feeling paralyzed, unable to act, disconnected from your body. Or you may live in a chronic state of fight, always on edge, ready to snap, muscles tense. Or you may oscillate between them. The body's action tendencies, the movements it wants to make, but never got to complete, are still there, trapped in your nervous system. Sensorimotor therapy helps you complete those actions in slow motion, in a safe environment, so your body can finally discharge the energy and learn that the danger is over. Real patient example, the arm that wanted to push. Let me tell you about Teresa. Teresa was 52 years old, a grandmother, a retired teacher. She came to me because she had developed an unexplained tremor in her right hand. Her doctor had ruled out Parkinson's, MS, and other neurological conditions. The tremor was a mystery. "There's nothing wrong with me physically," the doctor had said. "It might be stress." Teresa didn't think she was stressed. She had a peaceful life now. She gardened. She saw her grandchildren. She went to church. The tremor was an annoyance, nothing more. But as we talked, a different picture emerged. Teresa had grown up with an older brother who sexually abused her from ages 6 to 12. He would cover her mouth with his right hand to keep her quiet. "No one knew," she told me. "I never told anyone until now. I thought it was my fault." I asked Teresa to notice her right hand. She looked at it, and the tremor became more pronounced. "What does your hand want to do?" I asked. She looked confused. "It's just shaking." "Close your eyes," I said. "Let the shaking happen, don't stop it, and then ask your hand, what do you want to do?" She was quiet for a long minute. Then, without opening her eyes, she slowly raised her right hand and pushed it forward as if pushing something away. "It wants to push," she whispered. "It wants to push his hand away from my mouth." That movement, the push, had been trapped in Teresa's body for 40 years. As a child, she could not push. She was smaller, weaker, and terrified, so her body stored the intention to push, frozen in time. The tremor was the body's attempt to complete that movement over and over without success. In the months that followed, we worked with that movement. Slowly, carefully, Teresa practiced pushing against a pillow. She practiced saying no out loud. She practiced the physical sensation of pushing something away and succeeding. The tremor did not disappear overnight, but it diminished. And more importantly, Teresa's relationship to her body changed. She was no longer a passive victim of an involuntary tremor. She was a person whose body was trying to tell her a story she could finally, safely complete. Common body patterns in complex trauma. You may not have a tremor like Teresa, but you almost certainly have body patterns that are the residue of unresolved trauma. Here are some of the most common. The bracing pattern, shoulders lifted toward the ears, jaw-clenched neck and upper trapezius muscles hard as rock, breath shallow, held in the upper chest, feeling of holding on or bracing for impact. This pattern is the body's preparation for a blow, physical or emotional. It says, something bad is about to happen. Get ready. The collapse pattern. Chest caved in, shoulders rounded forward, head hanging down, eyes downcast, breath shallow, barely moving. Feeling heavy, exhausted, done. This pattern is the body's submission response. It says, I can't fight or flee, I'll make myself small. Maybe they won't see me, maybe they'll stop. The hypervigilance pattern. Eyes wide, scanning constantly, neck extended slightly forward, like an animal sniffing the air. Muscles ready to spring into action, breath shallow and irregular. Feeling on, alert, unable to rest. This pattern is the body's perpetual orientation to threat. It says, danger could come from anywhere at any time. I must stay ready. The numb/disconnected pattern. Hardly feeling the body at all. Floating sensation like being outside yourself. Breath very slow or barely noticeable. No strong sensations anywhere. Feeling far away, foggy, unreal. This pattern is dissociation. The body's last resort when threat is inescapable. It says, if I can't escape the situation, I'll escape my body. Most people with complex trauma have a mix of these patterns. They might brace during the day, collapse when they get home, and dissociate when the pain becomes too much. Or they might cycle through all of them in a single hour. What your body is telling you. One of the gifts of sensorimotor therapy is learning to read your body's signals. Your body is constantly communicating with you, but the voice of trauma is so loud that you may have learned to ignore it. Here is a simple exercise to begin listening. Exercise, body scan for trauma patterns. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed for 10 minutes. Sit in a chair with your feet flat on the floor. Close your eyes if that feels safe. If not, keep them open and soften your gaze. Take 3 slow breaths. Then bring your attention to the following areas of your body, one at a time. Do not try to change anything. Just notice. Just feel. Your jaw. Is it clenched or relaxed? Are your teeth touching? Your shoulders? Are they lifted toward your ears or dropped down? Do they feel hard or soft? Your chest. Is it expanded or collapsed? Do you feel any tightness or heaviness? Your breath. Where do you feel it most, chest, belly, or nowhere? Is it shallow or deep? Fast or slow? Your belly. Is it soft or tight? Any nausea, butterflies, or knots? Your hands. Are they clenched into fists? Open, cold, tingly? Your legs and feet. Are they tensed, ready to run? Or heavy, hard to move? Now, without judging anything you noticed, ask yourself one question. What is my body bracing for? You may not get an answer right away, that's okay. Just asking the question opens a channel of communication with your body that has probably been closed for a long time. The pendulation, moving between activation and resource. One of the key principles of sensorimotor therapy is pendulation, gently moving your attention between a place of activation, where you feel the trauma in your body, and a place of resource, where you feel safe, grounded, or neutral. The goal is not to dive into the trauma and process it all at once. That often leads to re-traumatization. The goal is to titrate to touch the activation very gently, then return to safety, then touch again, building your capacity to be with the sensation without being overwhelmed. Here is a simple pendulation exercise you can practice on your own. Exercise pendulation. Find your resource. First, identify a place in your body that feels neutral or pleasant. It could be your feet on the floor, the feeling of your back against the chair, your hands resting in your lap, the breath moving in and out of your nostrils. Spend a minute resting your attention there. Touch the activation. Gently bring your attention to a place in your body where you feel tension, tightness, or discomfort. Do not try to change it. Do not try to fix it. Just notice it. Stay for 10 to 15 seconds, no longer. Return to resource. Go back to the neutral or pleasant sensation. Rest there for 30 to 60 seconds. Notice if anything has shifted. Repeat. Touch the activation again for a few seconds. Return to resource. Back and forth. Pendulate. This is not about making the activation go away. It is about teaching your nervous system that you can touch the difficult sensation without being destroyed by it. Over time, the activation begins to shift on its own. Why talking isn't always enough. If you have been in traditional talk therapy, you may have noticed that you can understand your trauma intellectually without feeling any different in your body. You can say, "My father was critical," and your mind nods, but your shoulders stay up by your ears. This is not a failure of therapy. It is a limitation of words. Trauma is stored in the body. The body does not speak in words. It speaks in sensations, postures, movements, and impulses. To heal at the body level, you have to engage the body directly. This does not mean you stop talking. Words are important. They help you make meaning, build a coherent narrative, and connect with others. But if you only use words, you are only reaching part of the problem. Sensorimotor therapy adds the body. It says, let's not just talk about the bracing. Let's feel the bracing. Let's see what happens when we soften the shoulders for one breath. Let's notice the impulse to push away and give it a safe completion. Real patient example, the breath that had been waiting 30 years. Let me tell you about Sam. Sam was a 44-year-old accountant. He was quiet, competent, and chronically depressed. He had tried 3 different antidepressants and 2 rounds of CBT. Nothing had touched the deadness he felt inside. "I don't feel anything," he told me in our first session. "I mean, I know I should feel sad or angry or something, but I just feel nothing, like I'm already dead." We started with body awareness. I asked Sam to close his eyes and notice his breath. After a minute, he said, "I'm barely breathing. It's like my breath stops before it gets all the way down." "Where does it stop?" "Right here," he said, touching his upper chest. "It's like there's a wall." We spent several sessions just exploring that wall, not pushing through it, just noticing. Sam learned that the wall was not a metaphor. His chest muscles were literally tight, holding his breath hostage. One day I asked Sam, if that wall could speak, what would it say? He was quiet for a long time. Then, in a voice so small I almost didn't hear it, "You don't get to breathe until you're done." That sentence unlocked something. Sam grew up in a house where his mother was severely depressed and his father was an alcoholic. By age 7, Sam was the caretaker, making dinner, putting his younger siblings to bed, managing his parents' emotions. He learned that his own needs, including the need to breathe fully, were forbidden until everyone else was taken care of. The wall in his chest was not a flaw. It was a promise to his younger self that he would not take up space, would not have needs, would not breathe until everyone else was okay. And no one was ever okay. So Sam never breathed. We worked very slowly, not forcing the breath, just inviting it. "What would happen," I asked, "if you took one slightly deeper breath, just for yourself, while everyone else is still not okay?" Sam tried it. His chest wall resisted. But after several attempts, a tiny crack appeared, and then a sob, and then a wave of grief that lasted 20 minutes. Afterward, Sam said, "I didn't know I was holding that. I didn't know I was waiting for permission." The wall did not disappear in one session, but the process had begun. Sam's body started to trust that he was no longer in that house, that he was no longer responsible for everyone else, that he was allowed to breathe for himself. Integrating sensorimotor work with other approaches. Sensorimotor therapy is not a replacement for other modalities. It is a complement. In this book, we are integrating 4 approaches: neuroscience, understanding the brain; partwork/IFS, understanding the inner voices; emotion-focused therapy, feeling and processing emotions; sensorimotor psychotherapy, listening to the body. They work together. The inner critic, partwork, has a corresponding body posture, sensorimotor. The shame, emotion, has a corresponding sensation, sensorimotor. The brain changes, neuroscience, happen most efficiently when the body is engaged. You do not need to master all of them. You just need to be open to the idea that your body has wisdom, that your body is not your enemy, and that healing at the body level is possible. A word of caution. Body-based work is powerful. It can also be destabilizing if done too quickly or without support. If you have a history of severe trauma, especially physical or sexual abuse, please do this work with a trained therapist. Do not push yourself to feel everything all at once. Go slowly, pendulate, resource. Stay within your window of tolerance. If you feel overwhelmed during any of the exercises in this book, if you feel like you are drowning or going to pieces or losing touch with reality, stop. Ground yourself and look around the room. Name 5 things you can see. Feel your feet on the floor. Breathe. Come back to the present. Your body has waited this long to be heard. It can wait a little longer. Safety first, always. The bridge to emotional flashbacks. In the next chapter, we will explore one of the most confusing and distressing symptoms of complex trauma, the emotional flashback. This is when you are suddenly overwhelmed by an intense emotion, shame, terror, rage, despair, without any clear memory of the past event that triggered it. Now that you understand the body's role in trauma, you will be better equipped to recognize emotional flashbacks for what they are, the past happening in your present body. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on the part of your body that feels the most tight, heavy, or numb. Do not try to change it. Just hold it gently, the way you would hold a child who was hurting. Say this silently or out loud. I feel you. I know you've been holding this for a long time. You don't have to hold it alone anymore. I am here now. We can go slowly. Your body is not your enemy. Your body is the loyal soldier who has been standing at attention for decades, waiting for the all-clear signal. You can start to give that signal now. Chapter 6, Emotional Flashbacks. Why you react to today as if it were then. You are going about your day. Maybe you are at work or at the grocery store or sitting on your couch. Nothing dramatic is happening. The world is, by any objective measure, safe. And then, without warning, you are flooded. It is not a visual flashback. You don't see images of the past. It is an emotional flashback. Suddenly, you feel terrified, though nothing is threatening you, ashamed, though you haven't done anything wrong, enraged, though no one has harmed you, despairing, though nothing has gone wrong, abandoned, though you are not alone. The emotion is overwhelming. It feels like it came from nowhere. It feels like it is about the present moment, so you start looking for a reason for the feeling. You scan the situation and find something, a tiny thing, a neutral comment, a minor inconvenience, and you attach the feeling to that thing. You think, this is why I'm upset. This text message, this tone of voice, this messy kitchen. But the feeling is too big for the trigger. You know this somewhere. The feeling belongs to something else, something older, something you may not even remember. This is an emotional flashback, and if you have complex trauma, you have probably been having them your entire life without knowing what they are. What is an emotional flashback? In standard PTSD, flashbacks are typically visual or sensory. You see the trauma as if it is happening again. You hear the sounds, you smell the smells. In complex trauma, especially when the trauma occurred in early childhood or involved emotional neglect, flashbacks are more often emotional. You do not see the past, you feel the past, the emotion that you felt during the original traumatic situation, terror, shame, rage, despair, abandonment comes flooding into the present, unmoored from its original context. This is why emotional flashbacks are so confusing. Without a visual or narrative component, you cannot easily connect the emotion to its source. You just feel terrible and you don't know why. So your brain, desperate for an explanation, attaches the emotion to whatever is happening in the present moment. That is why you snap at your partner for leaving a dish in the sink. The dish is not the problem. The dish is the innocent bystander that got hit by a tsunami of emotion that actually belongs to a parent who never listened, a teacher who humiliated you, a sibling who betrayed you. And then, because you snapped, you feel ashamed. And the shame triggers another emotional flashback, and the cycle deepens. The difference between feeling and flashback. One of the most important skills in healing complex trauma is learning to distinguish between present moment feelings, appropriate responses to current events, emotional flashbacks, past feelings happening in the present. Here is a comparison: present feeling, emotional flashback intensity, proportional to the trigger, drastically disproportionate duration, passes when the situation resolves, lingers for hours or days. Context makes sense, given what happened, feels confusing, out of nowhere. age feeling feels like an adult emotion, feels young, childlike, primal. Ability to reason. You can still access your rational mind. Your prefrontal cortex goes offline. Afterward, you feel resolved, not destroyed. You feel shame for overreacting. For example, if your partner forgets your birthday and you feel hurt and disappointed, that is a present feeling. If your partner forgets your birthday and you feel like you are going to die, like you are being abandoned forever, like you are worthless and always have been, that is an emotional flashback. The intensity does not match the trigger. The intensity belongs to the past. Common emotional flashback themes. Based on the 4 hidden wounds from Chapter 1, emotional flashbacks often cluster around specific themes. The abandonment flashback. You feel suddenly, terrifyingly alone, as if everyone has left you and no one is coming back. You may feel desperate to cling to someone, or you may shut down completely because what's the point? Typical triggers. Someone ending a phone call abruptly, a plan being cancelled, a partner being busy, a friend not texting back quickly enough, waking up alone. The original wound. Unreliable nurture. A caregiver who was inconsistently present, emotionally unavailable, or who threatened abandonment as punishment. The shame flashback. You feel suddenly disgusting, worthless, or fundamentally flawed. You want to hide. You feel like everyone can see how terrible you are. You may have an urge to apologize for existing. Typical triggers. Making a minor mistake, being corrected, receiving a compliment, which feels like it must be sarcastic, being noticed in a group, having a need. The original wound. Misdirected blame or emotional abuse. Being told you were bad, too much, not enough, or the cause of problems that were not yours. The rage flashback. You feel suddenly, blindingly angry. The anger feels hot, righteous, and overwhelming. You may want to break something, scream, or say the most hurtful thing you can think of. Typical triggers. Feeling disrespected, interrupted, dismissed, or controlled. Being told, calm down. Someone not listening. Someone being slightly late. The original wound, chronic powerlessness. Being unable to defend yourself as a child. Having no voice. The rage is the repressed fight response finally emerging, but aimed at the wrong target. The terror flashback. You feel suddenly, inexplicably afraid. Your heart pounds. Your breath stops. You look around for the danger, but there is none. You feel like something terrible is about to happen. Typical triggers. Silence. A door closing. A change in someone's tone of voice. A sudden movement, being asked, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" The original wound. Unpredictable threat. Living in a home where you never knew when the next explosion, verbal or physical, would happen. Your nervous system learned that calm is just the pause before the storm, the despair flashback. You feel suddenly, utterly hopeless. Nothing matters. You will never feel better. You have always felt this way, and you always will. You may have thoughts of not wanting to be alive. Typical triggers: exhaustion, illness, disappointment, or sometimes nothing at all. The flashback just descends. The original wound, chronic neglect or depression in the home. Learning that your needs will not be met, that no one is coming, and that your feelings don't matter. The despair is the collapse of hope. Do any of these sound familiar? Most people with complex trauma have a signature flashback one theme that shows up more than others. But many people experience all of them at different times. Real patient example: the grocery store. Let me tell you about Nina. Nina was 29, a graphic designer, and she had a problem. Every time she went to the grocery store, she would inevitably have a meltdown, as she called it in the cereal aisle. "I'll be fine," she said, "and then I'll be standing there looking at granola, and suddenly I can't breathe. I feel like everyone is watching me. I feel like I'm going to cry or scream or both. I've abandoned my cart 3 times this month. We explored what happened in the cereal aisle. Nothing, it seemed. No one spoke to her. No one looked at her strangely. There was no trigger. But then I asked, "What does the cereal aisle remind you of?" Nina was quiet. Then, my mother. She would send me to the store when I was 8, 9, 10. She gave me a list, but it was never the right list. I would come home with the wrong thing, and she would look at me. Not yell, just look. Like I had failed her. Like I was stupid. The cereal aisle was not the trigger. The feeling of being in a grocery store, trying to choose the right thing, waiting for someone to tell her she had failed, that was the trigger. And that feeling belonged to a 9-year-old girl who could never get it right. Nina's emotional flashback was a shame flashback, mixed with terror. The shame of being wrong. The terror of the silent, disappointed look. Once Nina understood this, once she could say to herself, "I'm not failing now, I'm just buying granola." That feeling belongs to my mother, not to the granola. The meltdowns did not disappear, but they lost their power. She could feel the flashback coming and say, "Ah, this is the old feeling, I don't have to believe it." How to recognize an emotional flashback in real time. This is the key skill, catching the flashback before it catches you. Here are the signs that you are in an emotional flashback, not a present moment feeling. Disproportion. Your emotional response is way bigger than the trigger. You know this, even as you're feeling it. There's a part of you that says, "This is ridiculous," or "Why am I so upset about this?" Suddenness. The emotion came out of nowhere. There was no gradual build-up. One moment you were fine, the next moment you were drowning. Age feeling. The emotion feels young. Not like an adult emotion, more primal, more raw, more helpless. You may even have a sense of how old you feel. 7, 12, 3. Physical intensity. Your body is reacting as if there is a physical threat. Heart racing, breathing shallow, muscles tense, stomach in knots, difficulty thinking. Your mind goes blank or spins in circles. You cannot access your rational problem-solving brain. Urgency. You feel an urgent need to do something, fix, escape, confront, hide, eat, drink, scroll. The flashback creates a sense of emergency. If you notice 2 or more of these signs, assume you are in an emotional flashback, even if you don't know what triggered it. Even if you don't remember the original event, the treatment is the same. The flashback protocol. What to do when you're drowning. When you are in the middle of an emotional flashback, you are not thinking clearly. Your prefrontal cortex is offline, so you need a simple, repeatable protocol, something you can do even when you can barely function. Here is the protocol I teach all of my patients. Practice it when you are calm, so it becomes automatic when you are not. Step 1. Name it. Say to yourself, out loud if possible, "I am having an emotional flashback." Just naming it changes something. You are no longer being consumed by the feeling. You are observing the feeling. The difference is everything. Step 2. Orient. Open your eyes if they were closed. Look around the room. Name 5 things you can see: blue wall, lamp, window, cup, my own hand. Then name 3 things you can hear: the refrigerator humming, traffic outside, my own breathing. Then name 1 thing you can touch: the fabric of my shirt, the floor under my feet. Orienting tells your nervous system, we are in the present, we are not in the past. Look, there is no danger here. Step 3. Locate the feeling in your body. Do not try to get rid of the feeling. That will only make it stronger. Instead, locate it. Where in your body do you feel the flashback most intensely? Chest, stomach, throat, shoulders. Just notice. I feel a tightness in my chest. No judgment, no fixing, just noticing. Step 4. Ask, how old does this feel? This is a powerful question. Close your eyes for a moment if it feels safe, and ask, how old does this feeling feel? Don't overthink it. The first number that comes to mind is usually correct. It might be 3, 7, 11, 15. Then say to yourself, I am your current age. This feeling belongs to a age from flashback year old. I am not that age anymore. I am safe now. Step 5. Speak to the younger self. If you can, offer a few words of comfort to the younger self who is having the feeling. You can say it in your mind, out loud, or even write it down. I see you. I know you're scared. That was real, what happened to you. But you're not there anymore. You're with me now, and I've got you. This is not silly. This is reparenting. And it works. Step 6. Pendulate to a resource. Once you have acknowledged the flashback, gently shift your attention to a resource. Something in your body or environment that feels neutral or pleasant. Your feet on the floor, your back against the chair, the sensation of breathing. Spend a minute there. Then, if the flashback is still strong, pendulate back to the feeling for a few seconds, then back to the resource. Back and forth, gently, slowly. Step 7. Take a grounded action. When the intensity has dropped from a 9 to a 6 or 5, take one small action that reminds you of your adult self. Something that the younger version of you could not do. This could be drinking a glass of water, sending a calm text, making a cup of tea, writing down the date and time, proving you are in the present, stepping outside for 1 minute, putting on a song you love. The action does not need to be big. It just needs to be yours, something the child you were could not do because they were not safe, not free, not in control. Real patient example. The voicemail. Let me tell you about Kevin. Kevin was 37, a high school teacher, and he had a specific trigger: voicemails. When someone left him a voicemail, especially if it was from an authority figure, his principal, his mother, his landlord, he would spiral into a terror flashback. I can't listen to them, he said. I see the notification and my heart starts pounding. I feel like I'm going to be told I did something wrong, like I'm in trouble. We trace this back to his father, who would leave Kevin furious voicemails throughout Kevin's adolescence. The content varied, but the tone was always the same: contempt, disappointment, threat. Kevin learned that a voicemail notification meant danger. I taught Kevin the flashback protocol. He practiced it when he was calm, and then one day he received a voicemail from his principal, a kind woman who had never been anything but supportive. Kevin felt the terror rising, but this time, instead of avoiding the voicemail for 3 days, he stopped. He said out loud, I am having an emotional flashback. This is not about the principal. This is about my father. He oriented. I am in my apartment. I am 37 years old. I am a teacher. The principal likes me. He located the feeling. Tightness in my chest, cold hands. He asked the age question. 15. I feel 15. He spoke to his 15-year-old self. I know he scared you. You didn't deserve those voicemails, but I'm here now, and I'm not 15. I don't have to listen to that voice anymore. Then he took a grounded action. He listened to the voicemail. It was a reminder about a staff meeting. That was all. Kevin didn't stop having flashbacks to voicemails, but he stopped being ruled by them. He had a protocol. He had a way through. The importance of aftercare. After an emotional flashback, you will likely be exhausted. Your nervous system just went through a major event. You may feel hungover, foggy, or emotionally raw. This is normal. This is not a sign that you did something wrong. It is a sign that you did something hard. After a flashback, practice aftercare. Rest. Your body needs to recover, hydrate. Flashbacks are physiologically demanding. Eat something gentle, move slowly, stretch, shake out your body. Do something soothing, a bath, soft music, a familiar movie. Do not analyze the flashback immediately. The processing can wait. First, recover. When flashbacks become less frequent, here is what you can expect as you work with emotional flashbacks. In the beginning, you may not recognize them at all. You just feel terrible and react. Then you start to recognize them afterward. You think, oh, that was a flashback. This is progress. Then you start to recognize them during. You are in the middle of the flashback, and a part of you says, this is a flashback. This is major progress. Then you start to recognize them earlier. You feel the beginning of the surge, and you have time to implement the protocol before you are fully flooded. Then, over time, the flashbacks become less frequent, less intense, and shorter in duration. They continue. Then, over time, the flashbacks become less frequent, less intense, and shorter in duration. They do not disappear entirely. That is not a realistic goal for most people with complex trauma. But they lose their power to hijack your life. You develop a relationship with them. You learn to say, oh, it's you again. I know what to do with you. And that is healing. Not the absence of symptoms, but a different relationship to them. A note on medication and flashbacks. Some people find that psychiatric medication helps reduce the frequency or intensity of emotional flashbacks. SSRIs, mood stabilizers, and other medications can be useful tools, especially in the early stages of healing when the flashbacks are overwhelming. There is no shame in medication. Trauma changes your brain chemistry. Medication can help correct the imbalance while you do the deeper therapeutic work. Many of my patients use medication as a bridge, not a cure, but a support that allows them to do the healing work they couldn't do when they were drowning. If you are struggling with frequent, severe emotional flashbacks, please talk to a psychiatrist. You do not have to suffer alone, and you do not have to suffer without help. The bridge to the 4 F's. Now that you understand emotional flashbacks, how they feel, how to recognize them, and what to do when they come, we can turn to what happens next in the trauma response. When an emotional flashback hits, your nervous system goes into survival mode, and survival mode has 4 classic expressions: fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. These are not choices. They are automatic, body-based responses that evolved over millions of years to keep you alive. In the next chapter, we will explore each of the 4 F's, what they look like in daily life, how they show up in complex trauma, and most importantly, how to work with them so they stop running the show. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Think back to the last time you had an emotional flashback. It might have been today. It might have been last week. It might have been so long ago that you've forgotten. Now, ask yourself, what did I need in that moment that I didn't get? Maybe you needed someone to tell you that you were safe. Maybe you needed permission to rest. Maybe you needed someone to hold you. Maybe you needed to be seen, really seen, without judgment. You may not have gotten what you needed then, but you can give it to yourself now. Not to erase the past, but to comfort the part of you that is still waiting. Place your hand on your heart. Take a breath and then say, I see what you needed. I'm sorry you didn't get it. You deserved it. And I'm here now. I will try to give it to you going forward. That is the beginning of reparenting, and we will return to it again and again. Chapter 7. The 4 F's. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. You are walking through the woods. You see a bear. What happens next? If you are like most people, you say fight or flight, the classic 2 options. But that's not the whole story. Your body actually has 4 ancient automatic responses to threat. Fight. Confront the threat. Attack. push back, flight, run away, escape, get out of there, freeze, go still, wait, become invisible, assess. Fawn, appease the threat, please them, make them like you so they don't hurt you. In the wild, all four responses are adaptive. Fight works if you can win. Flight works if you can escape. Freeze works if the threat might not see you. Fawn works if the threat can be soothed. In complex trauma, especially when the trauma was chronic, inescapable, and happened in relationship, your nervous system gets stuck in one or more of these responses. The response that saved you as a child becomes the response that ruins your relationships, your peace, and your sense of self as an adult. This chapter is about recognizing your dominant F, or your unique combination of Fs, and learning to work with it. The 4 Fs in daily life. Before we dive into the neuroscience, let me describe what each F looks like in everyday adult life. The fight type. You have a short fuse. You snap at small provocations. You feel righteous anger rising in your chest. You might say things you regret, then feel ashamed afterward. You might have a reputation for being intense, difficult, or scary when triggered. On the inside, you may feel powerless, and the fight response is your way of pretending you're not. You attack before you can be attacked. You criticize before you can be criticized. You keep others at a distance by being dangerous. Common fight-type behaviors: yelling, snapping, sarcasm, blaming others immediately, picking fights over small things, holding grudges, replaying injustices, difficulty apologizing, it feels like losing, physical tension, especially in jaw, fists, shoulders. The fight type is often mislabeled as just having anger issues, but beneath the anger is almost always terror, shame, or both. The fight response is a shield. The flight type, you are always busy, always moving, always doing. If you stop, you feel anxious, so you don't stop. You might be a workaholic, a chronic exerciser, a constant cleaner, or a person who cannot sit still without a screen in your hand. On the inside, you are running away from something, usually your own feelings. The moment you slow down, the sadness, fear, or shame catches up with you, so you keep running. Common flight-type behaviors: overworking, even when exhausted, obsessive planning, organizing, doing difficulty resting or relaxing, always looking for the next thing, using busyness as an excuse not to connect, chronic restlessness, fidgeting, pacing. The flight type is often praised in our culture. She's so productive. But the productivity is driven by terror, not joy. The flight response is an escape hatch. The freeze type, you shut down. You dissociate. You go numb. When triggered, you feel like you're watching yourself from far away, or like you're made of concrete. You might stare into space, lose time, or feel unable to move or speak. On the inside, you have learned that fighting is dangerous and fleeing is impossible, so you go still. You wait. You hope the threat will pass over you. This response is often confused with laziness, but it is not laziness. It is a profound shutdown of the nervous system. Common freeze-type behaviors: zoning out, especially during conflict, difficulty making decisions or taking action, feeling stuck, unable to start or finish tasks, procrastination that feels paralyzing, not just avoidant, feeling disconnected from your body, memory gaps, especially around stressful times. The freeze type is often misdiagnosed as depression or ADHD, but underneath the shutdown is a nervous system that learned that any action is dangerous. The freeze response is a disappearing act. The fawn type, you are a people pleaser. You say yes when you mean no. You apologize for everything. You feel responsible for other people's emotions. You shapeshift, becoming what you think others want you to be, because being yourself feels unsafe. On the inside, you learned as a child that the only way to survive was to keep the powerful person happy. If they were happy, they wouldn't hurt you. So you learn to read other people's emotions like a survival manual and to suppress your own needs entirely. Common fawn-type behaviors: difficulty saying no or setting boundaries, feeling responsible for everyone else's feelings, apologizing excessively, even for things that aren't your fault, losing your sense of who you are in relationships, feeling resentful but unable to express it, attracting controlling or narcissistic people. The fawn type is often praised as selfless or nice, but the selflessness is not generosity. It is a survival strategy. The fawn response is a submission ritual. Real patient example: the three F's of one family. Let me introduce you to the three siblings I worked with: Marco, Lucia, and Elena. They grew up in the same house, with the same parents, an alcoholic father who was unpredictably loving or enraged, and a depressed mother who was emotionally absent. The three siblings developed three different survival strategies. Marco Fight became the family's problem child. He acted out, got in trouble, talked back to their father. On the surface, he looked like the rebellious one, but underneath, Marco was terrified. His fight response was the only way he knew to feel powerful in a home where he was completely powerless. As an adult, Marco struggled with anger outbursts and had a string of failed relationships. "I push everyone away before they can hurt me," he said. Lucia, Flight, became the overachiever. She got straight A's, did every extracurricular activity, and left for college at 16. She never stopped moving. As an adult, she became a surgeon, a profession that rewarded her flight response. Long hours, constant urgency, no time to feel. But at 40, she burned out so completely that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. Her body had finally said no. Elena, Freeze, became invisible. She spent most of her childhood in her room, reading, disappearing. She learned that if she made herself small enough, quiet enough, her father might forget she existed, which felt safer than being noticed. As an adult, Elena struggled with chronic procrastination and dissociation. She would stare at a work email for an hour without being able to open it. "It's like my brain just turns off," she said. One home, 3 children, 3 different Fs. All of them brilliant adaptations to an impossible environment, all of them now causing suffering in adulthood. There was no fawn type in this family, but if there had been a fourth sibling, that child might have become the caretaker, soothing the father, comforting the mother, holding the family together at the cost of their own self. The neuroscience of the 4 Fs. Each of the 4 Fs is mediated by a different branch of your autonomic nervous system. Understanding this can help you stop blaming yourself for responses you did not choose. Fight and flight are mediated by the sympathetic nervous system, your gas pedal. When this system is activated, your body releases adrenaline and noradrenaline. Your heart rate increases. Blood flows to your large muscles. Your pupils dilate. You are ready for action. In fight mode, the action is outward toward the threat. In flight mode, the action is away, escaping the threat. Freeze is a different animal. It involves both sympathetic activation and a parasympathetic break. Your body is revved up, heart pounding, muscles tense, but simultaneously inhibited from moving. It's like stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time. This is why freeze feels both activated and paralyzed. Fawn is mediated by the ventral vagal branch of the parasympathetic system in its social engagement mode, combined with a suppression of your own needs. Your body is oriented toward connection, but a desperate, appeasing kind of connection. You smile when you're not happy. You agree when you disagree. You make yourself small and pleasing because, in your nervous system, connection equals safety. The problem with the 4 Fs. The 4 Fs saved your life. They really did. Without them, you would not have survived your childhood, your abusive relationship, your traumatic environment. But here is the problem. Your nervous system does not know that the threat is gone. It still uses the same survival responses in situations that are not life-threatening. A minor criticism from your boss triggers the same fight response that your father's rage triggered. A slight distance from your partner triggers the same freeze response that your mother's emotional absence triggered. A request for your opinion triggers the same fawn response that your family's unpredictability triggered. You are not overreacting to the present. You are appropriately reacting to the past, but the past is not happening anymore. Your nervous system needs to learn that. How to work with your dominant FF. The first step is identification. Which F is most natural for you? You may have a primary F and a secondary F. For example, many people are fight-freeze, snap, then collapse. Others are flight-fawn, run around doing for others, then resent it. Take a moment. Reflect on your most automatic responses to stress. Do you get angry, blame others, feel righteous? Fight, get busy, escape, distract, overwork. Flight, shut down, dissociate, feel stuck, go numb. Freeze. People please, apologize, shapeshift, suppress. Fawn. Once you know your pattern, you can begin to work with it. Here are strategies for each F, for the fight type. Your challenge is not that you feel anger. Anger is a valid emotion. Your challenge is that your anger is disproportionate, misdirected, and destructive to your relationships. Notice the early signs. Before you explode, your body gives you warning signs. Heat in your chest, clenching in your jaw, tensing in your fists. Learn to recognize these as the 5-minute warning before the explosion. When you notice them, you have a choice. Create a pause. The fight response wants immediate action. Disrupt it by creating a pause. I need 5 minutes before we continue this conversation. Step away. Go into another room. Splash water on your face. The pause allows your prefrontal cortex to come back online. Release the energy safely. The fight response is physical energy. If you suppress it completely, it will leak out sideways or turn inward. Depression, self-hatred. Instead, release it safely. Punch a pillow, tear up paper, run in place, scream into a pillow. Do not aim it at people. Aim it at objects. Ask, what is the threat? Beneath the anger is almost always fear. Ask yourself, if I weren't angry, what would I be feeling? The answer is often scared, humiliated, powerless, or ashamed. Acknowledge that feeling. It is the real one. Practice small receptivity. The fight type is terrible at receiving help, love, compliments. Practice saying thank you without deflecting. Practice letting someone do something for you without doing something back. Practice receiving a compliment without arguing with it. This will feel terrifying at first. That's how you know it's working. For the flight type, your challenge is not that you are productive. Productivity can be wonderful. Your challenge is that your productivity is driven by fear, and you cannot rest. Schedule rest as if it were a meeting. Put do nothing for 15 minutes in your calendar. Set a timer. When the timer goes off, you are allowed to stop. The flight type needs external structure to rest because your internal structure is always saying go. Practice the one thing rule. When you feel the urge to do 3 things at once, stop. Choose one thing. Do only that thing. Breathe. Notice how uncomfortable it feels to not be multitasking. That discomfort is your flight response crying for escape. Sit with it. Orient to your body. The flight type lives in the head planning, scheming, escaping. Come back to your body. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel your breath. Feel your heartbeat. This will feel uncomfortable at first. That's okay. Ask, what am I running from? When you feel the urge to get busy, pause and ask, what feeling am I trying to escape? Sadness, loneliness, fear. You don't have to feel it all at once. Just name it. I am running from loneliness. That alone weakens the flight response. Practice staying. The flight type's core wound is that you learn to escape before you could be abandoned. Practice staying in conversations that feel slightly uncomfortable, in rooms with people you don't fully trust, with your own difficult feelings. Start small, 30 seconds, then a minute. You are retraining your nervous system to learn that staying is safe. For the freeze type, your challenge is not that you are lazy. You are not. Your challenge is that your nervous system has learned that action leads to pain, so it shuts down action. Start absurdly small. The freeze type cannot just do it. That advice is useless. Instead, do something so small that your nervous system does not register it as action. Move one finger, blink twice, take one breath, then build from there. The goal is to prove to your nervous system that action is possible without disaster. Use temperature. The freeze response often involves a drop in body temperature and blood pressure. Warm your body. Take a warm bath, put a heating pad on your chest, drink something warm. This can help your nervous system shift out of collapse. Shake it off. Animals in the wild shake after a freeze response to discharge the energy. Try it. Stand up and shake your hands, your arms, your legs, your whole body. Not for long, 30 seconds. This can help your nervous system complete the freeze response. Orient to the present. Freeze often involves time loss and dissociation. Orient yourself. Today is date. I am in location. I am age, years old. The threat is not here. Look, there is the door. There is a window. There is my hand. Find one small choice. The freeze response is a response to powerlessness. Restore a sense of agency by making one small choice. I will drink water from the blue cup, not the green cup. I will sit on the left side of the couch, not the right. The content doesn't matter. The act of choosing matters. For the fawn type, your challenge is not that you are kind. Kindness is beautiful. Your challenge is that your kindness is not freely chosen. It is a survival compulsion. You give because you are afraid not to give. Practice the 2-second pause. When someone asks you for something, pause for 2 seconds before answering. The fawn response wants to say yes instantly. The pause allows your true self to speak. You can still say yes, but now it's a choice, not a compulsion. Check in with your body. When you are about to say yes to something, check your body. Is there tension in your stomach? Tightness in your throat? A sinking feeling? That is your body telling you that your yes is actually a no. Listen to it. Start with small no's. The fawn type cannot say no to big things at first. That's too dangerous. Start with tiny no's. No, I don't want tea. I want water. No, I'd rather sit here than there. Practice in low-stakes situations. Build the muscle. Ask, what do I want? The fawn type has lost touch with their own desires. Spend 5 minutes a day asking yourself, what do I want right now? Not what you should want. Not what would make others happy. What do you want? You may not know at first. That's okay. The question itself is healing. Tolerate disapproval. The fawn type's deepest fear is that someone will disapprove of them. That fear kept you safe as a child, but now it keeps you small. Practice doing something small that might cause mild disapproval. Wear an unusual color. State an opinion. Leave a party early. Notice that you survive. The world does not end. This is how you retrain your nervous system. Blended types and cycles. Most people with complex trauma are not pure types. You might be fight fawn. You snap at people, fight, then immediately apologize and try to please them, fawn. This is exhausting and confusing for everyone. Flight freeze. You run and run and run, then crash into an immovable freeze. You oscillate between frantic activity and complete shutdown. Fight, out flight. You are quick to anger and quick to leave. You burn bridges and then run from the ashes. Freeze fawn. You shut down in conflict, then try to appease your way back to safety. You are the ghost who apologizes. Recognize your pattern. There is no right way to be traumatized. Your pattern is your pattern. The goal is not to become a better F-type. The goal is to have more options, to not be locked into automatic responses that no longer serve you. Real patient example, the fight fawn trap. Let me tell you about Rachel. Rachel was 33, a marketing director, and she was exhausted. I'm two different people, she told me. At work, I'm a bitch. I'm sorry, but it's true. I snap at my team. I micromanage. I'm terrifying. Then I go home and I'm a doormat. I say yes to everything my partner wants. I apologize for everything. I feel like I have no self. We explored her pattern. Rachel's father was a violent alcoholic. As a child, Rachel learned two survival strategies. When her father was drunk and coming toward her, she fought back screaming, throwing things, defending herself. That was the only thing that sometimes made him stop. But when her father was sober and cold, she fawned, trying to be perfect, trying to please him, trying to earn his love. These two strategies, fight and fawn, became her only two settings. In situations where she felt powerful enough to fight, she fought. In situations where she felt powerless, she fawned. There was no middle ground. There was no calm, grounded, authentic Rachel. Healing for Rachel meant learning that she was no longer a child with a violent father. She could choose not between fight and fawn, but between a much wider range of responses. She could express a mild preference without screaming. She could set a gentle boundary without appeasing. She could simply walk away from a situation that wasn't working. It took time, but slowly the two settings began to integrate. Rachel became one person, someone who could be firm and kind, assertive and loving, strong and soft. Not perfectly, but truly enough. The role of shame in the 4 Fs. There is one emotion that underlies and reinforces all 4 Fs, shame. The fight type is ashamed of their anger, so they suppress it until it explodes. Then they are ashamed of the explosion. The flight type is ashamed of their fear, so they run. Then they are ashamed of running. The freeze type is ashamed of their paralysis, so they judge themselves as lazy, which deepens the freeze. The fawn type is ashamed of their own needs, so they suppress them. Then they are ashamed of their resentment. Shame is the glue that keeps the F stuck. In the next chapter, we will devote our full attention to shame, the core wound of complex trauma, the voice beneath the voice, the feeling that you are fundamentally wrong at your very core. But before we leave the 4 Fs, I want you to do one thing. Look at your dominant F, the one you recognized earlier. Now, instead of judging it, thank it. Say to that part of you, "Thank you for protecting me. You helped me survive a time when I couldn't fight, couldn't flee, couldn't freeze, couldn't fawn in any other way. I am grateful to you, and now I want to help you rest. You don't have to work so hard anymore. I am safe enough now to try something new." Your survival strategies are not your enemies. They are your exhausted allies. They deserve gratitude, not contempt. And when they feel truly seen and thanked, they will begin slowly, cautiously to step back. Chapter 8. Shame, the core wound of complex trauma. We have arrived at the deepest layer. We have explored the inner critic, the voice that attacks you. We have explored the body, how it holds trauma in muscle and breath. We have explored emotional flashbacks, the past flooding into the present. We have explored the 4 Fs, your automatic survival strategies. Beneath all of them, Fueling all of them is shame, not guilt. Guilt says, I did something bad. Shame says, I am bad. Guilt is about behavior. Shame is about identity. Guilt can be resolved through repair. Shame feels like a life sentence. Guilt says, that was wrong. Shame says, there is something wrong with me at my core, in my essence, irreparably. If you have complex trauma, you almost certainly carry toxic shame. Not the healthy shame that tells you that action violated your values, but the toxic shame that tells you that your very existence is a violation, that you are a mistake, that if people really knew you, they would recoil, that you are fundamentally, secretly, unforgivably wrong. This chapter is about understanding shame, where it comes from, how it operates in your body and mind, and most importantly, how to begin to release it. Because shame is not a life sentence. It is a learned response to an environment that should never have been yours. And what is learned can be unlearned. The difference between guilt and shame. This distinction is crucial. Most people use these words interchangeably, but they are very different emotional experiences with very different effects on the brain and body. Guilt, shame, focus, I did something bad, I am bad, scope, specific behavior, entire self-function signals a violation of values, signals a threat to belonging. Outcome, motivation to repair, apologize, change behavior, motivation to hide, disappear, attack, self. Relationship to trauma can be excessive and misplaced in trauma. For example, it was my fault. Almost always present in complex trauma, healing path, make amends, change behavior, reclaim belonging, challenge core belief. Here is a simple test. Think of something you feel badly about. Now say, I feel guilty about what I did. I feel ashamed of who I am. Which one lands? Which one makes your stomach clench? Which one feels like it has been with you forever, not attached to any specific event but attached to you? That second feeling is shame. Where shame comes from. Shame is not inborn. Babies do not feel shame. They cry when they need something. They do not feel bad about needing. Shame is learned usually in the first few years of life, through the responses of caregivers to our natural expressions of need, emotion, and self. Shame develops when your authentic self is met with rejection, disgust, or withdrawal. Here is how it happens. Stage 1. You express a need or emotion. As a child, you cry because you're hungry. You reach out because you want to be held. You express excitement because you're happy. You show anger because you're frustrated. These are natural, healthy expressions of a developing self. Stage 2. The caregiver responds with something that signals this is not okay. The response might be verbal. Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. You're so dramatic. Don't be so sensitive. Nonverbal. A look of disgust, turning away, sighing with annoyance, walking out of the room. Absence. No response at all. The need is ignored, leaving the child alone with their feeling. Stage 3. The child internalizes the message. The young brain cannot yet distinguish between my behavior is not okay and I am not okay, so it collapses the two. The message becomes, something is wrong with me for having this need. I am bad. I should hide myself. Stage 4. The child develops shame-based strategies to survive. You learn to suppress your needs because needs are shameful. Hide your emotions because emotions are dangerous. Perform a false self because the real self is unacceptable. Attack yourself before others can attack you, because self-attack is predictable. This happens before you have words for it. Shame is stored in the body, in the procedural memory system, long before you can say, I feel ashamed. This is why shame feels so primitive, so physical, so hard to reason with. Real patient example. The look. Let me tell you about Thomas. Thomas was 48, a successful lawyer, and he could not tolerate being loved. Every time his partner said, "I love you," Thomas felt nauseous. He would change the subject, leave the room, or pick a fight. "I don't understand it," he said. "I know she loves me. I love her. But when she says it, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Something in me says, she doesn't really know you. If she knew you, she wouldn't love you." We trace this back to Thomas's mother. She was not abusive. She was not cruel. But she had a particular look, a slight frown, a turning away of her eyes that she gave Thomas whenever he expressed a strong emotion. Joy, sadness, anger, fear, all of them were met with the look. "What did the look mean to you?" I asked. Thomas was quiet for a long time. Then, "It meant she didn't like what she saw, that I was too much, that my feelings were wrong, that I should be different." Thomas learned that his authentic emotional self was unacceptable. He learned to hide his feelings, to perform calmness, to be the easy child. And he learned that anyone who claimed to love him must not really know him, because if they knew him, they would give him the look. The nausea when his partner said, "I love you," was not a mystery. It was his body's memory of the look. It was shame stored in his gut, triggered by the mere possibility of being truly seen. The three faces of shame. Shame shows up in three distinct ways. You may experience one, two, or all three. 1. The shame attack. This is a sudden, overwhelming wave of shame. It feels like being drenched in hot, cold, or both. Your face may flush, your stomach may drop. You may have an urge to hide your face, curl into a ball, or disappear. Shame attacks are often triggered by being noticed, complimented, or praised, making a mistake, even a tiny one, being asked a question you don't know the answer to, someone seeing you when you weren't ready, remembering something you did or said during a shame attack. You are not thinking clearly. You are in an emotional flashback. The protocol from Chapter 6 applies here. Name it, orient, locate the feeling, ask the age question, speak to the younger self. 2. Chronic shame. This is not a wave, it's a climate. You live in a low-grade state of shame all the time. It is the background hum of your existence. You don't even notice it because it's always there. Chronic shame sounds like, "I'm not good enough. I don't belong here. They'll find me out eventually. I should apologize for existing. I'm a burden." Chronic shame is exhausting. It is the fuel of the inner critic. It is the reason you can never rest, never feel done, never feel like you deserve peace. 3. Inverted shame. Shame about shame. This is the meta layer. You feel ashamed of your shame. You judge yourself for being so sensitive, so needy, so broken. You think, other people don't feel this way. What is wrong with me? This adds another layer of shame on top of the original shame. Inverted shame is what keeps you from reaching out for help. You are ashamed of needing help, so you suffer alone. You are ashamed of your shame, so you hide it, and hiding shame only makes it grow. How shame shows up in the body. Shame is not just a thought, it is a full-body experience. Learning to recognize shame in your body is the first step to working with it. Common shame-related body sensations: face, flushing, heat, desire to hide or cover the face. Eyes, downward gaze, difficulty making eye contact, feeling like you want to look away. Chest collapsing, caving in, feeling hollow or empty. Stomach dropping, nausea sinking, feeling shoulders rounded forward, making yourself smaller. Overall posture collapsed, shrinking, trying to take up less space. Breath shallow, stopped, or felt. only in the upper chest temperature, hot flash, cold flash, or both. If you pay attention, you may notice that shame has a specific signature in your body. For some, it's a hot face. For others, it's a hollow chest. For others, it's a sinking stomach. Exercise locating your shame. Think of a recent moment when you felt intensely ashamed, not guilty ashamed. Close your eyes for a moment and bring that memory to mind. Now scan your body. Where do you feel the shame most intensely? What is the sensation? Heat, cold, tightness, emptiness? Just notice. Don't try to change it. This is your shame's address in your body. The shame other emotions cycle. Shame is rarely alone. It tends to attach to other emotions, twist them, and amplify them. This is why people with complex trauma often feel their emotions are wrong or too much. Anger plus shame equals rage. The anger is pure, but then shame says, "You shouldn't be angry. You're a bad person for being angry." The anger intensifies, turns inward, or explodes. Sadness plus shame equals despair. The sadness is valid, but shame says, "You're weak for being sad. No one wants to see that." The sadness gets suppressed, then emerges as hopelessness. Fear plus shame equals terror. The fear is a signal, but shame says, "You're a coward for being afraid." The fear escalates into panic. Joy plus shame equals anhedonia. Even happiness is not safe. Shame says, "You don't deserve to be happy. Something bad will happen if you enjoy this." So you suppress joy and the world becomes gray. This is why healing shame is not just about feeling better about yourself. It is about being able to feel anything fully without the shame layer distorting it. The shame compass. How we avoid shame. Shame is so painful that most people develop elaborate strategies to avoid feeling it. Psychologist Michael Lewis called these strategies the shame compass. They point away from shame itself, usually towards something else. 1. Withdrawal. You hide, you disappear. You avoid situations that might trigger shame. You stop speaking in groups. You stop trying new things. You stay home. The problem? Withdrawal shrinks your life, and the shame doesn't go away, it just grows in the dark. 2. Attack self. You turn the shame inward. You criticize yourself relentlessly. You call yourself names. You punish yourself for perceived failures. You may even hurt yourself physically. The problem? Self-attack feels like control, but it's just shame wearing a different mask. You are doing the abuser's work for them. 3. Attack other. You turn the shame outward. You get angry, blame others, lash out. You feel contempt for other people's flaws. You criticize them before they can criticize you. The problem? Attacking others temporarily relieves shame, but it destroys relationships and creates new reasons to be ashamed. 4. Avoidance. You numb. You drink, use drugs, overeat, overspend, overwork, overexercise, scroll endlessly, watch hours of television. Anything to not feel the shame. The problem? Avoidance works in the short term, but compounds shame in the long term. You are ashamed of your avoidance, which leads to more avoidance. Look at this list honestly. Which direction does your shame compass point? Most people have a dominant direction and one or two secondaries. There is no right answer, only your pattern. Real patient example, the shame compass of a high achiever. Let me tell you about Priya. Priya was 41, a partner at a consulting firm, and she was miserable. By every external measure, she had succeeded. But internally, she felt like a fraud. The classic imposter syndrome. She lived in terror that someone would discover she didn't deserve her position. Priya's shame compass pointed primarily at attack self and secondarily at avoidance. through overwork. I'm never enough, she told me. I look at my accomplishments and I think, anyone could have done that. I look at my mistakes and I think, this proves I'm a fraud. When we explored her childhood, the source became clear. Priya's parents were immigrants who had sacrificed everything for her success. They loved her, but their love was conditional on achievement. Every awas met with what happened to the other 2 points. Every accomplishment was met. Continue. Sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. Just continue. Every accomplishment was met with, that's good, but don't get complacent. There's always someone better. Priya learned that she was never enough. She learned that her worth was measured by her output, and she learned that the slightest imperfection was a catastrophe. Her shame compass pointed at herself, because that was safer than feeling the grief of never being seen for who she was, only for what she produced. Healing for Priya meant learning to feel shame directly, without the attack. It meant saying, I feel ashamed right now, instead of, I'm a worthless fraud. It meant letting her partner see her cry instead of working through dinner. It meant slowly and painfully learning that she had value simply because she existed, not because she had earned it. Healing shame, a different approach. Shame does not respond well to being attacked. If you try to fight your shame, you will end up in the attack self-direction. If you try to ignore your shame, you will end up in avoidance. If you try to prove it wrong by achieving more, you will end up in the endless cycle of never enough. Shame responds to 3 things: exposure, compassion, and belonging. 1. Exposure, naming shame. Shame thrives in secrecy. It grows in the dark. When you speak shame out loud to a trusted person, to a journal, or even to yourself, it loses some of its power. Try this. Say out loud in private, I feel ashamed that fill in the blank. Not, I am ashamed. I feel ashamed. The first is identity. The second is an emotion that passes through you. Notice what happens in your body when you say the words. Does the shame intensify? Often, initially, yes. But then, if you stay with it, it often begins to soften. The act of naming shame begins to separate you from it. 2. Compassion, the antidote to shame. Shame says, you are alone in your defectiveness. Compassion says, you are human. All humans feel shame. You are not alone. The single most powerful tool against shame is self-compassion. Researcher Dr. Kristen Neff has shown that self-compassion is associated with lower shame, lower anxiety, lower depression, and higher well-being. Self-compassion has 3 components: self-kindness versus self-judgment, speaking to yourself the way you would speak to a friend who was hurting. Common humanity versus isolation, recognizing that all humans struggle, make mistakes, and feel inadequate. You are not alone. Mindfulness versus over-identification, noticing your shame without being consumed by it. I notice I am feeling shame instead of I am shame. Exercise, the compassionate friend. Think of a specific shame memory, something you did or said that still makes you cringe. Now imagine that a beloved friend came to you and told you they had done the exact same thing. What would you say to them? Would you say you're a worthless piece of garbage? Of course not. You would say something like, you made a mistake. It happens. You're still a good person. How can I help? Now say those same words to yourself. Out loud. It will feel strange. It may even feel fake. That's okay. Say them anyway. Repetition rewires the brain. 3. Belonging, the relational healer. Shame is fundamentally a wound of belonging. It says, there is something about me that would cause me to be rejected if anyone truly knew me. The cure for a wound of belonging is belonging, being seen, known, and accepted by someone else. This is why therapy works. This is why support groups work. This is why a trusted friend who can hold your shame without flinching is worth their weight in gold. You do not need to tell everyone about your shame, but you need at least one person. One safe, trusted person who can hear your shame and not run away. When you speak your deepest shame and the other person stays, something shifts. The shame begins to loosen its grip. If you do not have such a person yet, that is okay. That is why you are reading this book. You are building the capacity to find and receive that kind of relationship. In the meantime, you can practice with me the imagined author, the page, your own journal. The exposure still matters even without another person. The difference between shame and humiliation. Before we move on, a crucial distinction. Shame is about your own sense of defectiveness. It comes from inside, even if it was originally learned from outside. I am bad. Humiliation is about how others treat you. It comes from outside. They treated me as if I were bad. Here is why the distinction matters. People with complex trauma often confuse the two. They think they feel shame, but what they actually feel is humiliation, and they have internalized it as shame. If you were humiliated as a child, mocked, belittled, treated with contempt that was done to you, it was not a reflection of your worth. The shame you carry is a response to that humiliation, not a truth about you. Separating the two can be liberating. You can say, I was humiliated. That was wrong. The shame I feel is a scar from that wound, not evidence that I deserved it. Real patient example, the ticket. Let me tell you about David, not the same David from earlier. David was 55, a retired firefighter, and he carried a shame so deep he had never spoken it aloud. I did something unforgivable, he told me in our third session. 40 years ago. I still think about it every day. The unforgivable thing. When David was 15, he and some friends stole a car, a stupid teenage prank. They drove it around the block and abandoned it. They were caught. David got a ticket. His father paid the fine and never spoke of it again. That's it? I asked. That's it, David said. But I've never forgiven myself. I'm a criminal. I'm a bad person. My father looked at me with such disappointment. I've been trying to make up for it my whole life. This is shame. Not about the act. David knew the act was wrong, but he had long since made amends. The shame was about who he believed he was, a fundamentally bad person who had been caught. The ticket was 40 years ago. The shame was today. We worked on separating the act from the identity. You did something wrong, I said. You were 15. You never did it again. Does that make you a fundamentally bad person or a person who made a mistake? David couldn't answer. The shame was too old, too deep. So we tried a different approach. I asked him to close his eyes and imagine his 15-year-old self sitting in the back of the police car, terrified. What does that kid need to hear? I asked. David's face crumpled. He needs to hear that he's not a bad kid. He just did a stupid thing. He needs someone to tell him he's still lovable. And can you tell him that now? It took several sessions, but eventually, David, the 55-year-old retired firefighter, was able to speak to his 15-year-old self with compassion. You're not a criminal. You're a kid who made a mistake. I forgive you, and I need you to forgive yourself so we can finally rest. The shame did not disappear overnight, but it began to loosen. For the first time in 40 years, David felt a little bit lighter. Shame as a messenger, here is a reframe that has helped many of my patients. Shame is not your enemy. Shame is a messenger. Shame's job is to tell you when you have violated a value your own or someone else's. It is a social emotion designed to keep you connected to your community by motivating you to repair ruptures. But in complex trauma, the messenger gets stuck. It keeps shouting the same message: you are bad, even when the message is no longer true, no longer relevant, no longer helpful. So when you feel shame, you can ask, is this shame telling me something true about my current behavior, or is this an old recording? If it's about current behavior, for example, I snapped at my friend and I feel ashamed, the shame is useful. It's telling you to apologize, to repair. You can thank it and take action. If it's about your identity, for example, I'm a bad person, the shame is toxic. It's an old recording. You can thank it for trying to protect you, and then you can set it down. Not all shame is bad. Healthy shame helps us be ethical, accountable, and connected. Toxic shame keeps us small, hidden, and alone. The goal is not to eliminate shame. The goal is to differentiate between the two. Practical exercises for working with shame. Here are several exercises you can practice daily to loosen shame's grip. Exercise 1. The Shame Inventory. Take a piece of paper. Write down every shame message you carry. Do not censor. Do not judge. Just write. I'm not smart enough. I'm too needy. I'm a fraud. I'm ugly. I'm boring. I'm selfish. I'm broken. Now look at the list. Ask yourself, whose voice is this? Who first taught me that this was true about me? You may not know the exact person or event, but you may feel an echo, a parent, a sibling, a bully, a teacher. Now ask, is this actually true? Not, do I feel like it's true? Is it actually objectively true that you are? Shame message. Almost always the answer is no. You may have done selfish things. That does not mean you are selfish. You may have had needy moments. That does not mean you are needy. The shame inventory helps you see the messages as messages, not as facts. Exercise 2. The Shame Tear. When you feel shame arising, imagine tearing the shame message in half. Not the feeling, the story attached to it. The feeling is tight chest, hot face, sinking stomach. That is just sensation. The story is, I'm a failure. Everyone can see it. I'll never be good enough. Tear the story. Physically, if you can, write the shame story on a piece of paper and tear it. Or imagine tearing it. Say, that story is not me, it is an old recording. I release it. Then stay with the sensation. Just the sensation. It will pass. Exercise 3. The Shame Sandwich. When you notice shame, surround it with compassion. Start with a compassionate statement. I am a human being who deserves love, even when I make mistakes. Then name the shame. I notice that I am feeling ashamed about specific thing. Then end with another compassionate statement. This feeling is hard, but it will pass. I am still worthy. I am still me. Exercise 4. The 2 chairs self-compassion break. Place 2 chairs facing each other. Sit in one chair. In the other chair, imagine a version of yourself who loves you unconditionally, your wise self, a mentor, a higher power, or simply a kind stranger. Speak your shame aloud to that chair. Say the thing you are most ashamed of. Then move to the other chair. As the compassionate witness, respond to yourself. What would you say? How would you hold that shame? Move back and forth. This is a form of parts work and emotion-focused therapy combined. It is remarkably powerful. The long road of shame. Shame is the deepest layer because it developed earliest. You may have been carrying it since before you had words. It will not disappear in a week or a month or even a year, but it can diminish. It can become background noise instead of the main event. It can stop dictating your choices. Here is what you can expect. Phase 1. You don't notice shame. You just feel bad and react. You are the shame. Phase 2. You notice shame after you've acted. Oh, that was shame making me people please. Phase 3. You notice shame while it's happening. I feel shame rising. I have a choice. Phase 4. You notice shame before it fully activates. You can interrupt the cycle early. Phase 5. Shame still comes, but you have tools. You are not afraid of it. You say, "Hello, shame. I know you. I'll feel you, and then you'll pass." Most people with complex trauma live in phase 1 or 2. The work of this chapter is to move you toward phase 3 and beyond. Not perfection, just progress. Real patient example. The shame that couldn't speak. Let me tell you about Amina. Amina was 26, a graduate student, and she had never told anyone her deepest shame. She had been in therapy for 2 years with another clinician before coming to me. She had talked about her childhood, her anxiety, her relationships. But she had never spoken the shame. "I can't," she said. "If I say it out loud, you'll know. You'll see what I really am. And you'll leave." I told her, "You don't have to tell me today. You don't have to tell me ever. But I want you to know. I have heard a lot of shame. I have never left. There is nothing you could tell me that would make me think you are beyond reach." Amina sat with that for 3 sessions. Then in the 4th session, she spoke. "When I was 12, she said, her voice barely a whisper, "my older cousin touched me, and I didn't tell anyone, and I thought I must have wanted it. Because why else would it happen? So I'm dirty. I've been dirty ever since." The shame was not about what her cousin did. The shame was about her response. The silence, the confusion, the self-blame. She had been carrying that shame for 14 years, alone. We did not fix that shame in 1 session. But we began. Amina named it. I did not run. She felt the shame exposure. And slowly, over many months, the shame began to lose its power. It did not disappear, but it became speakable. And what is speakable is survivable. If you are carrying a shame you have never spoken to anyone, please consider this your invitation. You do not have to tell me, but tell someone. A therapist, a trusted friend, a support group, a piece of paper. You are not alone in your shame. That is the shame's lie. The truth is, you are human, and humans feel shame, and humans heal shame when they bring it into the light. The bridge to part 3. We have now completed part 2, how it haunts you now. We have explored the inner critic, the body, emotional flashbacks, the 4 F's, and shame. You have a map of the symptoms. Now, in part 3, we turn to healing. We will integrate everything we have learned: neuroscience, part work, emotion-focused therapy, sensorimotor therapy into a practical, step-by-step approach to recovering your life. The next chapter, chapter 9, is the foundation of all healing. Safety first. Because you cannot heal while your nervous system is still screaming. We must first teach your body and brain that you are safe now, not perfectly, not permanently, but enough to begin. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on your chest, feel the warmth of your own touch, and say this as many times as you need. I am not my shame. I am a person who has felt shame. That is different. That is survivable. That is healable. Say it again and again. Your shame is not the truth. It is a wound, and wounds can heal. Part 3, the map to healing. Chapter 9, safety. First, stabilizing the nervous system. We have spent 8 chapters understanding the problem. Now we turn to the solution. But here is the most important thing I can tell you about healing complex trauma. You cannot heal what you cannot feel, and you cannot feel what you cannot tolerate. If you dive straight into processing traumatic memories, you will not heal, you will re-traumatize. If you try to feel your feelings before your nervous system is stable, you will flood, dissociate, or both. The body has a window of tolerance, a range of arousal within which you can think, feel, and be present. Above that window, you are hyper-aroused, panic, rage, overwhelm. Below that window, you are hypo-aroused, numb, collapsed, dissociated. Healing happens within the window of tolerance, not outside it. So before we do anything else, we must stabilize your nervous system. We must teach you how to resource, how to find and create feelings of safety in your body and environment. We must teach you how to pendulate, how to move between activation and calm without getting stuck. And we must teach you how to ground, how to anchor yourself in the present moment when the past comes calling. This chapter is the foundation. Everything else in Part 3 builds on it. Do not skip it. Do not rush it. Spend as much time as you need here. The window of tolerance. Let me explain the window of tolerance in more detail. Imagine a horizontal band. This is your window of tolerance. Within the window, you can think clearly. You can feel your emotions without being overwhelmed. You can connect with others. You can learn, grow, and heal. Your prefrontal cortex is online. Your nervous system is within a manageable range of arousal. Above the window, hyper-arousal. You are in fight or flight. Your heart races. Your breathing is shallow. You feel anxious, panicked, enraged, or terrified. Your prefrontal cortex is going offline. You cannot think clearly. You react automatically. Learning and healing are impossible here. Below the window, hypoarousal. You are in freeze or collapse. You feel numb, disconnected, depressed, or dissociated. Your body shuts down. You may feel like you're watching yourself from outside. You cannot access your emotions or your body. Learning and healing are impossible here. Here is the challenge with complex trauma. Your window of tolerance is narrower than it should be. What would be mildly annoying to someone else pushes you into hyperarousal. What would be mildly disappointing pushes you into hypoarousal. You swing between the two extremes, spending very little time in the calm, present, embodied middle. The goal of stabilization is to widen your window of tolerance, to expand your capacity to be with activation without flooding, and to come back from collapse without staying there. Resourcing. Building your safety toolkit. Before you touch any traumatic material, you need resources, internal and external anchors that help you feel safe, grounded, and present. External resources are things in your environment that help you regulate. A specific chair or corner of your home, a weighted blanket, a cup of warm tea, a pet. Animals are excellent co-regulators. A playlist of calming music, a photograph of a safe person or place, a smooth stone or small object you can hold, the feeling of sunlight on your skin, the smell of lavender or another calming scent. Internal resources are things within yourself that help you regulate your breath, slowed, deepened. The feeling of your feet on the floor, a memory of a place where you felt safe, even briefly. A mental image of a protective figure, real or imagined. A personal mantra or phrase, I am safe now. This will pass. A physical sensation of calm, the warmth of your own hand. Exercise. Create your resource list. Take out a piece of paper or open a note on your phone. Write down 3 external resources you can access right now within your current environment. 3 external resources you can create or bring into your environment. 3 internal resources you can access anywhere, anytime. Keep this list somewhere accessible. When you feel dysregulated, you will not be able to think clearly. You need a written list you can look at. Grounding. Returning to the present, grounding is the practice of anchoring yourself in the present moment. Trauma pulls you into the past, flashbacks, memories, old feelings. Anxiety pulls you into the future, worry, catastrophizing, dread. Grounding pulls you into now. Here are the most effective grounding techniques organized by category. Try them all, find what works for you. Physical grounding, feel your feet on the floor, press them down. Notice the sensation of pressure. Hold something cold, ice cube, cold water bottle, or warm, cup of tea, heating pad. Run your hands under water, cold, then warm. Notice the temperature change. Touch something with texture. Carpet, wood, fabric, a plant leaf. Describe the texture to yourself. Stretch. Reach your arms up. Roll your shoulders. Shake out your hands. Take a sip of water. Feel it in your mouth, down your throat. Mental grounding. Name 5 things you can see. Name 4 things you can hear. Name 3 things you can touch. Name 2 things you can smell. Name 1 thing you can taste. Describe your current environment in detail to yourself as if you were describing it to someone who has never seen it. Count backwards from 100 by 7s. This forces your brain into a different mode. Name all the states or countries or capitals you can remember. Pick a category, animals, movies, songs, and name as many as you can. Soothing grounding, say something kind to yourself. I am safe right now. This feeling will pass. Remember the face of someone who loves you. Imagine them looking at you with kindness. Think of a place where you have felt completely safe, even for a moment. Describe it to yourself in detail. Repeat a personal mantra. I am here, I am now, I am okay. Imagine a protective light or shield around you. You are inside it. Nothing can reach you here. Grounding for freeze/dissociation, hypoarousal. If you are numb, foggy, or disconnected, move your body vigorously for 30 seconds, jumping jacks, running in place, shaking. Splash cold water on your face. Eat something with a strong taste, sour candy, mint, lemon. Hold something with a strong texture, bumpy, scratchy, rough. Open a window or go outside. Feel the air on your skin. The goal is not to snap out of it. That language is shaming. The goal is to gently invite your nervous system back into your body. Pendulation, the art of gentle movement. Pendulation is the practice of moving your attention between activation and calm, between discomfort and resource, between past and present. It is the opposite of diving in. It is touching and releasing, building your capacity to be with difficulty without being overwhelmed. Here is a simple pendulation practice you can do for 5 minutes a day. Exercise basic pendulation. Settle. Sit in a comfortable position. Take 3 slow breaths. Feel your body in the chair. Feel your feet on the floor. Find a neutral or pleasant sensation. Scan your body. Find an area that feels neutral or good. Maybe your hands resting in your lap, or the feeling of your back against the chair, or your breath moving in and out. Rest your attention there for 30 seconds. Gently touch an area of activation. Shift your attention to an area of your body where you feel tension, discomfort, or numbness. Do not try to change it. Just notice it for 10 to 15 seconds. Return to the neutral/pleasant sensation. Go back to the area that felt okay. Rest there for 30 to 60 seconds. Notice if anything has shifted. Repeat. Pendulate back and forth. Activation, resource, activation, resource. Each time you return to resource, stay a little longer than you stayed with the activation. This is not about processing trauma. It is about building capacity. Each time you pendulate, you are teaching your nervous system that it can touch activation without being destroyed. Over time, your window of tolerance widens. The body's safety signals. Your body has innate safety signals, physiological states, that tell your nervous system all is well. The problem is that in complex trauma, you have lost access to these signals. Your body is stuck in alarm mode. You can relearn safety by deliberately cultivating these signals. Slow, extended exhalation. When you are calm, your exhalation is longer than your inhalation. When you are stressed, your inhalation is shorter and your exhalation is quicker, preparing to run or fight. Try this. Inhale for a count of 4. Exhale for a count of 6 or 8. Do this for 2 minutes. You are manually telling your nervous system, we are not in danger. Danger requires short, sharp breaths. We are breathing long and slow. We are safe, softening the eyes. When you are in threat mode, your eyes become hard, focused, scanning for danger. When you are safe, your eyes are soft, with a wider peripheral field. Try this. Keep your gaze soft. Do not focus on any one thing. Let your peripheral vision expand. Feel as if you are looking through what is in front of you, not at it. Notice how your body responds. Half smile. This sounds ridiculous. Try it anyway. When you are safe, the corners of your mouth are slightly lifted. Not a full smile, but a subtle half smile. You can deliberately create this shape with your mouth. Your brain reads the facial expression and sends safety signals to the rest of your body. Try it now. Let the corners of your mouth lift just slightly. Not a grin. Just a gentle lift. Notice what happens in your chest, your shoulders, your breath. Heart-focused breathing. Place your hand over your heart. Breathe slowly. Imagine that your breath is moving in and out through your heart. As you inhale, imagine drawing in calm. As you exhale, imagine sending out ease. This practice has been shown to increase heart rate variability, HRV, a physiological marker of resilience and self-regulation. Creating a safety plan. Before you do any deeper healing work, create a safety plan, a written protocol for what you will do when you become dysregulated. Here is a template. Fill it out now. My safety plan. When I notice I am becoming dysregulated, hyper or hypo, I will stop. Pause whatever I am doing. Do not try to push through. Name it. Say to myself, I am dysregulated. This is not an emergency. I have tools. Use a grounding technique. My go-to grounding techniques are, write 2 to 3 here. Example, feel my feet on the floor. Name 5 things I can see. Use a resourcing technique. My go-to resources are, write 2 to 3 here. Example, hold my smooth stone. Take 5 slow breaths. Pendulate if I am able. Touch the activation briefly, then return to resource. Reach out if I need support. My safe people are, write 1 to 3 names and phone numbers. Rest after I have regulated. Do not push myself to return to activity immediately. If I cannot regulate after 20 minutes of trying, I will. Write a plan, call a therapist, go to an emergency room, call a crisis line, etc. Keep this plan somewhere accessible. Practice it when you are calm, so it becomes automatic when you are not. Real patient example. The 5-minute anchor. Let me tell you about Jenna. Jenna was 33, a nurse, and she had severe panic attacks, sometimes several a day. Her window of tolerance was extremely narrow. Any stressor, no matter how small, would send her into hyperarousal. We did not start with her trauma history. We started with resources. Jenna identified one external resource, her dog, a golden retriever named Gus. One internal resource, the feeling of her hand on her heart. We practiced grounding for 5 minutes every day, not when she was panicking, when she was calm. We were building a neural pathway that she could access later. After 2 weeks, Jenna had a panic attack at work, but this time something was different. Instead of being completely overwhelmed, she remembered the practice. She put her hand on her heart. She breathed slowly. She thought of Gus. The panic did not disappear, but it reduced from a 9 to a 6. That is success. That is progress. Over time, Jenna's window of tolerance widened. Her panic attacks became less frequent, less intense, and shorter. She learned that she could survive dysregulation. She learned that she had tools, and that knowledge, that felt sense of agency, was the foundation of everything else she would heal. When stabilization is not enough. For some people, stabilization techniques are not enough. If you have severe, frequent dissociative episodes, panic attacks, or suicidal thoughts, please seek professional help. There is no shame in needing more support than a book can provide. Similarly, if you have a history of severe trauma, especially childhood sexual abuse, torture, or captivity, please do this work with a trained trauma therapist. Body-based work can be destabilizing if not done carefully. This book is a guide. It is not a replacement for therapy, medication, or community support. Use it as a supplement, not a substitute. The bridge to part work. Now that you have tools to stabilize your nervous system, to ground, to resource, to pendulate, to widen your window of tolerance, you are ready to go deeper. In the next chapter, we will explore part work, internal family systems, a way of understanding yourself, not as a single broken self, but as a system of parts, each with its own perspective, its own history, and its own wisdom. You have already met some of these parts. The inner critic is a part. The fight response is a part. The shame is a part. In the next chapter, we will learn to relate to them differently, not as enemies to be destroyed, but as protectors to be understood and loved. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Take your safety plan. Read it aloud to yourself. Then put it somewhere you can find it. Then place your hand on your heart. Feel your breath and say, I am learning to be safe in my own body. I am learning to be present in my own life. I am not there anymore. I am here. And here I have tools. Here I have resources. Here I am beginning. Chapter 10. Part work. Who is speaking inside you? Internal family systems. By now you have met many voices inside yourself. The inner critic, the shamer, the people-pleaser, the angry protector, the frozen one, the one that wants to run, the one that wants to hide. You may have experienced these voices as a problem to be solved, as enemies to be defeated, as evidence that you are fragmented, broken, or multiple personalities. But what if these voices are not problems? What if they are parts of you, each with its own perspective, its own history, its own legitimate concerns? And what if the goal is not to eliminate them, but to relate to them differently? This is the insight at the heart of internal family systems, IFS therapy, developed by Dr. Richard Schwartz. IFS is one of the most powerful and transformative approaches to healing complex trauma because it replaces self-criticism with curiosity and self-hatred with compassion. In this chapter, you will learn to recognize the different parts of your internal system, understand the roles parts play, protectors, exiles, firefighters. Access yourself, the calm, compassionate center that you already are beneath the parts. Begin a new relationship with your most difficult parts. The core insight of IF. The core insight of IFS is deceptively simple. You are not one thing. You are a system of parts. Every human being has parts. Think of how you can be part of you that wants to go to bed early and another part that wants to stay up watching television. Or part of you that loves your partner and another part that wants to push them away. This is normal. This is human. In complex trauma, the part system becomes extreme. Parts take on extreme roles to survive. They become polarized, fighting each other. They become isolated, exiles. They become desperate, firefighters. But they are not pathology. They are adaptations. The goal of IFS is not to get rid of parts. It is to unburden them, to help them let go of the extreme beliefs and emotions they took on in the past, so they can take on healthier roles in your internal system. And the one who does this healing is not the therapist, not the book, not a technique. It is yourself, the core of who you are beneath all the parts. The self, your inner healer. Here is the most important thing I will tell you in this chapter. You already have within you a self that is calm, curious, compassionate, confident, creative, courageous, and connected. This self is not something you need to build or earn. It is your birthright. It is who you were before the trauma. It is who you are right now, underneath the noise of your parts. You have experienced this self, even if you didn't name it. Think of a moment when you were completely present, watching a sunset, holding a baby, lost in music, helping a friend. In that moment, there was no inner critic, no shame, no anxiety, just you, present and whole. That is yourself. The parts are not bad. They are not enemies. They are protectors who took on extreme jobs to keep yourself safe. And when they feel seen, heard, and appreciated by yourself, they can relax, they can trust that you are okay, they can step back and let yourself lead. The 3 types of parts. In IFS, parts fall into 3 general categories. Understanding these categories will help you make sense of your internal world. 1. Exiles. Exiles are the youngest, most vulnerable parts of you. They carry the pain, fear, shame, and grief from traumatic events. They are called exiles because they have been pushed out of consciousness, locked away, frozen in time by the protector parts. Exiles hold the terror of a child who was hit or screamed at, the shame of a child who was told they were bad, the grief of a child who was not held or comforted, the loneliness of a child who was invisible, the rage of a child who was powerless. Exiles are frozen in the past. They do not know that you are now an adult. They are still waiting to be rescued, still waiting to be seen, still waiting for someone to tell them they are okay. The problem is that exiles cannot stay exiled forever. When something triggers them, a tone of voice, a smell, a situation, they bleed through the protectors. You feel a sudden wave of shame, terror, or despair. That is an exile's pain surfacing. 2. Protectors, managers. Protectors are the parts that try to keep exiles locked away. They manage your daily life, trying to prevent anything that might trigger an exile. They are the parts you probably think of as you, the inner critic, the perfectionist, the people pleaser, the overworker, the isolator. Common protectors, managers include the inner critic, attacks you before others can, keeps you small and safe. The perfectionist demands flawlessness. If you're perfect, you won't be rejected. The people pleaser keeps everyone happy. If they're happy, they won't hurt you. The worrier scans for danger constantly, prepares for worst-case scenarios. The numbing part uses food, alcohol, screens, work, or sleep to avoid feelings. The controller needs everything predictable, cannot tolerate uncertainty. Protectors are not bad. They are overworked. They took on a job protecting you from unbearable pain, and they have been doing that job tirelessly for years, often decades. They deserve gratitude, not anger. 3. Firefighters. Firefighters are also protectors, but they operate differently. While managers try to prevent exiles from surfacing, through control, perfectionism, people-pleasing. Firefighters try to extinguish the pain when an exile does break through. Firefighters act fast, they are impulsive, they want immediate relief no matter the cost. Common firefighters include binge eating or drinking using drugs, impulsive sex or self-harm rage outbursts, which flood the system with adrenaline, overriding the pain. Dissociation, checking out completely. Suicidal urges, the ultimate firefighter. I will destroy the whole system to stop the pain. Firefighters are often judged harshly, but in IFS we understand that they are trying to help. Their methods are extreme because the pain they are trying to extinguish is extreme. When firefighters are appreciated and given better tools, they can calm down. Real patient example, the parts of a single day. Let me introduce you to Chloe, not the Chloe from earlier, a different Chloe. Chloe was 24, a graduate student, and she came to me because she was exhausted by her own internal drama. I feel like there's a committee in my head and they're all fighting, she said. I asked Chloe to describe a typical day from the perspective of her parts. Morning. There's the part that wants to stay in bed forever. It's so heavy. Then there's the part that's terrified of being late, so it screams at me to get up. I'm exhausted before I even get out of bed. During the day, there's the perfectionist part that checks every email 5 times. Then there's the people-pleaser part that says yes to everything, even when I'm drowning. Then there's the inner critic that tells me I'm not doing enough. And then there's the angry part that wants to tell everyone to leave me alone. Evening. By the end of the day, I'm so tired that the exile comes out, this little girl inside me who just wants someone to hold her and tell her she's okay. But I can't let her out because if I do, I'll fall apart. So I watch Netflix for 4 hours until I pass out. Chloe's parts were not her enemies. They were a system trying to protect an exile, a young girl who had been criticized and ignored her whole childhood. The perfectionist was trying to prevent criticism. The people-pleaser was trying to prevent rejection. The angry part was trying to create distance. And the Netflix part was numbing the exile's pain. Once Chloe saw her system as parts, not as pathology, she stopped hating herself. She started getting curious. And that curiosity, that self-led curiosity, was the beginning of healing. The 8 C's of self-leadership. When your self is in charge, not the parts, you naturally access certain qualities. IFS calls these the 8 C's. You can use them as a checklist to know when you are in self versus when you are blended with a part. Quality, what it feels like. Calm, not frantic, not numb. A settled, grounded presence. Curiosity, genuine interest in what's happening inside. Not judgment, not analysis. Just, I wonder. Compassion, a tender, caring response to suffering your own or others. Confidence, quiet knowing that you can handle what arises. Not arrogance, just trust. Courage, willingness to turn toward pain, not away from it. Clarity, seeing clearly what is happening without distortion. Creativity, finding new solutions, new perspectives, new ways of being. Connectedness, feeling connected to yourself, to others, to something larger. When you notice that you are lacking any of these qualities, for example, when you feel frantic instead of calm or judgmental instead of curious, you are likely blended with a part. That's okay. You can unblend by simply noticing. Unblending, separating self from part. The foundational skill of IFS is unblending, creating enough distance between yourself and a part that you can relate to, the part instead of being consumed by it. Here is a simple unblending exercise. Exercise, the hand on the heart. When you notice you are blended with a part, the inner critic is loud, the shame is overwhelming, the anger is hot. Place your hand on your heart. Take a breath, then say as genuinely as you can, I notice that a part of me is feeling angry, ashamed, scared, etc. Notice the shift. You are no longer being the anger. You are the one noticing the anger. That gap, even a millimeter, is unblending. You can deepen the unblending by asking, if I could step back from this part just a little, how would I feel toward it? The answer might be curious, compassionate, tired of it, annoyed. Any answer is fine. The question itself creates space. Getting to know a protector. Once you have unblended from a part, you can begin a dialogue with it. The goal is not to get rid of the part, it is to understand it. Protectors respond to being seen and appreciated. Here is a basic template for getting to know a protector part. Step 1. Locate the part in your body. Where do you feel this part? Chest, stomach, throat, shoulders? What is the sensation? Tightness, heat, cold, a lump? Step 2. Turn toward the part with curiosity, not with judgment. Not with, I need to get rid of you. Just curiosity. Say in your mind or out loud, I see you, I know you're here. I'm not trying to make you go away. I just want to understand you. Step 3. Ask the part what it does. What is your job? What do you do to try to protect me? The inner critic might say, I keep you safe by making sure you never make a mistake. If you're perfect, no one can criticize you. The people pleaser might say, I keep you safe by making sure everyone is happy. If they're happy, they won't abandon you. Step 4. Ask the part what it's afraid would happen if it stopped doing its job. This is a key question. What are you afraid would happen if you relaxed? Just a little. The critic might say, if I stopped, you'd become lazy and entitled, and everyone would hate you. The people pleaser might say, if I stopped, everyone would leave you and you'd die alone. Step 5. Acknowledge the part's positive intention. I see that you are trying to protect me. I appreciate that. Thank you for working so hard. This is not about agreeing with the part's methods. It's about acknowledging its intention. Protectors have been working tirelessly, often for decades, without any thanks. Gratitude can transform your relationship with a part. Step 6. Ask the part to step back, just a little. Would you be willing to step back just a little so I can get to know you better? You don't have to go away. Just give me a little space. Most parts will step back, at least a bit, when asked respectfully. If they won't, that's okay. That tells you something about how scared they are. You can thank them for their vigilance and try again later. Real patient example. The part that wouldn't step back. Let me tell you about Marcus, not the Marcus from earlier, a different Marcus. Marcus was 47, a contractor, and he had a part he called the wall. When his wife wanted to talk about emotions, the wall would come up a thick, impenetrable, dead feeling in his chest. He would go silent. He would stare at the wall, hence the name. His wife would get frustrated. He would feel ashamed. The cycle would repeat. When I asked Marcus to get to know the wall was not cooperative. It did not want to be seen. It did not want to step back. So I asked Marcus to ask the wall, what are you afraid would happen if you let me feel something right now? After a long pause, Marcus said, it says, if you feel, you'll fall apart. And if you fall apart, no one will put you back together. You'll be alone in pieces forever. This was the protector's fear, not irrational given Marcus's childhood. He had grown up with a mother who was emotionally volatile and a father who was absent. When Marcus cried as a child, he was told to man up or sent to his room alone. He learned that emotions led to abandonment. The wall was not Marcus's enemy. It was a protector that had kept him alive by preventing him from feeling emotions that, in his childhood, would have led to isolation and shame. Once Marcus understood this, really understood it, he could thank the wall. He could say, "I know you're trying to protect me. I appreciate you. But I'm not that little boy anymore. I have a wife who stays. I have a therapist. I can feel things now and not fall apart." The wall did not disappear, but it softened. Over time, Marcus could feel a sliver of sadness, a crack of grief, a hint of joy. And the world did not end. Accessing exiles. Working with exiles is delicate. Unlike protectors, exiles are not meant to be approached directly until your protectors trust you. If you try to access an exile before your protectors are ready, the protectors will panic and you will experience intense flooding, dissociation, or a firefighter emergency. For this reason, I strongly recommend that you do not try to access exiles alone if you have significant trauma. Work with a trained IFS therapist. The material in this book is to help you understand exiles, not to excavate them unsupported. However, you can begin to recognize when an exile is surfacing. Signs include a sudden overwhelming wave of emotion, shame, terror, grief that feels young, a physical sensation of a young part small, curled up, frozen. A memory or sensation that feels like it belongs to a child, not to you. An intense urge to escape, numb, or self-harm. Firefighter activation. If you notice these signs, do not dive into the exile. Instead, check in with your protectors. Ask, what part is afraid right now? What does it need from me? Stabilize, ground, resource. Then, if you have a therapist, bring this experience to them. The polarization dance parts often become polarized. They fight each other, each pulling you in a different direction. Common polarizations in complex trauma include the perfectionist versus the procrastinator. One wants you to work, the other wants you to hide. The people pleaser versus the angry part. One wants you to say yes, the other wants you to scream. The anxious part versus the numb part. One wants you to feel everything, the other wants you to feel nothing. Polarizations create exhaustion. You swing back and forth, never landing anywhere. The solution is not to pick a side. The solution is to invite self between the polarized parts. Self can hold both parts with compassion, understanding that both are trying to protect you in different ways. Exercise, dialoguing between polarized parts. If you notice two parts in conflict, try this. Unblend from both parts. Place your hand on your heart. Say, I notice two parts are fighting. Ask one part, what are you afraid would happen if the other part got its way? Ask the other part, what are you afraid would happen if the first part got its way? Ask each part, is there anything you need from me right now? Thank both parts for their protection. Let them know that your self is here, and you will try to find a way to honor both of their concerns. Polarizations often resolve when the parts feel heard by self. They don't need to win anymore. They just need to be seen. The burden of parts. Parts carry burdens, extreme beliefs, emotions, or roles that were imposed on them by past experiences. These burdens are not intrinsic to the part. They were taken on in response to trauma. Common burdens include I am worthless, shame burden. I must be perfect to be loved. Perfectionism burden. My needs are bad. Self-neglect burden. I am dangerous. Anger burden. I am invisible. Neglect burden. The goal of IFS is not to eliminate parts, and it is to unburden them, to help them let go of these extreme roles and return to their natural, healthy states. A part that carries the burden of perfectionism might, once unburdened, become a part that enjoys doing things well without anxiety. A part that carries the burden of shame might become a part that holds healthy humility and self-awareness. Unburdening is deep work. It often involves revisiting the original traumatic scene in a safe, controlled way, allowing the part to express what it couldn't express then, and then retrieving the part to a safe place in the present. This is work for a trained therapist, but you can begin the process by simply noticing burdens. When you feel the inner critic rise, you can ask, is this part's harshness a burden it took on? What would this part be like without that burden? Real patient example, the exile who was 7. Let me tell you about Sophia. Sophia was 51, a teacher, and she had been in therapy before. She knew her history. Her father had died when she was 7, and her mother had collapsed into depression, leaving Sophia to raise her younger siblings. She had talked about this many times, but she had never felt it. In IFS, we found the exile. It was 7-year-old Sophia standing in the kitchen, making peanut butter sandwiches for her little brother and sister while her mother slept. The exile was carrying a massive burden. It's all my fault. If I had been better, maybe Daddy wouldn't have died. I have to be perfect or everyone will leave. Sophia's protectors, the perfectionist, the overworker, the people-pleaser, had been running this exile's script for 44 years. No wonder she was exhausted. With her protector's permission, this took many sessions, Sophia was able to approach the exile. She did not try to change the exile's story. She just showed up. She said to the 7-year-old, I see you, you're doing so much, and it's not your fault. Daddy's death was not your fault. You were just a little girl. The exile cried. Sophia cried. And then something shifted. The exile let go of some of the burden. Not all, but some. And Sophia's protectors, seeing that the exile was now being cared for by an adult self, began to relax. The perfectionist softened. The people-pleaser said no for the first time. This is the power of parts work, not intellectual understanding. Relational healing between yourself and your parts. Applying IFS to daily life. You do not need to be in therapy to start working with parts. You can begin today in small ways. When you feel a strong emotion, pause. Ask, which part is feeling this? Where is this part in my body? What does it look like? How old does it feel? When you hear the inner critic, say, I notice a part is criticizing me. Thank you for trying to help. What are you afraid of right now? When you are stuck in indecision, ask, which parts are involved here? Let me hear each one. Then I'll let myself decide. When you feel shame, say, a part of me feels ashamed. That part is carrying a burden from a long time ago. I am here with that part now. You are not trying to get rid of parts. You are trying to lead your parts from yourself. The image is the orchestra. The parts are the instruments, each with its own voice. Yourself is the conductor. Right now, the orchestra is playing chaos because there is no conductor. You are learning to pick up the baton. What IFS can and cannot do. IFS is remarkably effective for complex trauma. It is gentle, respectful, and honors the wisdom of your internal system. It does not require you to re-traumatize yourself by narrating every detail of your past. It works with the parts that are present now. However, IFS is not a quick fix. It takes time to build trust with protectors. It takes courage to approach exiles. It takes practice to stay in self when parts are screaming. And IFS works best in conjunction with body-based approaches, sensorimotor therapy, emotion-focused therapy, and nervous system stabilization. That is why this book integrates all 4 modalities. The bridge to grieving now, that you have a framework for understanding your internal system. the protectors, the exiles, and the self. You are ready to go deeper into the emotional core of healing. In the next chapter, we will explore grieving, the process of feeling the pain that your protectors have been trying to keep at bay. Grieving is not punishment. It is not weakness. It is the natural, biological process of the letting go of what was lost, what never was, and what should have been. The protectors will resist grieving. They will tell you it's dangerous, that you'll fall apart, that you'll never stop crying. But when your self is strong enough and your protectors trust you enough, grieving becomes possible. And grieving is the path to freedom. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on your heart, close your eyes for a moment, and ask yourself, which part of me is most active right now? Do not judge the answer, just notice. Then say to that part, I see you, thank you for being here. I know you're trying to help. I'm going to learn more about you, and I'm not going to try to get rid of you. You belong here. That is the beginning of a new relationship with yourself. Not war, not eradication, but curiosity, compassion, leadership from self. Welcome home. Chapter 11. Grieving the Ungrieved, Emotion-Focused Therapy. You have learned to stabilize your nervous system. You have learned to recognize and relate to your parts. Now you are ready for something harder and more liberating. You must grieve. Not because you are weak, not because someone says you should, but because ungrieved pain does not disappear. It transforms. It becomes depression, anxiety, rage, shame, and the relentless sense that something is wrong with you. Grief is the natural biological response to loss. When you lose someone you love, you grieve. When you lose a dream, you grieve. When you are betrayed, you grieve. When you are hurt by someone who should have protected you, you grieve. And when you were a child living in an environment that was not safe enough, not attuned enough, not loving enough, you lost something. You lost the childhood you deserved. You lost the Anquangan that should have been your birthright. You lost the feeling of being truly seen, truly known, truly held. You have been carrying that loss your whole life, and you have never fully grieved it. This chapter is about learning to grieve not as an intellectual exercise, but as an embodied, emotional, transformational process. Drawing from emotion-focused therapy, FT, developed by Dr. Leslie Greenberg, we will explore how to access, allow, and process core emotional pain so that it can finally move through you and release. Why we don't grieve. If grieving is natural, why haven't you done it already? Because your protectors will not let you. They believe correctly, given your childhood, that feeling your full pain is dangerous. They believe that if you start crying, you will never stop. That if you feel the anger, you will become violent. That if you touch the grief, you will drown. So the protectors keep the exiles locked away. They fill your life with busyness, with criticism, with numbing, with distraction. They keep you just dysregulated enough to avoid the deep pain, but not so dysregulated that you cannot function, and it works for a while. But the cost is enormous. The exiles grow heavier, the protectors grow more extreme, and you grow more exhausted, more empty, more disconnected from yourself. Grieving is not the enemy. Grieving is the release. The protectors do not need to be destroyed. They need to be reassured by yourself that you can now handle what you could not handle as a child. The difference between grief and depression. This distinction is crucial. Depression is often frozen, numb, hopeless. It says, nothing matters. There's no point. I will always feel this way. Depression is often ungrieved pain that has turned inward and gone cold. Grief is alive. It moves. It changes. It has waves. It includes sadness, but also anger, yearning, fear, and eventually acceptance and reconnection. Grief is painful, but it is active pain, not frozen pain. If you feel numb, flat, or hopeless, you may not be depressed. You may be carrying ungrieved grief. The grief is there, but it is frozen. The goal is not to cheer up. The goal is to thaw. The 5 stages of grief, adapted for complex trauma. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, were originally developed for terminal illness, but they can be adapted for the losses of complex trauma. 1. Denial. It wasn't that bad. Other people had it worse. I'm fine. Denial is a protector. It keeps you from feeling the full weight of what happened. Denial is not a failure. It is a survival strategy. But at some point, denial becomes a prison. 2. Anger. This should not have happened to me. I deserved better. I am angry at my parents, at the world, at God, at myself. Anger is the energy of protest. It says, this is wrong. For many people with complex trauma, anger is the hardest stage to access because anger was punished or because anger was dangerous. 3. Bargaining. If only I had been better, smarter, quieter, funnier, then they would have loved me. If I just try harder now, I can undo the past. Bargaining is the desperate attempt to regain control. It keeps you trapped in the fantasy that you could have changed what happened. 4. Depression, for grief proper. This is the deep sadness, the crying, the mourning, the acknowledgement that what happened cannot be undone, that what you lost cannot be replaced. This stage is often mistaken for clinical depression, but it is different. It is grief moving through you, not getting stuck in you. 5. Acceptance. Not forgiveness. Not it was for the best. Not pretending it didn't matter. Acceptance means this happened. It should not have happened. It wounded me. And I am still here. I can still live. Acceptance is not the absence of pain. It is the integration of pain into a larger living story. Most people with complex trauma are stuck somewhere between denial and bargaining. This chapter is about helping you move toward grief proper and eventually toward acceptance. The Adaptive Information Processing Model. From an EFT perspective, emotions are not problems to be solved. They are adaptive information. Your emotions tell you what matters to you, sadness at loss, what violates your values, anger at injustice, what threatens your safety, fear of danger, what brings you connection, joy at love. In complex trauma, the adaptive information is blocked. The emotion could not be fully processed because the situation was ongoing, or because you had no support, or because expressing the emotion was dangerous. So the emotion got stuck, not processed, not released, just frozen in your body and nervous system. The goal of EFT is to unblock the adaptive information to help you feel the emotion fully, in a safe environment so that it can complete its natural arc and release. You do not need to remember every detail of the trauma. You just need to feel the core emotional pain that remains stuck. And when you really feel it, with yourself present, it begins to transform. Accessing core pain. Most of us do not have direct access to our core pain. It is buried under layers of secondary emotions and protectors. Secondary emotions are the emotions we show on the outside. They are often reactive, defensive, or socially acceptable. For example, anger might be a secondary emotion covering sadness. Anxiety might be covering fear. Irritability might be covering grief. Primary emotions are the deeper, more vulnerable feelings: sadness, fear, shame, and grief. These are the emotions the protectors are trying to keep at bay. Core pain is the deepest layer. It is often wordless, a felt sense of aloneness, worthlessness, or terror that comes from the earliest wounds. The path to core pain is not through force. It is through following the thread of a secondary emotion down to the primary emotion, and then down to the core pain. Exercise following the emotion. Think of a recent situation where you had a strong reaction. Maybe you snapped at someone, or spiraled into shame, or felt suddenly terrified. Ask yourself, what was the first emotion I felt? Often anger, irritation, anxiety, or numbness. If I could go under that emotion, what would be there? Maybe sadness, fear, or hurt. If I could go under that, what would be there? Maybe a sense of being alone, or unworthy, or terrified of abandonment. How old does this feeling feel? Often very young. You are not trying to fix anything. You are just tracking following the emotion down to its source. Do this gently. If you feel flooded, stop. Pendulate, resource. Unlocking grief. The empty chair. One of the most powerful techniques in EFT is the empty chair, a structured dialogue between you and someone else, or between two parts of you. For grief work, the empty chair allows you to say what was never said to the person who hurt you, or to the person who was not there for you, or to the version of yourself who suffered. Exercise. The empty chair for unfinished business. Set up 2 chairs facing each other. Sit in one chair. In the other chair, imagine the person to whom you have unfinished emotional business: a parent, a caregiver, an ex-partner, a bully. Do not invite someone who is actively dangerous to you. This is a symbolic exercise. Speak to them. Say what you never got to say. You might say, "I was so scared when you did that. I needed you to protect me and you didn't. I was just a child. It wasn't my fault. I am so angry at you for what you took from me. I deserved to be loved. I deserved to be seen." Then move to the other chair. As the other person, respond not how they would respond, probably defensively, but how you needed them to respond. Let your own voice become the voice of the parent who should have been, "You're right. I should have been there. It wasn't your fault. You deserved better." Move back and forth. Let the dialogue unfold. You may cry. You may rage. You may shake. That is the grief moving. This is not about forgiving the actual person. It is about completing the emotional transaction in your own heart. You give yourself what you never received. And then something releases. Real patient example. The father who never listened. Let me tell you about Peter. Peter was 58, a retired firefighter. Yes, another one. And he had never cried in adulthood. "I don't cry," he told me. "I'm not a crier. I just get angry." Peter's father had been a silent, critical man. He never hit Peter. He never yelled. He just wasn't there. He came home from work, sat in his chair, read the newspaper, and said nothing. When Peter tried to talk to him, his father would grunt and turn away. Peter learned that his feelings did not matter. He learned that connection was not available. He learned that the only acceptable emotion was no emotion. We did an empty chair dialogue. Peter sat in one chair. In the other chair, he imagined his father. "Say what you never got to say," I said. Peter sat in silence for a long time, then his voice cracking, "I just wanted you to look at me. Just once. I wanted you to ask me how my day was. I wanted you to care." He moved to the other chair as his father. "I didn't know how. I was raised the same way. I'm sorry." Back to his own chair. "You're my dad. You were supposed to figure it out. I was just a kid. I needed you." The tears came, not a trickle, a flood. Peter cried for 20 minutes. He cried for the little boy who had sat in silence. He cried for the teenager who had given up trying. He cried for the man who had spent 58 years not crying. Afterward, Peter said, I didn't know I was carrying that. I thought I was just angry. But it's not anger, it's grief. I'm grieving the father I never had. The anger did not disappear, but it softened. And Peter began to cry, not often, but sometimes. At a movie, when his granddaughter hugged him, when he felt something he could finally feel. The grief of what never was. Complex trauma involves not only what happened to you, but also what did not happen that should have. You may grieve the childhood you never had, the parents you needed and did not receive, the safety that should have been yours, the feeling of being truly seen and known, the spontaneity and joy that were stolen, the person you might have become without the trauma. This grief is real. It is not self-pity. It is not weakness. It is the acknowledgement of a profound loss. And until you grieve it, you will carry it as a weight, a vague sense that something is missing, that you are not quite alive, that you are less than you should have been. Exercise writing a letter to what you lost. Take a piece of paper. Write a letter to the life you did not get to live. Address it to the childhood I never had, or the person I might have been. Write without censoring. Let yourself feel the loss. I would have been more playful. I would have trusted people. I would have known that I was lovable. I would have... This is not a letter you send. It is a letter you feel. Let the grief rise. Let the tears come. Then, when you are done, you can keep the letter or burn it or tear it up. The act of writing is the healing. The fear of grieving. If you are like most of my patients, you are afraid of this chapter. You have avoided grief your whole life. You have 100 reasons why you can't grieve right now. Let me address the most common fears. If I start crying, I'll never stop. This is the most common fear. It is also false. Emotions are waves. They rise, peak, and fall. The reason you feel like you would never stop is that you have been stopping the grief for so long that it has built up pressure. When you finally open the valve, it will release, but it will not release forever. It will release until the pressure is reduced. Then you will stop. Your body knows how to grieve. You just have to let it. It will be too much. I'll fall apart. Yourself is stronger than you think. You have survived everything that has happened to you. You can survive feeling it. And you are not alone. You have yourself, your parts, and the skills from previous chapters. You can pendulate. You can resource. You can stop if it becomes too much. You are in control. I don't want to be a victim. Grieving is not victimhood. Victimhood is staying stuck. Grieving is the way out of victimhood. It is the acknowledgement of what happened so that you can stop being defined by it. You cannot heal what you will not feel. Avoiding grief is what keeps you a victim. Feeling it is what sets you free. I already know what happened. Why do I have to feel it? Intellectual knowing is not healing. You can know your whole story and still be emotionally frozen. Healing happens when the felt sense of the trauma is processed, not just understood. Your body needs to know, not just your mind. I'm afraid of the anger. I might hurt someone. Anger is energy. It is not dangerous unless you aim it at people. You can feel rage without acting on it. You can punch a pillow, scream into a void, write furious letters. The anger is not the problem. The suppression of anger is the problem. The grieving process. A practical guide. Here is a step-by-step guide to grieving adapted from EFT principles. Phase 1. Preparation. Before you grieve, ensure you are in a safe environment. You will not be interrupted. You have resources nearby: water, blanket, grounding objects. You have a plan for aftercare. Your protectors have been consulted. You can ask them, "I'd like to grieve. Are you willing to step back for a bit?" If not, respect that. Work on protector trust first. Phase 2. access bring to mind a specific loss. Not everything that is too abstract. A specific moment. The time your parent forgot your birthday. The time you were bullied and no one helped. The time you needed comfort and received silence. Feel the feeling in your body. Where is it? What is the sensation? Phase 3. Allow. Do not try to change the feeling. Do not try to stop it. Do not analyze it. Just be with it. Breathe into it. Let it expand if it wants to. If tears come, let them. If a sound wants to come, a sob, a scream, a groan, let it. Your body knows how to grieve. Get out of its way. Phase 4. Deepen. If the feeling is sadness, ask, what is the sadness about? Let the words come. I'm sad that I never felt loved. I'm sad that I was so alone. If the feeling is anger, ask, what is the anger about? I'm angry that they didn't protect me. I'm angry that I had to be so small. If the feeling is fear, ask, what is the fear about? I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. Phase 5. Complete grief completes itself naturally when the emotion has been fully felt and the adaptive information has been processed. You will know it is complete when you feel a sense of shift. Not that the pain is gone, but that it has moved. It is no longer stuck. It has been heard. Phase 6. Aftercare. After grieving, rest, hydrate, eat something, move gently. Do not immediately return to work or stress. Your nervous system just did something hard. Treat yourself with the kindness you would offer a friend who had just cried for an hour. The wave of grief. What to expect, grief does not happen once. It comes in waves. The first wave may be huge, a tsunami. You may cry for an hour, then feel exhausted, then feel numb. That is normal. Then days or weeks later, another wave may come, smaller maybe, or bigger. Grief is not linear. It does not follow a schedule. Over time, the waves become less frequent and less intense. The grief does not disappear, but it integrates. It becomes part of your story, not the whole story. You can feel sad about what happened without being consumed by it. You can remember the past without living in it. This is acceptance, not forgetting, not moving on, but moving with carrying your grief in a way that does not paralyze you. Real patient example, the grief that took 2 years. Let me tell you about Anita. Anita was 39, a librarian, and she had been in trauma therapy for 2 years before we started grief work. She had stabilized her nervous system. She knew her parts, she had a strong self. But she was still stuck. I feel like there's a wall, she said. I know there's pain behind it, but I can't get to it. We did not push. We just kept meeting the protectors. The wall part, the numbing part, the I'm fine part. Slowly, they began to trust that Anita's self could handle what was behind them. One day, Anita came to session and said, I'm ready. We set up the chairs. She imagined her mother in the empty chair. Her mother had been emotionally neglectful, present in the house, absent in her heart. Anita started to speak, and then she stopped. And then she started crying. Not a controlled cry, a wail. A sound I had never heard from her. I needed you, she said, gasping. I was just a little girl. I needed you to hold me. I needed you to see me. Why couldn't you see me? She cried for the entire session, and then she stopped, and she said, I've been carrying that my whole life. That's what the heaviness was. It was that little girl, crying alone, waiting for her mother. The grief did not end in one session. Anita grieved in waves for 2 years. But something fundamental shifted in that first wave. The wall came down. The numbness began to thaw. Anita started to feel joy, real joy, for the first time in her memory. Not because the pain was gone, because the pain was no longer frozen. When grief gets stuck, sometimes, despite your best efforts, grief gets stuck. You cannot access it, or you access it, but it doesn't release, or you feel worse after trying. This can happen for several reasons. Protectors are too strong. They need more trust building. Go back to Chapter 10. Get to know them, appreciate them, ask what they need. The grief is too large to process alone. You may need a therapist to hold space for you. There is no shame in that. Grief was meant to be witnessed. There is another layer beneath the grief, and sometimes what looks like grief is actually shame or terror or something else. Follow the emotion deeper. You are not ready. That is okay. Healing is not a race. You can try again another time. If grief feels impossible, do not force it. Focus on stabilization, resourcing, and parts work. The grief will be there when you are ready. The relationship between grief and forgiveness. Many people believe that they must forgive to heal. They try to force forgiveness before they have grieved, and they end up feeling more shame, more stuck, more resentful. Here is a different order. Acknowledge what happened. No minimization. Grieve the loss, feel the anger, the sadness, the fear. Accept that it happened and cannot be changed. Then, if it feels right, consider forgiveness. Forgiveness that bypasses grief is not forgiveness. It is dissociation. It is spiritual bypass. True forgiveness, if it comes at all, emerges naturally after grief has done its work. And it is not required. Many people heal without forgiving. Do not let anyone pressure you to forgive before you are ready or at all. Your grief is yours. Your healing is yours. You get to decide. The bridge to neuroscience grieving is emotional work, but it is also neurological work. When you grieve, you are literally rewiring your brain. The frozen memories are being reprocessed. The stuck emotions are being discharged. The neural pathways that kept you trapped are being pruned, and new pathways are being grown. In the next chapter, we will explore the neuroscience of healing, how your brain changes when you do this work, and how you can accelerate that change with specific practices drawn from neuroplasticity research. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Think of one loss you have never fully grieved. Not everything, just one. A specific moment, a specific absence, a specific hurt. Now, instead of turning away from it, turn toward it, just for a moment, just to acknowledge that it is there. Just to say to yourself, something happened to me. It should not have happened. I am carrying grief about it. I don't have to fix it today, but I don't have to pretend it isn't there anymore. That is the first step. Not the crying, not the anger, just the acknowledgement. The grief has been waiting for you. It is patient. It knows you are learning, and it will be there when you are ready to finally, truly feel it. Chapter 12. Rewiring the Alarm System. Neuroscience Tools. You have learned to stabilize your nervous system. You have learned to relate to your parts with curiosity and compassion. You have begun to grieve the losses that have been frozen inside you. Now it is time to get specific about the brain. This chapter is a bridge between the emotional work of the previous chapters and the practical daily practices that will rewire your neural circuitry. Because here is the truth that changes everything. Your brain is not fixed. Your brain can change. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, is not just a theoretical concept. It is a biological reality that you can harness. Every time you practice a grounding technique, you are strengthening a neural pathway. Every time you respond to your inner critic with curiosity instead of belief, you are weakening a pathway. Every time you grieve, you are reprocessing a memory from the past into the present. This chapter will give you a toolkit of neuroscience-informed practices to recalibrate your alarm system, strengthen your prefrontal cortex, and build a new, more flexible, more resilient brain. Review the traumatized brain. Before we talk about change, let's quickly review what we learned in Chapter 3. In a brain shaped by complex trauma, the amygdala, alarm system, is hyperreactive. It sounds the alarm for non-threats and cannot tell the difference between past and present danger. The hippocampus, context and memory filer, is under-resourced. It struggles to put memories in their proper time and place, so the past feels like the present. The prefrontal cortex, CEO, rational brain, is weaker and goes offline during stress. You cannot think your way out of a trigger because the thinking part of your brain has been locked out. The HPA axis stress hormone system is dysregulated. Your baseline cortisol is too high, and your system does not return to baseline after stress. The insula, body awareness, is either too sensitive or not sensitive enough, leading to either overwhelm or dissociation. These are not character flaws, they are brain states. And brain states can change. The principles of neuroplastic healing. Neuroplasticity is not magic. It follows rules. Understanding these rules will help you design a healing practice that actually works. Principle 1. Neurons that fire together, wire together. When two neurons fire at the same time, the connection between them strengthens. This is how habits are formed. It is also how trauma patterns are formed and how they can be changed. If you repeatedly practice a new response, you are physically building a new pathway. Principle 2. What you don't use, you lose. Neural pathways that are not used weaken over time. This is called pruning. If you stop feeding the inner critic with your belief and attention, its pathway will gradually weaken. If you stop avoiding your feelings, the avoidance pathway will prune. Principle 3. Emotion enhances encoding. Strong emotions create stronger neural connections. This is why trauma memories are so powerful. They were encoded under high emotion. But it also means that positive emotional experiences can create strong healing pathways. Joy, awe, love, and compassion are powerful neuroplastic agents. Principle 4. Repetition is non-negotiable. You cannot rewire a brain with one attempt. You need repetition, lots of it, thousands of small repetitions. This is why daily practice, even 5 minutes, is more effective than a 2-hour session once a week. Principle 5. Safety is the soil of neuroplasticity. Your brain will not rewire when it is in threat mode. The same principle applies to healing as to learning. You need to feel safe enough to learn. This is why we started with stabilization. Everything in this chapter builds on that foundation. Tool 1. Amygdala calibration, the alarm reset. Your amygdala is an alarm system. In complex trauma, it is set too sensitively. The goal is not to remove the alarm you need an alarm, but to recalibrate it so it goes off only for real threats, not for burnt toast. Practice, the 90-second wave. Neuroscientist Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor discovered that the chemical component of an emotion lasts approximately 90 seconds in your bloodstream. After that, any continued feeling is you reactivating the emotion with your thoughts. Here is the practice. When you feel a strong negative emotion, shame, fear, rage, start a timer for 90 seconds. Do not try to suppress the feeling. Do not try to analyze it. Just feel it. Breathe. Let the sensation move through your body. When the timer goes off, ask, is the feeling still here, or am I now thinking thoughts that are keeping it alive? Most people discover that the raw feeling dissipates within 90 seconds. What remains is the story about the feeling. I shouldn't feel this. This proves I'm broken. It's going to last forever. Those are thoughts, not feelings, and you can choose not to engage with them. Practice. Label to tame. Dr. Dan Siegel's research shows that simply naming an emotion reduces its intensity. When you label a feeling, you shift activity from the emotional limbic system to the cognitive prefrontal cortex. When you feel a strong emotion, say out loud or very clearly in your mind, "I am feeling fear, shame, anger right now." Do not say, "I am afraid." That's identity. Say, "I am feeling fear." That's an experience passing through you. Notice the shift. Practice. Affective forecasting, the worry workaround. Your amygdala does not know the difference between a real threat and a predicted threat. When you worry, you are literally activating your alarm system about something that hasn't happened yet. To calm the amygdala, you need to distinguish between danger now and possible danger later. One way is effective forecasting, imagining the worst-case scenario, then imagining how you would cope. When you are worrying, ask, "What is the worst that could reasonably happen?" Not catastrophically reasonably. "If that happened, how would I cope?" Get specific. What is the most likely outcome? Usually somewhere in the middle. What can I do now that is within my control? This engages your prefrontal cortex, which calms your amygdala. It does not eliminate worry, but it reduces the fear of worry. Tool 2. Hippocampal support, contextualizing memories. Your hippocampus is like a librarian that stamps memories with a time and a place. This happened in the past. This is over. This is not happening now. In complex trauma, the hippocampus is under-resourced. You can support it with specific practices. Practice narrative coherence. One of the most effective ways to support hippocampal function is to tell your story not in a flooding, re-traumatizing way, but in a coherent, chronological way. Write out your timeline. This happened when I was X years old. Then this happened. Then this. This helps your hippocampus file memories properly. It also helps you see patterns and see that you survived. If your story feels too painful to write alone, do this with a therapist. Do not force it. Go slowly. Practice. The then versus now check. When you are having an emotional flashback, your hippocampus is failing to tell you that the memory is from the past. You can manually do its job. Say out loud, "This feeling is from age, years old. I am now, current age, years old. The people who hurt me are not here now. I am in a different place, a different body, a different life." The more you do this, the more you are strengthening your hippocampus's ability to do it automatically. Practice. Memory reconsolidation. When you recall a memory, it becomes temporarily unstable, like a file that is opened for editing. For a few hours after recall, the memory can be updated with new information. You can use this window to help your hippocampus do its job. Recall the memory briefly, just enough to feel the emotion. Bring in new information that contradicts the old meaning. I was not at fault. I was a child. I am safe now. Hold both the old feeling and the new information together. This creates dissonance that the brain resolves by updating the memory. This is powerful and can be destabilizing. Do not do this alone with severe trauma. Work with a therapist who understands memory reconsolidation. Tool 3. Prefrontal cortex strengthening, CEO training. Your prefrontal cortex, PFC, is the CEO of your brain. It inhibits inappropriate responses, regulates emotions, and plans for the future. In complex trauma, the PFC is weaker and goes offline during stress. You can strengthen it like a muscle. Practice. Daily mindfulness. The practice of paying attention to the present moment without judgment is essentially PFC training. Every time you notice your mind wandering and gently bring it back, you are doing a repetition of PFC strengthening. Start with 5 minutes a day. Sit quietly. Focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, it will. Notice where it went and gently return to the breath. That's it. That's the whole practice. Research shows that 8 weeks of daily mindfulness changes the structure of the PFC, increasing gray matter density. Practice. The pause. The PFC's job is to insert a pause between trigger and reaction. You can strengthen this pause reflex. When you feel a strong emotional reaction rising, say to yourself, pause. Then count to 3 before you speak or act. At first, you may still react. That's okay. You are building a muscle. Over time, the pause will lengthen. 3 seconds becomes 5. 5 becomes 10. 10 becomes, I need to take a walk before I respond. Practice. Cognitive reappraisal. Cognitive reappraisal is the act of reframing a situation to change its emotional meaning. This is a PFC-heavy skill. When you are upset about something, ask, is there another way to see this? What would I tell a friend in this situation? What is the evidence for and against my interpretation? 1 year from now, will this matter? Do not use reappraisal to invalidate your feelings. Use it to expand your perspective. The goal is not to pretend you aren't upset. The goal is to notice that you have more than one possible response. Tool 4. HPA axis regulation, stress hormone rebalancing. Your HPA axis controls cortisol release. In complex trauma, it is dysregulated too much cortisol at the wrong times and not enough return to baseline. Practice breath work for vagal tone. The vagus nerve is the main highway between your brain and your body. It is part of the parasympathetic rest and digest system. You can stimulate the vagus nerve with specific breathing patterns. The 4-7-8. Breath. Inhale through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold for 7 seconds. Exhale through your mouth for 8 seconds. Repeat 4 to 8 times. This pattern activates the vagus nerve and lowers cortisol. Practice it daily, not just during stress. Practice morning and evening routines. Your HPA axis has a natural rhythm. Cortisol peaks in the morning, helping you wake up, and drops in the evening, helping you sleep. Trauma can disrupt this rhythm. Support your HPA rhythm with morning light exposure, 10 to 15 minutes of natural light within an hour of waking. Consistent wake and sleep times, even on weekends. No screens for 60 to 90 minutes before bed. A wind-down ritual, tea, reading, gentle stretching, warm bath. Practice. Movement for cortisol regulation. Gentle, rhythmic movement regulates the HPA axis. Walking, swimming, yoga, tai chi, and dancing are all effective. The key is rhythmic, not high-intensity interval training, which can spike cortisol. Aim for 20 to 30 minutes of moderate movement daily. The best time for trauma survivors is often mid-morning, when cortisol is naturally higher. Movement helps use that cortisol rather than letting it sit in your system. Tool 5. Insula training, body awareness. Your insula is the part of your brain that senses what is happening inside your body. In complex trauma, the insula can be either too sensitive, you feel everything as overwhelming, or not sensitive enough. You feel nothing. Dissociate. Practice. Body scanning. The body scan is a classic mindfulness practice that strengthens insula function. It also helps you distinguish between sensation and catastrophic interpretation. Lie down or sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Slowly bring your attention to each part of your body, from your toes to the top of your head. Do not try to change anything. Just notice. My toes are cool. My ankles are neutral. My calves are slightly tight. Start with 5 minutes, work up to 20. Practice sensation labeling. When you notice a body sensation, label it simply. Not, I'm anxious. Yeah, that's an interpretation. I feel tightness in my chest. I feel heat in my face. I feel a flutter in my stomach. Labeling sensation activates the insula in a balanced way, not overwhelming, not dissociated. Practice interoceptive exposure for numbness. If you are on the numb/dissociated side, you may need to invite sensation rather than just noticing it. Try splashing cold water on your face and noticing the sensation. Eating something with a strong taste, sour, spicy, minty. Running your hands underwater at different temperatures. Holding an ice cube and noticing the sensation as it changes. The goal is not to shock yourself, it's to gently wake up your insula. Tool 6. Reward system rehabilitation, dopamine and joy. Complex trauma often damages the brain's reward system. You may find it hard to feel pleasure, motivation, or satisfaction. This is not depression. It is a dysregulated dopamine system. Practice. Small pleasures noticed. Your reward system needs repetition of positive experiences to rewire, not huge joys, small ones. The key is noticing. Every day, find 3 small pleasures and consciously notice them for 10 seconds each. The warmth of a coffee cup in your hands, the feeling of clean sheets, the sound of rain, a text from a friend, a few minutes of sunlight. When you notice pleasure, say to yourself, I am enjoying this. This is good. You are strengthening the neural pathway for pleasure. Practice anticipation. The dopamine system is activated by anticipation as much as by the reward itself. Plan small, pleasurable activities and look forward to them. Tomorrow morning I will make my favorite tea. This weekend I will watch that movie I've been wanting to see. After work I will call my friend. The act of planning and anticipating builds dopamine. Practice completion. Your brain releases dopamine when you complete a task, especially one that required effort. Break tasks into small, completable chunks. Check them off a list. Say to yourself, I did that. That is done. Let yourself feel the satisfaction, even if it is small. Putting it all together, your daily neuroplasticity practice. You do not need to do all of these practices every day. That would be overwhelming. Instead, create a minimum viable practice, the smallest set of practices you can do consistently. Here is a sample daily practice, 15 to 20 minutes total. Morning, 5 minutes. Morning light exposure while drinking your coffee/tea, 4-7-8 breath 4 rounds. Midday, 5 minutes. Body scan or grounding while at your desk during a break. Evening, 5 to 10 minutes. Notice 3 small pleasures before bed, 4-7-8 breath again. Brief journaling. What was one thing I did today that was a choice, not a reaction? Throughout the day as needed. The 90-second wave label to tame the pause. This is not a prescription. Adjust it to your life. The most important thing is consistency, not intensity. 5 minutes every day is better than an hour once a week. Real patient example, the brain that changed. Let me return to James, the neuroscientist from Chapter 3 who couldn't calm down. James was skeptical of neuroplasticity practices, not because he didn't believe in them, but because he had tried mindfulness before and found it boring. He wanted a solution, not a practice. I asked him, if you wanted to build a muscle, would you go to the gym once and expect to see results? Of course not. Then why do you expect your brain to change without daily practice? James committed to 10 minutes a day for 8 weeks. He did the 4-7-8 breath in the morning. He did the 90-second wave when triggered. He practiced the pause before responding to his wife. After 8 weeks, James's brain had changed, not magically neuroplastically. His amygdala reactivity had decreased, his PFC had strengthened, his baseline cortisol had lowered. He knew this not from a brain scan, but from his life. He still got triggered, but the gap between trigger and reaction had widened. He could say, "I need a minute," instead of exploding. He could feel the shame rising and label it instead of being consumed by it. The practices felt stupid at first, he admitted, but they worked, not because I believed in them, because I did them. Repetition is the price of admission. When neuroscience is not enough, neuroplasticity is real, but it is not a replacement for therapy, medication, or community support. If you are severely depressed, actively suicidal, or unable to function, please seek professional help. Your brain may need more support than self-directed practices can provide. Similarly, if you have a history of severe trauma, some of these practices may be destabilizing. Body scanning, for example, can be overwhelming for someone with significant physical or sexual abuse. Go slowly. Work with a therapist. Trust your nervous system. The bridge to sensorimotor psychotherapy continued. Now that you have a toolkit of neuroscience-informed practices, we can return to sensorimotor therapy with a deeper understanding of why body-based work is so effective. Your brain and your body are not separate. The practices in this chapter are brain practices, but they work through the body. Your breath, your posture, your movement. These are the levers that change your brain. In the next chapter, we will explore sensorimotor therapy in more depth, with specific exercises for working with the body's memory of trauma. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Choose one practice from this chapter, just one. The one that felt most accessible, most interesting, or least intimidating. Commit to doing it every day for 1 week. Not perfectly, just consistently. Set a reminder on your phone. Put a sticky note on your mirror. After 1 week, notice, has anything shifted? Even slightly? Even for a moment? That slight shift is neuroplasticity in action. That is your brain beginning to learn something new. And that is everything. Chapter 13. Sensorimotor Psychotherapy. Listening to the body's story. Continued. We have touched on sensorimotor therapy in previous chapters, the body's memory, the action tendencies of trauma, the bracing and collapsing patterns. Now it is time to go deeper. This chapter is a practical guide to working with your body directly, not through talk, not through analysis, through sensation, movement, and presence. Because while your mind can lie to you, your body never does. Your body knows exactly what happened, exactly how you survived, and exactly what it still needs to complete. If you have been skipping the body-based exercises because they feel uncomfortable or strange, please stay. That discomfort is exactly why you need them. Your body has been waiting for your attention. It has been speaking to you in tension, in pain, in numbness, in dissociation. It is time to learn its language. Revisiting the defense cascade. Let us recall the body's natural response to threat, which we introduced in Chapter 5. Orient, you stop, turn toward the threat, and assess. What is that? Freeze, you go still, not playing dead yet, just pausing to gather information. Fight or flight. If the threat is accessible, you either confront it or flee from it. Tonic immobility. If fight or flight is impossible, you go rigid. This is true freeze, collapse/submit. If the threat continues, you go flaccid, blood pressure drops, and you dissociate. In a healthy system, when the threat passes, the body completes the sequence and returns to baseline. An animal in the wild will shake, tremble, or run in place to discharge the energy. Then it goes back to grazing. In complex trauma, especially when the threat was chronic and inescapable, the body gets stuck somewhere in this sequence. You may live in chronic orienting, hypervigilance, chronic freeze, dissociation, or chronic collapse, numbness and shame. The energy of the incomplete response is still trapped in your body, creating symptoms. Healing, from a sensorimotor perspective, is about completing the incomplete responses in a safe environment, so your body can finally discharge the energy and learn that the danger is over. Tracking sensation, the foundational skill. Before you can complete any response, you need to learn to track sensation, to notice what is happening in your body without judgment, without analysis, without trying to change it. Exercise, basic sensation. Tracking, sit in a comfortable position. Close your eyes if that feels safe. Take 3 slow breaths. Now, scan your body slowly. Do not look for anything in particular. Just notice what is there. What do I feel in my feet? Cool, warm, tingling, nothing. What do I feel in my legs? Heavy, light, tense, relaxed? What do I feel in my pelvis and belly? Tight, empty, fluttering, numb? What do I feel in my chest? Open, collapsed, tight, heated? What do I feel in my shoulders and neck? Lifted, dropped, hard, soft? What do I feel in my jaw and face? Clenched, relaxed, tense? What do I feel in my breath? Where do I feel it? Chest, belly, nowhere. Do not try to change anything. If you notice tension, do not try to relax it. Just notice. Ah, my shoulders are tight. Interesting. That is tracking. Most people discover that they have areas of their body they cannot feel at all. Numbness, blankness, disconnection. That is not a failure. That is information. Your body has learned to disconnect from those areas to survive. Now you are gently, slowly inviting it to come back online. Micro-movements, the body's smallest language. Before your body can complete a large movement, pushing, running, striking, it will often express itself through micro-movements, tiny, almost imperceptible impulses. A slight flinch of the hand, a tightening of the jaw, a almost invisible turning of the head, a small curl of the toes, a barely perceptible lift of the shoulder. These micro-movements are your body's way of saying, I want to do something, I want to protect, I want to escape, I want to push away, I want to reach for help. In sensorimotor therapy, we learn to amplify these micro-movements to let them become slightly larger, slightly more complete. Not in a forced way, in a permitted way. You give your body permission to do what it has wanted to do for years. Exercise, amplifying a micro-movement. Sit comfortably. Scan your body. Find an area where you feel a subtle impulse, a desire to move, a tension that wants to release, a twitch. Ask, if this part of my body could move even a tiny bit, what would it do? Let the answer come as a felt sense, not a thought. Then, very slowly, let the movement happen. Do not force it, just allow it. It might be a finger extending, a shoulder rolling back, a jaw opening slightly, a foot pressing into the floor. Let the movement be as small as it wants to be. Then let it stop. Track what changes in your body afterward. This is not about releasing trauma in one dramatic moment. It is about respecting your body's pacing. Your body knows how fast it wants to go. Trust it. Completing the fight response. The fight response is the impulse to push away, strike, or confront a threat. In complex trauma, especially for those who were not allowed to express anger, the fight response often gets stuck. Exercise, pushing against resistance. Stand up if you are able. Place both hands against a wall at chest height. Lean in slightly so you feel resistance. Now, notice what your body wants to do. Does it want to push harder? Does it want to pull back? Does it want to scream? Does it want to cry? Allow yourself to push not violently but firmly. Feel the strength in your arms, your chest, your legs. As you push, you might notice words wanting to come. No. Stop. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Say the words. Let them come. You are not pushing against the wall. You are pushing against the person, the situation, the memory of powerlessness that has been stuck in your body. After pushing for 10 to 20 seconds, stop. Drop your arms. Notice what changed. Do you feel more grounded, more present, more alive? The stuck energy of the fight response is beginning to move. Caution. If you have a history of violence, either as the recipient or as the one who acted out violently, go very slowly with this exercise. Do it with a therapist if possible. The goal is not to release anger into the world. The goal is to complete a physical impulse that was frozen in time, so your body can learn that you are no longer powerless. Completing the flight response. The flight response is the impulse to run, escape, or get away. In complex trauma, especially when you were trapped, a child cannot leave their parents. The flight response gets stuck as chronic restlessness, anxiety, or the feeling of, I need to get out of here with no destination. Exercise running in place. Stand up. Begin to run in place slowly at first, then at a comfortable pace. Let your feet lift off the ground. Let your arms swing. As you run, notice what your body wants to say. Words might come, I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving. You can't catch me. I'm free. After 30 to 60 seconds, slow to a stop. Stand still. Notice your breath, your heartbeat, your body. Now, take a few steps forward, actually moving through space. You are not just running in place, you are going somewhere. You are leaving the situation. You are an adult who can walk away from anything that threatens you. This exercise is especially powerful for those who felt trapped as children in a house, in a relationship, in a role they could not escape. Completing the freeze response. The freeze response is the impulse to go still, to become invisible, to wait for the threat to pass. In complex trauma, the freeze response often becomes chronic dissociation, feeling numb, spaced out, disconnected from your body. Working with freeze is delicate. The body went into freeze because fight and flight were impossible, so you cannot simply thaw the freeze by forcing movement. You must invite the body to come back online, gently and slowly. Exercise, orienting, the antidote to freeze. Freeze is often accompanied by a collapse of the orienting response. The eyes stop moving, the head stops turning, the world becomes narrow and fixed. To thaw freeze, you can reactivate orienting. Sit comfortably. Keep your gaze soft. Slowly turn your head to the left as far as is comfortable. Notice what you see. Then slowly turn your head to the right. Notice what you see. Now, let your eyes move around the room. Not quickly, slowly, gently. Notice colors, shapes, textures. Let your head follow your eyes. As you orient, notice if your breath changes. Notice if your body begins to feel more present. You are telling your nervous system, we are not frozen, we are here now, in this room. There is no predator. We can look around. Exercise, shaking, animal discharge. Animals in the wild shake after a freeze response to discharge the energy. You can do this too. Stand up. Shake your hands, not violently, just loosely. Let the shaking move up your arms, into your shoulders. Through your whole body, you can bounce gently on your feet. Do not force the shaking, just allow it. Your body may want to shake more in some areas than others. Let it. After 30 to 60 seconds, stop. Notice what changed. Many people feel more present, more alive, more in their body. Completing the submit/collapse response. The collapse response is the deepest, the body's last resort, when no other response is possible. Blood pressure drops, muscles go flaccid, consciousness may dim. This is the body's way of playing dead or disconnecting from unbearable pain. In complex trauma, especially chronic childhood neglect or abuse, the collapse response can become a default. You may feel chronically exhausted, depressed, heavy, or numb. Working with collapse requires tremendous gentleness. You do not push through collapse. You resource first, find any small sensation of aliveness, any tiny flicker of energy, any connection to the present moment. Exercise small movements from collapse. If you are in a collapsed state, feeling heavy, frozen, unable to move, do not try to stand up or make large movements. Start absurdly small. Can you wiggle one finger? Can you blink your eyes? Can you take one slightly deeper breath? Can you turn your head 1 centimeter to the left? Celebrate each small movement. You are not lazy. You are not weak. Your body is in a survival state, and you are gently, patiently inviting it to come back. Once you have some small movement, you can pendulate between that movement and rest. Move a little, then rest. Move a little more, then rest. Your body will begin to trust that movement is possible without danger. Real patient example: the woman who could not feel her legs. Let me tell you about Yara. Yara was 36, a social worker, and she had a strange symptom. She could not feel her legs. Not physically, she had full sensation when tested by a doctor, but emotionally, her legs felt dead. She had trouble walking upstairs. She felt like she was dragging lead weights. We traced this back. Yara's father had been sexually abusive when she was a child. The abuse happened in her bedroom. Yara learned to disconnect from her body, especially her lower body, to survive. The dissociation had become so automatic that 30 years later her legs still felt dead. We did not try to recover memories or tell the story in detail. We just worked with her legs, slowly, gently. First, she just noticed the deadness. I feel nothing from the hips down. Then she placed her hands on her thighs. What do you feel? My hands, but not my legs. We did this for weeks. Just noticing, just touching, just orienting. One day, Yara's left leg gave a small twitch. What was that? She asked, alarmed. That was your leg. It's coming back online. We worked with micro-movements, a lift of the knee, a press of the foot, a small kick. And then, one session, Yara cried. Not from sadness, from relief. I can feel my legs, she said. They're heavy, but they're mine. The abuse did not disappear. The memories did not vanish, but Yara was no longer living in a body that was half dead. She was whole, and that wholeness, that reclaiming of her own flesh, was healing beyond words. Integrating sensorimotor work with parts. Your body is not separate from your parts. Every part has a physical location, a posture, a sensation. The inner critic might live in your jaw, clenched. The exile might live in your chest, collapsed. The angry protector might live in your fists, tight. You can combine parts work and sensorimotor work by asking, where in my body do I feel this part? If this part had a posture, what would it be? What does this part want to do with its body? Then, with the part's permission and your protector's permission, you can experiment with changing the posture. What happens if you soften the jaw while the inner critic is speaking? What happens if you open the chest while the exile is crying? What happens if you uncurl the fists while the angry part is present? Often the part shifts, not because you forced it, because you listened to its body. The window of tolerance in sensorimotor work. You learned about the window of tolerance in Chapter 9. It is especially important here. When you work with the body, you may move quickly into hyperarousal, panic, rage, overwhelm, or hypoarousal, numbness, collapse, dissociation. That is not a failure, it is information. It tells you that you have left your window of tolerance. When this happens, pendulate. Move your attention away from the activation and toward a resource. Feel your feet on the floor. Look around the room. Take a slow breath. Return to neutral. You are not trying to push through to process the trauma. You are trying to expand your window of tolerance over time. Each time you pendulate, you are teaching your nervous system that it can touch the activation without being destroyed. A complete sensorimotor practice, 15 minutes. Here is a practice that integrates the key elements of sensorimotor therapy. Do it daily for best results. Phase 1. Settle, 2 minutes. Sit comfortably. Feel your feet on the floor. Take 3 slow breaths. Phase 2. Track, 3 minutes. Scan your body. Notice sensations without judgment. Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel numbness? Where do you feel alive? Phase 3. Orient, 2 minutes. Slowly look around the room. Turn your head. Let your eyes move. Notice colors, shapes, textures. Phase 4. Invite a micro-movement, 3 minutes. Find a place in your body where there is a subtle impulse to move. Amplify it. Let it become a small, slow movement, then let it stop. Phase 5. Pendulate, 3 minutes. If you felt any activation during Phase 4, move your attention to a resource. Feet on floor, breath, a safe object. Rest there. Then, if you feel ready, touch the activation again. Back and forth. Phase 6. Return, 2 minutes. Bring your attention back to your breath, your feet, the room. Take a moment to notice. What changed? What is different? Even slightly? When not to do sensorimotor work. Sensorimotor therapy is powerful. It is also not for everyone or for every moment. Do not do sensorimotor work, especially the completion exercises, if you are actively suicidal or in crisis. You are severely dissociated. You cannot feel your body at all. You are in the middle of a substance withdrawal. You have a medical condition that could be worsened by intense physical movement. You are alone and have a history of severe trauma. Do this with a therapist. If you are unsure, err on the side of caution. Do only the stabilization and grounding exercises from Chapter 9. Pendulate, resource. Go slowly. The bridge to reparenting. You have learned to work with your body to track sensation, to complete incomplete responses, to thaw freeze, to discharge stuck energy. This is profound work. Your body is learning that it is no longer in danger. In the next chapter, we will integrate this body work with parts, work, and emotion work into a unified practice. Reparenting the inner child. You will learn how to be the adult that your younger self desperately needed, how to offer safety, attunement, and love to the parts of you that are still waiting. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Place your hand on the part of your body that holds the most tension, the most numbness, or the most pain. Do not try to change it. Just hold it, the way you would hold a child who was hurting. Say to that part of your body, I know you've been carrying this for a long time. I see you. I'm here now. We can go slowly. We're safe enough now to feel. Your body is not your enemy. Your body is the most loyal companion you have ever had. It never left. It never stopped trying to protect you, and it is waiting patiently for you to come home to it. Chapter 14. Reparenting the Inner Child. You have come a long way. You have learned about the wounds of complex trauma, how they developed, how they live in your body and mind. You have learned to stabilize your nervous system, to recognize your parts, to grieve what was lost, to rewire your brain, to listen to your body. You have done the hard, slow, courageous work of turning toward pain instead of running from it. Now it is time to integrate everything into a single, transformative practice: reparenting. Reparenting is exactly what it sounds like. You learn to become the parent you never had for yourself. You learn to offer your inner child the safety, attunement, comfort, and guidance that were missing in your actual childhood. You learn to say the words you needed to hear, to provide the presence that was absent, to set the boundaries that were never set for you. This is not about blaming your actual parents, though you may feel anger toward them that is valid. It is about rescuing the parts of you that are still waiting for someone to come. That someone is you. You are the adult who can finally show up. Who is the inner child? The inner child is not a metaphor. It is a real part of you, often in exile, that holds the memories, emotions, and needs of your younger self. This part did not disappear when you grew up. It is still there, frozen in time, still waiting for love, still scared, still hopeful. You have met your inner child already, even if you didn't call it that. That sudden wave of shame that feels like you're 7 years old, that's your inner child. That sudden longing to be held, to be told you're okay, to be seen. That's your inner child, that voice that says, "I don't want to be alone," with a desperation that doesn't fit the situation. That's your inner child. The inner child is not weak. It is not embarrassing. It is the source of your vulnerability, your creativity, your capacity for joy, and your deepest wounds. And it is still there waiting for you to come home. What the inner child needed and didn't get. To reparent yourself, you need to understand what a child actually needs to develop a healthy sense of self. This is not about perfection. No parent is perfect. But these are the core needs that, when consistently unmet, create the wounds of complex trauma. Safety. The child needs to feel physically and emotionally safe. No violence, no threats, no unpredictable rage. Safety means nothing bad will happen to me here. I can let my guard down. Attunement. The child needs to be seen, really seen. A caregiver who notices when the child is happy, sad, scared, or tired. Attunement says, "I see you, I hear you. Your feelings matter to me." Soothing. The child needs to be comforted when distressed. A hug, a kind word, a calm presence. Soothing says, "I've got you. You're not alone. This feeling will pass." Validation. The child needs to hear that their feelings are okay. You're sad. That makes sense. You're angry. That's allowed. Validation says, "You are not wrong for feeling what you feel." Encouragement. The child needs to hear that they are capable. You can do this. I believe in you. Mistakes are how we learn. Encouragement says, "You are competent. You can try and fail and try again." Boundaries. The child needs clear, consistent, loving limits. You cannot hit your brother. We leave the store when I say it's time. Boundaries say you are safe because there are rules. The world is predictable. Unconditional love. The child needs to know that they are loved not for what they do, but for who they are. Not for good grades, not for being good, not for performing. Unconditional love says, "You are worthy because you exist. There is nothing you could do to make me stop loving you." If you grew up in a home where these needs were consistently unmet, where safety was absent, attunement was rare, soothing was unavailable, Validation was withheld. Encouragement was conditional. Boundaries were inconsistent or harsh, and love was earned, then your inner child is starving. Reparenting is about feeding that starving child, not with a one-time gesture, with consistent, daily loving attention. Who is the inner adult? The inner adult is yourself, the calm, compassionate, capable center of who you are. You have accessed this self already when you have been curious about a part, or grounded in a flashback, or compassionate toward your shame. The inner adult is not harsh. It does not use shame or criticism to motivate. It is firm when needed, but always kind. It is the parent you needed and the parent you can become for yourself. If you struggle to access your inner adult, that makes sense. You may not have had a model for healthy parenting. You may have only experienced harsh, neglectful, or chaotic parenting. So you need to learn how to be a different kind of parent, not from your actual parents, but from your own deepest wisdom, from trusted models, from practice. The reparenting dialogue. The most direct way to reparent is through a dialogue between your inner adult and your inner child. This is a form of parts work, but with a specific focus. The adult speaks to the child the way a good parent would speak. You can do this dialogue in your mind, out loud, in a journal, or using 2 chairs, as in the empty chair exercise. Here is a template. Step 1. Invite the inner child. Settle yourself. Place your hand on your heart. In your mind, say, I would like to speak to the young part of me, the part that still carries the old pain. Is that part willing to come forward? If you feel a wave of emotion, sadness, fear, shame, that is your inner child responding. If you feel nothing, that is okay too. The child may be shy or afraid. You can say, I understand if you're not ready. I'll be here when you are. Step 2. Ask what the child needs with genuine curiosity. Ask, what do you need right now? Do not try to guess. Let the answer come as a feeling, a word, an image, a sensation. It might be, I need to know I'm safe. I need someone to hold me. I need to be told I'm not bad. I need to be seen. Step 3. Respond as the inner adult, as the adult. Respond to the child's need, not with a quick fix, with genuine presence. If the child needs safety, you are safe now. Look around. There is no danger here. I am an adult, and I will protect you. If the child needs soothing, come here. Let me hold you. You don't have to carry this alone anymore. I'm here. If the child needs validation, of course you feel that way, and anyone would. Your feelings make sense. You are not wrong for feeling this. If the child needs to hear that they are good, you are not bad. You were never bad. You were a child doing your best. I love you exactly as you are. Step 4. Let the child respond. After you speak, be quiet. Let the child respond with more feeling, with words, with a sensation of relief or resistance. If the child is skeptical, you don't really mean that. Acknowledge that. I understand why you don't trust me yet. Trust takes time. I will keep showing up. Step 5. Make a commitment. End the dialogue with a commitment. I will come back tomorrow. I will keep talking to you. You are not alone anymore. Then follow through. The inner child has been abandoned before. It will not trust you after one conversation. It needs consistency. Show up again and again and again. Real patient example. The little girl in the corner. Let me tell you about Grace. Grace was 49, a nurse, and she had spent her life taking care of everyone else. She was exhausted, resentful, and secretly convinced that if she stopped giving, she would have no value at all. When we worked with her inner child, Grace saw a little girl sitting in the corners of a dark room, facing the wall. The girl would not turn around. Who is that? I asked. That's me, Grace said. I'm about 7. I'm waiting for my mother to notice me. She never does. Grace's mother had been depressed and emotionally absent. Grace learned that her worth came from what she did for others, because doing was the only way to get any attention at all. Her inner child was still sitting in that corner, waiting. I guided Grace to approach the child as her adult self. What do you want to say to her? Grace cried. I want to say, I see you. I'm sorry no one saw you. You deserved to be seen. You didn't have to earn it. The little girl did not turn around immediately, but over many sessions, Grace kept showing up. She kept speaking. She kept offering her presence. And one day the little girl turned around. Can I come out now? She asked. Yes, Grace said, sobbing. You can come out. I've got you. The shift was not instant, but Grace began to change. She started saying no at work. She started taking time for herself. She started feeling for the first time that she had inherent worth, not earned worth. The little girl in the corner was not broken. She was waiting, and Grace finally came. Reparenting specific wounds. Different inner children have different wounds. Here are common scenarios and reparenting responses. The criticized child. This child was told they were stupid, clumsy, ugly, or wrong. They learned that they are fundamentally defective. Reparenting response. You are not defective. The things they said to you were not true. They were hurting and they took it out on you. You are wonderful exactly as you are. I love your specific quality. Curiosity, kindness, creativity. The invisible child. This child was ignored, overlooked, or treated as an afterthought. They learned that they do not matter. Reparenting response. You matter. You have always mattered. I see you. I see your pain. I see your joy. You are not invisible to me. I will never look away again. The parentified child. This child had to take care of parents or siblings. They learned that their own needs are selfish. Reparenting response. You were just a child. It was not your job to take care of the adults. You deserve to be taken care of. You can rest now. I will take care of you. The abandoned child. This child was left physically or emotionally. They learned that love leaves. Reparenting response. I am not leaving. I have been here all along, even when you couldn't feel me. I will stay. I will keep coming back. You are not alone anymore. The shamed child. This child was humiliated, mocked, or treated with contempt. They learned that they are disgusting. Reparenting response. You are not disgusting. You are not shameful. What happened to you was shameful. You were innocent. You deserve to hold your head up high. I am not ashamed of you. I am proud of you for surviving. The abused child. This child was hit, violated, or terrorized. They learned that the world is dangerous and they are powerless. Reparenting response. What happened to you should never have happened. It was not your fault. You did nothing to deserve it. I will protect you now. No one will hurt you again. I am bigger now. I am stronger. I will keep you safe. Reparenting through daily actions. Reparenting is not just a dialogue. It is a daily practice of treating yourself the way a good parent would treat a beloved child. Here are concrete actions you can take to reparent yourself. Physical reparenting. Feed yourself. Nourishing food at regular intervals. A good parent provides meals. Make sure you get enough sleep. A good parent enforces bedtime. Move your body gently. A good parent encourages play. Bathe, dress, and care for your body with kindness, not criticism. When you are sick, rest. Take medicine, get warm. A good parent nurses you back to health. Emotional reparenting. When you are sad, let yourself cry, then comfort yourself. I know, this is hard, I'm here. When you are angry, let yourself feel it. Then find a safe way to express it. You have every right to be angry. Let's go punch a pillow. When you are scared, stop. Breathe. Ask, what do I need to feel safe? Then try to provide it. When you are joyful, let yourself be joyful. Do not suppress it. Look at you, you're so happy, that's wonderful. Relational reparenting set boundaries with people who hurt you. A good parent protects a child from harm. Say no without over-explaining. A good parent says no without guilt. Ask for what you need. A good parent teaches a child to advocate for themselves. Walk away from situations that are not safe. A good parent removes a child from danger. Cognitive reparenting. When you make a mistake, say, mistakes are how we learn. What can I learn from this? Instead of, I'm so stupid. When you are struggling, say, this is hard. Let me break it into smaller steps. Instead of, why can't I do this? When you feel shame, say, I'm feeling shame. That's an old feeling. It doesn't mean I am bad. Instead of, I am bad. The good enough parent. You may be thinking, I don't know how to be a good parent. I never had one. I'm afraid I'll do it wrong. Here is the liberating truth. You do not need to be a perfect parent to your inner child. You need to be a good enough parent. Psychologist Donald Winnicott coined the term good enough mother to describe a caregiver who is not perfect, who sometimes fails, who sometimes misses the mark, but who repairs the rupture. A good enough parent makes mistakes and then says, I'm sorry, I should not have done that. Let me try again. You will make mistakes in reparenting. You will forget to check in. You will respond harshly. You will get triggered and react. That is okay. What matters is that you come back, that you apologize to your inner child, that you try again. The inner child does not need perfection. It needs consistency. It needs to know that you will keep showing up, even when you mess up. The inner child's gifts. As you reparent your inner child, something beautiful happens. The child begins to trust you, and as the child trusts you, the child's natural qualities begin to emerge, qualities that have been hidden behind protectors and exiles. The inner child offers playfulness, the ability to enjoy life without performance, creativity, spontaneous ideas, art, imagination, wonder, seeing the world with fresh eyes, vulnerability, the courage to be seen, to need, to love, joy, genuine, unforced happiness, resilience, the knowledge that you can fall and get back up. You may have thought these qualities were lost forever. They are not lost. They are just waiting for the child to feel safe enough to come out and play. Real patient example. The man who learned to play. Let me tell you about Andre. Andre was 53, a corporate lawyer, and he had not played since he was a child. No hobbies, no spontaneity, no joy. His life was work, exercise, sleep, repeat. Play is for children, he said. I don't have time. But Andre was miserable. His inner child, he discovered, was a boy who loved drawing and building forts and making up stories. That boy had been locked away at age 9 when Andre's father said, Stop wasting time, do something useful. In reparenting, Andre started small. He bought a set of colored pencils. He drew for 10 minutes a day. It felt ridiculous. He felt stupid. But he kept showing up. After a few weeks, something shifted. The drawings became more elaborate. He started looking forward to his 10 minutes. He started smiling while he drew. I forgot that I liked this, he said. I forgot that I was a person who likes things. The inner child did not take over Andre's life, but the inner child's gifts began to seep in. Andre became more flexible at work. He laughed more easily. He took a vacation for the first time in years and actually enjoyed it. Reparenting did not make Andre a different person. It made him more himself. Reparenting and forgiveness. Many people wonder, does reparenting require forgiving my actual parents? No. Reparenting is about you and your inner child. It does not require anything of your parents. You can reparent yourself while still being angry at them. You can reparent yourself while being no contact. You can reparent yourself while also grieving the parents you never had. Forgiveness, if it comes, is a byproduct of your own healing, not a prerequisite. Do not force it. Do not let anyone shame you into forgiving before you are ready. Your inner child needs you to be on its side, not to make peace with the people who hurt it. When reparenting is hard, reparenting is simple, but it is not easy. You will encounter resistance from protectors, from exiles, from your own skepticism. Resistance. This feels fake. That is common. You have spent decades not talking to your inner child. Of course it feels strange at first. Do it anyway. The fakeness fades with repetition. Resistance. I don't have an inner child. This is silly. That is a protector speaking. Thank it for its skepticism. Then try anyway. You may be surprised. Resistance. I try to talk to my inner child and I feel nothing. That is okay. The child may be deeply frozen. Start with body-based work from Chapter 13. Shake, orient, pendulate. The feeling will come when the child trusts you. Resistance. When I talk to my inner child, I feel overwhelmed with sadness. That is the child crying out. Stay with it, but stay within your window of tolerance. Pendulate, resource. If the sadness is too much, ask the child, can you tell me what you need without flooding me? The child will learn to pace itself. Resistance? My inner child hates me. That is possible. The inner child may be angry at you for abandoning it for so long. That anger is valid. Acknowledge it. I understand why you're angry. I left you alone. I'm sorry. I'm here now. I will stay. A daily reparenting practice. Here is a simple daily practice to integrate reparenting into your life. Morning. 2 minutes. Place your hand on your heart. Say to your inner child, good morning, I'm here. Today I will try to take care of you. I will make choices that are good for both of us. During the day, as needed, when you feel a strong emotion, pause and ask, is this me or is this my inner child? If it's the child, respond as the adult. I see you're scared. I've got you. We're safe. Evening, 5 minutes. Sit quietly. Ask your inner child, how was your day? What did you need that you didn't get? Listen, then respond. I'm sorry you didn't get that. I will try to give it to you tomorrow. Before bed, 1 minute, place your hand on your heart. Say, good night, you are safe. I will be here when you wake up. You are not alone. The bridge to boundaries. As you reparent your inner child, you will naturally become more aware of what the child needs to feel safe. And one of the most important things the child needs is boundaries clear, loving limits with the outside world. In the next chapter, we will explore boundaries, what they are, why they are so difficult for people with complex trauma, and how to set them without guilt or fear. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Close your eyes. Imagine your younger self. At whatever age comes most clearly. See them. What are they wearing? Where are they? What is their expression? Now, as the adult you are today, approach them. Sit beside them. Do not try to fix anything, just be there. Say to them in your own words, I see you. I'm sorry you are alone. I'm here now. I'm not leaving. Stay for a moment. Feel what you feel. Then, when you are ready, open your eyes. You just reparented. That is the beginning. Chapter 15. Boundaries, the Art of Safe Relating. You have been learning to relate to yourself differently with curiosity, compassion, and firm kindness. Now it is time to take that new relationship with yourself into the world. This chapter is about boundaries. If you have complex trauma, boundaries are probably difficult for you. You might say yes when you mean no, feel responsible for other people's emotions, have trouble knowing where you end and someone else begins, attract people who take advantage of your kindness. Alternately, keep everyone at a distance because closeness feels dangerous. Feel guilty when you try to set a limit, not even know what a boundary is or how to recognize when one has been crossed. Boundary difficulties are not character flaws, they are survival adaptations. As a child, you may not have been allowed to have boundaries. Saying no may have been punished, expressing a preference may have been mocked, having a different opinion may have been dangerous. So you learn to dissolve your boundaries, to become what others needed you to be, to keep the peace at the cost of your own self. Now, as an adult, you are learning that boundaries are not walls. They are not about keeping people out. They are about keeping yourself and protecting your inner child, honoring your needs, and creating relationships that are safe and mutual. What a boundary is and is not. Let's start with a clear definition. A boundary is a limit you set that protects your physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual well-being. It communicates, this is what is okay for me. This is what is not okay. Boundaries are not walls, keeping everyone out, never letting anyone in. Control, telling other people what to do. Punishment, withdrawing to hurt someone. Selfishness, caring only about yourself. Boundaries are clarity, knowing what you need and communicating it. Self-respect, treating yourself as worthy of protection. Reciprocity, allowing others to have boundaries too. Love, healthy boundaries create healthy relationships. Why boundaries are hard for trauma survivors. If you struggle with boundaries, there is a reason. Several reasons, in fact. Reason 1. Your boundaries were violated as a child. If your physical, emotional, or sexual boundaries were crossed by a caregiver, you learned that boundaries are not safe or that you do not have the right to have them. Reason 2. You were punished for setting boundaries. If you said no and were met with anger, withdrawal, or shame, you learned that setting a boundary leads to punishment. Your nervous system still believes that. Reason 3. You were parentified. If you were responsible for your parents' emotions, you learned that your needs come last. Boundaries feel selfish because you were trained to be selfless. Reason 4. You dissociate from your body. If you cannot feel your body, you cannot feel the early warning signs of a boundary violation. You know intellectually that something is wrong, but you don't feel it until it's too late. Reason 5. You were taught that love means no boundaries. If your caregivers were enmeshed, no separateness, no privacy, no individual identity. You learned that love means fusion. Boundaries feel like rejection, both to give and to receive. The boundary continuum boundaries exist on a continuum. At one end is porous, no boundaries. At the other end is rigid, walls. In the middle is healthy, flexible, context-appropriate. Porous boundaries. You say yes when you mean no. You feel responsible for others' feelings. You overshare personal information too quickly. You have trouble knowing what you feel or want. You are easily influenced by others. You tolerate disrespect or abuse. Rigid boundaries. You say no even when you want to say yes. You keep everyone at a distance. You rarely share anything personal. You have trouble asking for help. You seem cold or detached to others. You avoid intimacy because it feels threatening. Healthy boundaries. You can say yes when you want to and no when you need to. You are responsible for your own feelings, not others. You share appropriately based on trust and context. You know what you feel and what you need. You can be close without losing yourself. You can be separate without being isolated. Most people with complex trauma oscillate between porous and rigid. You may be porous with people you want to please, saying yes to everything, and rigid with people who feel threatening, pushing them away completely. Healing means finding the middle. Types of boundaries. Boundaries are not just one thing. There are several types, and you may struggle with different types in different contexts. Physical boundaries. Who can touch you and how? How close someone can stand to you. Who can enter your personal space, home, room, car. Your needs for sleep, food, rest, movement. Emotional boundaries. What emotions are yours versus someone else's? How much emotional responsibility you take for others? What you share about your inner world, what you are willing to hear from others. Mental boundaries. Your right to your own opinions, beliefs, and values. Your right to disagree without being punished. Your right to change your mind. Your right to privacy in your own thoughts. Time boundaries. How much of your time you give to others. When you work and when you rest. How you prioritize your own needs. Your right to say, I don't have time for that. Material boundaries. What you are willing to share. Money, possessions, resources. What is yours and what is not. Your right to say no to lending or giving. Relational boundaries. What kind of behavior you will accept from others. What you will do if those behaviors occur. Consequences. How much access someone has to you. When you will end a relationship. Recognizing a boundary violation. Before you can set a boundary, you need to recognize when one has been crossed. Your body will tell you if you are listening. Physical signs of a boundary violation. Tightening in your chest or throat. Stomach clenching or nausea. Feeling smaller or wanting to shrink. Suddenly feeling tired or heavy. A sense of wrongness without words. The urge to escape, change the subject, or appease emotional signs of a boundary violation. Resentment, often the first sign. Why do I always have to do this? Guilt, for something that is not your fault. Shame, for having a need or preference. Anger at the person or at yourself for not speaking up. Cognitive signs of a boundary violation. I should have said no. Why can't I just say what I need? They won't like me if I set a limit. It's not that big of a deal. If you notice any of these signs, a boundary has likely been crossed either by someone else, they ask too much, or by yourself, you ignored your own limit. The boundary setting formula setting. A boundary is a skill. Like any skill, it can be learned and practiced. Here is a simple formula. Step 1. Name the feeling. I notice I feel resentful. I've been saying yes when I want to say no. Step 2. Identify the need. I need more time for myself. I need to not be the one who always handles this. Step 3. Formulate the boundary statement. Use I statements. Be clear, direct, and kind. Do not over-explain or apologize. I can't take that on right now. I need to leave by 7 o'clock. I'm not comfortable discussing that. I need some time alone before we talk about this. Please don't speak to me that way. Step 4. Deliver the boundaries. Say it calmly. Do not whisper. Do not shout. Look the person in the eye. You are not asking permission. You are stating a fact. Step 5. Hold the boundary. The other person may push back. They may guilt you, argue, or ignore you. You do not need to convince them. You just need to hold your limit. I understand you're disappointed. My answer is still no. I hear that you want me to stay. I'm leaving at 7 o'clock. I've said I'm not discussing this. Let's talk about something else. Step 6. Enforce the boundary if needed. If the person continues to violate your boundary, you may need to take action. This could mean ending the conversation. I'm going to hang up now. Leaving the situation. I'm going to go. Limiting contact. I won't be able to see you for a while. Ending the relationship in extreme cases. Real patient example. The daughter who learned to say no. Let me tell you about Keisha. Keisha was 34, a teacher, and her mother called her every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Her mother would complain about her life, demand emotional support, and make Keisha feel guilty if she didn't answer immediately. I know it's too much, Keisha said, but she's my mother. I can't just ignore her. We worked on boundaries. Keisha identified her need, time to herself, without guilt. She formulated a boundary. Mom, I love you, but I can't talk every day, and I will call you on Sundays. Delivering the boundary was terrifying. Her mother cried. She guilted. You don't love me anymore. Keisha wanted to collapse back into the old pattern, but she held. I understand you're upset. I still love you. I will call you on Sunday. It took months. Her mother tested the boundary constantly, but Keisha held. She stopped answering daily calls. She called on Sundays, and slowly her mother adapted. The bigger change was inside Keisha. She felt lighter. She had more energy. She started to feel like her life was her own. I didn't know I was allowed to say no, she said. I didn't know I could still love her and have a limit. That is the heart of boundaries. Love and limits can coexist. The guilt that comes with boundaries. When you first start setting boundaries, you will feel guilty. This is not a sign that you are doing something wrong. It is a sign that you are doing something new. The guilt comes from your parts, the people pleaser, the one who learned that your needs are selfish, the child who was punished for saying no. Those parts are scared. They believe that boundaries will lead to abandonment, punishment, or loss of love. You can acknowledge the guilt without obeying it. I notice a part of me feels guilty. Thank you for trying to protect me. I am safe. I am allowed to have this boundary. The guilt will fade with repetition, not disappear entirely but diminish. Your parts will learn that boundaries do not kill you. They set you free. Boundaries with yourself. Boundaries are not just about other people. You also need boundaries with yourself. Boundaries with your inner critic. I will not listen to you for more than 30 seconds at a time. Then I will redirect my attention. Boundaries with your numbing parts. I will allow myself 1 hour of Netflix. Then I will turn it off and do something else. Boundaries with your workaholic part. I will stop working at 6 p.m. No exceptions. Boundaries with your procrastinator. I will do this task for 10 minutes, then I can stop. Setting boundaries with yourself is harder than setting them with others because you cannot leave yourself. But it is just as important. Your inner adult needs to be a firm, kind parent to all your parts. What healthy boundaries feel like? If you grew up without boundaries, you may not know what healthy boundaries feel like. Here is a description. Before setting a boundary, you feel tight, resentful, overwhelmed, or numb. You don't know where you end and others begin. You feel responsible for everyone's happiness. While setting a boundary, you feel scared. Your heart may pound. You may feel guilty. You may want to take it back. This is normal. After setting a boundary, you may feel relief. You may feel lighter. You may also feel more scared if the boundary is new, or more guilty if your parts are loud. Over time, after the boundary has been respected, you feel a sense of safety and self-respect. You feel more like yourself. You feel less exhausted. In a relationship with healthy boundaries, you can be close without losing yourself. You can disagree without fear. You can say no without guilt. You can say yes without resentment. You feel seen, respected, and free. When boundaries are not enough. Boundaries are essential, but they are not a cure-all. Some situations require more than boundaries. If someone consistently violates your boundaries despite your clear communication, if they mock your boundaries, ignore them, or punish you for having them, that is not a boundary problem. That is an abuse problem. In such cases, your boundary may need to be, I will not be in relationship with someone who treats me this way. Leaving an abusive relationship is not a failure of boundaries. It is the ultimate boundary. Your safety matters more than any relationship. Boundaries and reparenting boundaries are an act of reparenting. When you set a boundary, you are telling your inner child, you are safe. I will protect you. You do not have to tolerate what is not okay. Your inner child may be terrified of boundaries because in the past, boundaries led to punishment or abandonment. So when you set a boundary, check in with your inner child. I know this is scary, but I am the adult now. I can handle their reaction. You don't have to be afraid. I've got you. Over time, your inner child will learn that boundaries are not dangerous. They are protective. And your inner child will begin to trust you more because you are finally keeping it safe. A daily boundaries practice. Here is a simple practice to strengthen your boundary muscles. Exercise the daily no. Once a day in a low-stakes situation, say no. Not to something important, to something trivial. No, I don't want coffee, thank you. No, I can't talk right now. No, I'd rather sit over there. No, that doesn't work for me. Notice what you feel. Guilt, fear, relief. Do not try to change the feeling. Just notice it. Then say no again tomorrow. This is strength training for your boundary muscles. Exercise the boundary inventory. Take a piece of paper. Draw 3 columns. In the first column, list areas where you need a boundary. Work, family, friendships, romantic relationship, with yourself. In the second column, write what boundary you want to set. In the third column, write one small step you can take this week towards setting that boundary. Example, area boundary small step work. I will not check email after 8 p.m. Turn off notifications at 8 p.m. tonight. Mother. I will not answer calls during dinner. Let the call go to voicemail and call back later. Choose one small step. Do it this week. Then choose another. The bridge to essence boundaries are not walls. They are the container that allows your true self to emerge. Without boundaries, you are scattered, poured into whatever shape others demand. With boundaries, you have a container, and within that container, your essence can grow. In the next chapter, we will explore who you are beneath the wounds, your essence, your gifts, your true nature. Not the traumatized self, the self that was there before the trauma, and that is still there waiting to be revealed. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Think of one small boundary you can set today. Not a huge one. Something small. Something you have been meaning to set but have been avoiding. Now, say it out loud to yourself. I am going to state the boundary, then set it. Today, not tomorrow. Today. The first boundary is the hardest. After that, it gets easier and easier, until one day you realize that you are not a person who can't set boundaries. You are a person who respects yourself enough to take care of yourself. That is not selfish, that is love. Chapter 16. Who you are beneath the wounds. You have spent many chapters now understanding your wounds, where they came from, how they show up, how to heal them. You have learned to stabilize your nervous system, to dialogue with your parts, to grieve, to rewire your brain, to listen to your body, to reparent your inner child, to set boundaries. All of this is essential. But if you stop here, you miss something crucial. You are not just your wounds. Beneath the trauma responses, beneath the inner critic, beneath the shame and the fear and the exhaustion, there is a self that was there before any of it happened. A self that has never been broken, only buried. A self that knows how to feel joy, to love, to create, to connect, to rest, to play. This is your essence, your true nature, the you that would be if the trauma had never occurred, and that still exists, waiting to be uncovered. This chapter is about meeting that self, not as a distant ideal, but as a living presence within you right now. You may have to dig through layers of protection to find it, but it is there. It has always been there. The difference between the traumatized self and the essential self. Let me be clear. The traumatized self is real. Your symptoms are real. Your pain is real. And healing does not mean pretending that none of that exists. But the traumatized self is not your only self. It is a part of you, a large part, perhaps the loudest part, but not the whole. Traumatized self, essential self, hypervigilant present, shame-based, worthy, reactive, responsive, exhausted, energized when rested, disconnected, connected, fearful, courageous, critical, compassionate, numb, alive. The goal of healing is not to eliminate the traumatized self. It is to integrate it, to make it smaller in your internal system, to give your essential self more space and more voice. How to recognize your essential self? You have already experienced your essential self, even if you didn't name it. Think of a moment when you were completely absorbed in something you loved, a hobby, a book, a conversation, nature, and lost track of time. You laughed so hard you forgot to be anxious. You helped someone without any thought of what you would get in return. You felt awe looking at the stars, listening to music, watching a child play. You were deeply present, not thinking about the past or the future, just here. You felt a moment of peace, even if it didn't last. In those moments, your traumatized self was not in charge. Your essential self was present. These moments are not accidents, they are glimpses of who you truly are. The qualities of your essential self. Different traditions call it different things. The self, IFS, the true self, the authentic self, the soul, the essence. The qualities are remarkably consistent across traditions. Your essential self is curious. It wants to know, to explore, to understand, not to judge, to discover. Compassionate. It responds to suffering with tenderness, not contempt. It wants to help, to comfort, to hold. Calm. Beneath the noise, there is a still point, not numb calm, a deep grounded peace. Confident, not arrogant, a quiet knowing that you can handle what comes, that you are enough. Creative. It wants to make, to express, to bring something new into the world. Connected. It knows that you are part of something larger, not separate, held, courageous. It can face difficulty without collapsing. It can feel fear and act anyway. Playful. It enjoys life. Not all the time, but genuinely when it can. Worthy. It knows, without proof, that you deserve love. Not because of what you do, because you exist. You may read this list and think, that's not me, I'm none of those things. That is your traumatized self speaking. The essential self is there, but it has been buried under layers of protection. Your job is not to create these qualities. Your job is to uncover them. The grief of separation. Before you can fully access your essential self, you may need to grieve the separation from it. Because somewhere along the way you learn to disconnect from who you really were. You learn to perform, to hide, to become what others needed you to be. This is not your fault. It was survival, but it is a loss. You lost the chance to grow up as your authentic self. You lost years, perhaps decades of being truly alive. Let yourself grieve that. Sit with the sadness. I lost myself for a long time. I didn't know who I was because I was too busy surviving. That is a real loss. I am allowed to grieve it, and then gently begin the work of return. Practices for reconnecting with your essential self. The essential self is not something you need to achieve. It is something you need to allow. Here are practices to create the conditions for your essential self to emerge. Practice 1. The still point. Sit quietly for 5 minutes. Do not try to do anything. Do not try to relax. Do not try to meditate. Just sit. Your traumatized self will get restless. Thoughts will come. Feelings will come. That is fine. Do not engage with them. Just let them pass. Beneath the noise there is a stillness. You may not feel it at first, but it is there. It is the background of your awareness, the part of you that notices the thoughts, not the thoughts themselves. That noticer, that awareness is a doorway to your essential self. Practice 2. The joy inventory. Make a list of every activity, place, or experience that has ever brought you genuine joy, not approval, not distraction, not numbing. Joy. Drawing as a child, riding your bike, being in the forest, dancing when no one was watching. A certain song, the smell of rain, making someone laugh, reading a book that made you forget the world. Look at this list. This is a map of your essential self. These are the things that your authentic self loves. Your traumatized self may have told you that these things are childish, impractical, or embarrassing, but they are clues. Follow them. Practice 3. The forgotten dream. Think back to before the trauma or before the trauma got loud. What did you want to be? What did you love? What did you dream? You might have wanted to be an artist, a dancer, a scientist, a builder, a teacher, a parent, an adventurer. You might have loved animals, or space, or stories, or building forts. That dream was not silly. It was your essential self speaking. You may not become that exact thing now, but the essence of that dream still matters. The creativity, the curiosity, the desire to explore, to build, to connect. Find a way to honor that forgotten dream today, even in a small way. Draw a picture, read about space, visit an animal shelter, build something with your hands. Your essential self will light up. Practice 4. The witness. This practice is adapted from IFS. Spend a few minutes a day simply witnessing your internal world without judgment. I notice a part of me is anxious. I notice a part of me is tired. I notice a part of me wants to distract myself. I notice a part of me is curious about this practice. The part that is noticing, that is your essential self. It is not the anxious part, not the tired part, not the distracting part. It is the one watching. The more you practice witnessing, the more you strengthen your essential self's position as the leader of your internal system. Practice 5. The body's yes and no. Your essential self knows what it wants and does not want, but your traumatized self may have overridden that knowing for so long that you can no longer hear it. Try this simple exercise. Ask your body a yes/no question. Do I want tea right now? Notice your body's response. Does it lean forward slightly? Does the chest open? That is a yes. Does it pull back, tighten, or feel heavy? That is a no. Start with trivial questions. Do I want to sit here or there? Do I want to eat this or that? Your body will answer. Your essential self speaks through the body. Over time, you can ask bigger questions. Do I want to take this job? Do I want to be in this relationship? Do I want to go to this event? Trust the body's answer. It may not be logical, but it is true. Real patient example. The painter who hadn't painted. Let me tell you about May. May was 42, an accountant, and she came to therapy because she was depressed. I have everything I wanted, she said. A stable job, a nice apartment, good friends. But I feel dead inside. When we explored her childhood, May remembered that she had loved to paint. From ages 6 to 14, she painted every day. Her room was covered in her art. Then her father said, "Art doesn't pay the bills. You need to focus on something practical." May stopped painting. She never picked up a brush again. Your essential self is a painter, I said. You buried her to survive, but she is still there. May was skeptical. That was decades ago. I'm not that person anymore. Can you try, just for 10 minutes? Buy a cheap watercolor set and paint something, anything. May bought the set. She painted a flower. It was clumsy. She felt stupid. But something happened. A flicker. A warmth in her chest. She painted again the next day. And the next. After a month, May said, I forgot that I liked anything. I forgot that I could feel excited about something. It's not that my life is fixed. It's that I remembered who I am beneath all the coping. May still works as an accountant. She still has hard days, but she paints every morning before work. That 10 minutes is not a luxury. It is a lifeline to her essential self. The essential self and relationships. Your essential self changes how you relate to others. When you are identified with your traumatized self, relationships are about survival. You people please to stay safe. You push away to avoid being hurt. You cling to avoid abandonment. You perform to earn love. When you are connected to your essential self, relationships are about sharing. You have a self to bring to the table. You can be close without losing yourself. You can be separate without being alone. You can give without resentment and receive without guilt. Your essential self is not afraid of intimacy. It knows that you are worthy of love. It knows that not everyone will love you, and that is okay. It knows that rejection is not annihilation. As you reconnect with your essential self, your relationships will change. Some may end because they were built on your old traumatized patterns. Others will deepen because they can now meet your authentic self. And new relationships will form with people who love the real you, not the performance. The essential self and purpose. Your traumatized self is focused on survival. Your essential self is focused on meaning. When you are in survival mode, you ask, what do I need to do to be safe? When you are in your essential self, you ask, what do I want to do with my one precious life? You may not know the answer yet. That's okay. The question itself is a sign that your essential self is emerging. Purpose does not have to be grand. It does not have to be a career or a calling. Purpose can be to be kind to the people in your life, to create beauty, even in small ways, to learn something new every day, to help others who are suffering as you have suffered, to enjoy the simple pleasures, sunsets, good food, laughter, to be fully present for the moments that matter. Your essential self knows what matters to you. Listen to it. The fear of being seen. As you reconnect with your essential self, you may encounter a new fear, the fear of being seen. Your traumatized self learned to hide. Visibility felt dangerous. If you are your authentic self, people might see you, and what if they reject you? What if they hurt you? What if you are too much, or not enough, or just wrong? This fear is real. It comes from a protector part that kept you safe. Acknowledge it, thank it, and then gently take a small risk. Wear the color you love but never wear. Share an opinion you usually keep to yourself. Laugh loudly, cry openly, be a little more visible. Not all at once, in small steps. Your essential self deserves to be seen, not by everyone, but by the people who matter, and most of all, by you. Real patient example, the man who hid in plain sight. Let me tell you about Luis. Luis was 38, a graphic designer, and he had a pattern. He made himself invisible. He dressed in neutral colors. He spoke quietly. He avoided eye contact. He never shared his own opinions, only agreed with others. "I'm not hiding," he said. "I just don't have much to say." But when we worked with his essential self, a different Luis emerged. He loved bold colors. He had strong opinions about design. He was funny, genuinely funny. He had a vibrant inner world that he never showed anyone. "What would happen if you wore that red shirt you love?" I asked. "I'd feel exposed." "And if you felt exposed, what would happen?" "People might see me, and then they might not like what they see." We worked slowly. Luis wore the red shirt at home, then to the grocery store, then to work. Each time his terrified parts screamed. Each time he survived, and each time a little more of his essential self came forward. After 6 months, Luis was still quiet in some settings, but he was no longer invisible. He had opinions. He had a sense of humor. He had friends who loved the real him. "The red shirt didn't kill me," he said. "It turns out people like the red shirt, and the person wearing it." The essential self and the future. Your essential self is not just about the present. It is also about the future. It holds your hopes, your dreams, your sense of possibility. Your traumatized self may have taught you not to hope. Hope was dangerous. It led to disappointment. So you learn to expect the worst, to stay small, to not want anything too much. Your essential self knows that hope is not dangerous. It knows that you can want things and survive not getting them. It knows that disappointment is painful, but not fatal. What do you hope for? Not what you should hope for. What do you actually, secretly, in the quietest part of your heart, hope for? To be loved as you are, to do work that matters, to travel somewhere beautiful, to have a family of your own, to create something that outlasts you, to feel peace, even just for a day. Your essential self holds these hopes. They are not childish. They are not silly. They are the map of your future. Follow them. The essential self and the past. Your essential self also changes your relationship to the past. When you are identified with your traumatized self, the past is a prison. You are trapped in old feelings, old patterns, old beliefs. The past is always present. When you are connected to your essential self, the past becomes history. It happened. It shaped you. It wounded you. But it is not happening now. You are not that child anymore. You are an adult with choices, with resources, with a self that was never destroyed. Your essential self can look back at the past with compassion for the child who suffered, for the young adult who struggled. But it does not live there, it lives here. A daily practice for the essential self. Here is a simple daily practice to strengthen your connection to your essential self. Morning, 2 minutes. Sit quietly. Place your hand on your heart. Ask, essential self, what do I need to know today? Do not force an answer. Just listen. The answer may come as a feeling, a word, or an image. Trust it. During the day, as needed. When you feel overwhelmed by a part, the critic, the shame, the fear, pause and ask, who is noticing this part? The answer is your essential self. Rest there for a moment. Evening, 5 minutes. Reflect on your day. Ask, when did I feel most like myself today? Not perfect, just yourself. That moment was your essential self. Celebrate it. Before bed, 1 minute. Place your hand on your heart. Say, my essential self is here. It has always been here. It will always be here. I am going to sleep, but my essence rests. I will wake up as myself. The bridge to relational healing. Your essential self is not meant to be alone. It is meant to connect, to share, to love, to be loved. In the next chapter, we will explore relational healing, how to take your healing into relationship with others, how to find safe people, how to repair ruptures, and how to let yourself be truly known. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Look in a mirror, not to check your appearance, to see yourself. Look into your own eyes, say out loud, I see you. Not the wounded part, not the performing part. The real you, the one who has been here all along. You are not broken, you are not forgotten, you are here, and you are worthy. Stay with your own gaze for a moment. Let yourself be seen by you. That is your essential self looking back at you. Welcome home. Chapter 17. Relational Healing. Taking your wounds into connection. You have done profound work on yourself. You have stabilized your nervous system, dialogued with your parts, grieved your losses, rewired your brain, listened to your body, reparented your inner child, set boundaries, and reconnected with your essential self. But here is the truth that no amount of solo work can replace. Trauma happens in relationship, and healing must happen in relationship too. You cannot heal in isolation, not fully. The wounds of complex trauma are wounds of connection, betrayal, neglect, abandonment, misattunement. They occurred in the context of relationship. And while solo work is essential, the deepest healing occurs when you take your healing into relationship with others. This chapter is about relational healing, not finding the right person to fix you, Cecho. That is not how it works. But learning to recognize safe people and unsafe people. Take small risks of vulnerability. Repair ruptures when they happen, and they will happen. Receive care without shame. Tolerate the discomfort of being seen. Build relationships that are mutual, not codependent or avoidant. This is the bridge from healing alone to healing together. It is scary. It is worth it. Why relational healing is necessary. You may be tempted to skip this chapter. I'm fine alone, you might say. I have myself now. I don't need anyone. That is a protector speaking, a very common protector. It says, if I don't need anyone, no one can hurt me. And that is true. Isolation is safe, but it is also sterile. You cannot grow in isolation. You cannot love in isolation. You cannot be fully human in isolation. Your essential self longs for connection. That longing is not weakness. It is health. Humans are wired for connection from birth. Our brains, our nervous systems, our hormones, all designed for relationship. Healing in relationship does not mean you become dependent. It means you become interdependent, able to give and receive, able to be close without losing yourself, able to be separate without being alone. The trauma of relationship. Before we talk about healing in relationship, we must acknowledge why it is so hard. If you have complex trauma, relationships have hurt you deeply. The very people who were supposed to protect you may have been the ones who harmed you, or they were absent when you needed them, or they were inconsistent, loving one moment, cold the next. Your nervous system learned that connection is dangerous. Your parts learned that vulnerability leads to pain. Your inner child learned that people leave, betray, or ignore. So, when you enter a relationship as an adult, your nervous system is already on alert. You are waiting for the other shoe to drop. You are scanning for signs of rejection, criticism, or abandonment. And because you are scanning for them, You often find them even when they are not there. This is not paranoia. This is pattern recognition. Your nervous system is doing its job. The problem is that the pattern is from the past, not the present. Relational healing is about teaching your nervous system through new experiences that not all relationships are dangerous, that some people are safe, that you can be vulnerable and survive, that repair is possible after rupture. The stages of relational healing. Relational healing does not happen all at once. It unfolds in stages, and you may move back and forth between them. Stage 1. Solitude and stabilization. This is where you have been in much of this book. You are healing alone. You are learning to be with yourself. You are stabilizing your nervous system and building your internal resources. You are not yet ready for deep relationship, and that is okay. This stage is essential. Stage 2. Low-stakes connection. You begin to practice connection in low-risk environments, a support group, a therapy group, a class, a volunteer activity, a coffee date with a low-pressure acquaintance. The stakes are low. You are not sharing your deepest wounds. You are practicing being present, being curious, being a little bit visible. Stage 3. Selective vulnerability. You identify 1 or 2 people who have demonstrated safety over time. With them, you begin to take small risks of vulnerability. You share a feeling. You state a need. You set a boundary. You ask for help. You notice what happens. Do they receive you? Do they respect you? Do they stay? If yes, you take another small risk. Stage 4. Mutual repair. In any real relationship, ruptures happen. You will hurt each other. You will misunderstand each other. You will trigger each other. The key is not to avoid rupture. That is impossible. The key is repair. You learn to say, "I'm sorry, I hurt you. I was triggered. It wasn't about you. Can we talk about what happened?" Repair deepens trust more than perfect harmony ever could. Stage 5. Secure attachment. Over time, with enough positive experiences of safety, vulnerability, and repair, your nervous system begins to trust. You can be close without being terrified. You can be apart without being abandoned. You can disagree without being annihilated. You have developed a secure attachment not to one person, but to the possibility of safe connection. Most people with complex trauma are somewhere between stage 1 and stage 2. Do not rush. Each stage builds on the one before. Recognizing safe people. Before you can practice relational healing, you need to be able to recognize who is safe and who is not. Your trauma may have made you a poor judge, either trusting too quickly, fawn, or trusting no one, freeze/avoidance. Here are signs of a safe person. They respect your boundaries without taking it personally. They apologize when they hurt you, without, "I'm sorry, but." They are consistent. Their mood does not dictate how they treat you. They are curious about your inner world, not dismissive or controlling. They can tolerate your difficult emotions without trying to fix you or fleeing. They take responsibility for their own feelings and actions. They are not threatened by your growth or your success. They make you feel more like yourself, not less. Here are signs of an unsafe person, for you, right now, maybe forever. They violate your boundaries and blame you for having them. They never apologize, or their apologies are hollow. They are unpredictable, loving one day, cold the next. They dismiss your feelings. You're too sensitive. You're overreacting. They make your pain about them. You saying that hurts me. They are threatened by your growth or your independence. They make you feel smaller, crazier, or more ashamed. You feel exhausted, confused, or on edge after being with them. If you are in a relationship with an unsafe person, no amount of your own healing will make it safe. You may need to leave. That is not a failure. That is a boundary. The vulnerable conversation. One of the most healing relational practices is the vulnerable conversation, sharing something real about your inner world with a safe person and receiving a caring response. This is terrifying for trauma survivors, but you can start small. Exercise the 5-minute share. Choose a safe person, therapist, support group member, trusted friend. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Share something vulnerable, not your deepest trauma, just something real. I'm feeling anxious today. I don't know why. I've been struggling with shame about something that happened at work. I'm scared to tell you this, but I value our friendship, and I wanted to be honest. Then, after 5 minutes, stop. Ask the person to simply acknowledge what they heard, not to fix it, not to give advice, just to say, "Thank you for sharing that. I hear you." That's it. That's the whole exercise. You practiced being seen. You practiced receiving a caring response. You survived. Over time, you can share more. But start small. Receiving care for trauma survivors. Receiving is often harder than giving. You can give endlessly, that feels familiar. But receiving, that feels dangerous. It means you owe someone. It means you are vulnerable. It means you might be disappointed. Your essential self knows how to receive. Your traumatized self says, "I don't need anything. I'll do it myself. Don't put me in your debt." Practice receiving small things. Accept a compliment without deflecting or explaining. Let someone hold the door for you. Let someone make you a cup of tea. Say thank you when someone offers help without saying, "But you don't have to." Ask for something small. Could you pass the salt? Could you listen for a minute? Each time you receive, you are telling your nervous system, "It is safe to let someone care for me. I am not alone. I am worthy of care." Real patient example. The woman who could not accept a compliment. Let me tell you about Nadia. Nadia was 29, a graphic designer, and she could not accept a compliment. If someone said, "I like your shirt," she would say, "This old thing," or "It was on sale." If someone said, "You did a great job," she would list all the things she could have done better. "I don't know why I do it," she said. "It just comes out. I feel like if I say thank you, I'm being arrogant." We traced this back. Nadia's mother was deeply critical. Compliments were always followed by a "but." "That's a nice drawing, but Sarah's is better." "You got an A, but you could have gotten an A+. Nadia learned that compliments were setups. Either you deflect them or you get knocked down. In therapy, we practiced receiving. I would give her a genuine compliment. She would practice saying thank you and nothing else. No deflection, no explanation. Just thank you. It was agonizing for her. Her face would flush. She would squirm. But she did it. After many repetitions, something shifted. Nadia started to feel something new when she received a compliment. Warmth. A small, flickering sense that maybe, just maybe, the compliment was true. "I'm starting to believe that people might actually like me," she said. "Not because of what I do, just me." That is receiving. That is relational healing. Repairing ruptures. No relationship is perfect. Even with the safest person, there will be ruptures, moments when you hurt each other, misunderstand each other, trigger each other. Your traumatized self will see rupture as evidence that the relationship is dangerous. Your essential self knows that rupture is inevitable and that repair is what builds trust. The anatomy of a repair. Notice the rupture. Something feels off. There is tension. You feel hurt, angry, or distant. Name it to yourself. Something happened between us. Take responsibility for your part. Not all of it your part. I snapped at you because I was triggered. That wasn't fair to you. Share your experience without blame. When you said X, I felt Y. I don't think you meant to hurt me, but it did. Listen to their experience. They have a part too. They were triggered or scared or hurt. Listen without defending. Apologize if you hurt them. I'm sorry I reacted that way. I will try to do better. Reconnect. A hug, a kind word, a shared breath. I'm glad we talked. I love you. I'm still here. Repair is not about who is right and who is wrong. It is about returning to connection, and every successful repair deepens the relationship's resilience. The fear of abandonment for trauma survivors, the deepest fear in relationships is abandonment. You may be hypervigilant to any sign that someone is leaving a delayed text, a change in tone, a cancelled plan. Your nervous system reads these as the beginning of the end. Here is the truth. Some people will leave. Not everyone is capable of safe relationship. Some people will disappoint you. Some relationships will end. But not all endings are abandonment. Sometimes people grow apart. Sometimes relationships have a natural lifespan. Sometimes someone leaves not because you are unworthy, but because they are unable. And here is the other truth. You will survive abandonment now. The child you were could not survive being left. That child needed a caregiver to live. But you are not that child anymore. You are an adult. You have yourself. You have resources. You have an essential self that cannot be abandoned. Relational healing is not about finding someone who will never leave. It is about building enough internal security that you can love without clinging and let go without dying. Group healing, individual therapy, and one-on-one relationships are essential. But there is something unique about group healing, being in a room with other people who have experienced similar wounds, witnessing each other's struggles, sharing your own. Support groups for trauma survivors, 12-step groups if applicable, therapy groups, and even online communities can be powerful sources of relational healing. In a group, you learn. You are not alone. Others have felt what you feel. You can be seen by multiple people and survive. You can help others, which is healing in itself. You can practice vulnerability in a structured, contained environment. If you have access to a trauma-informed support group, consider attending. If not, look for online communities. With caution, not all are safe. The shared humanity of group healing is irreplaceable. Real patient example, the man who joined a group. Let me tell you about Rashid. Rashid was 44, a pharmacist, and he had never told anyone about his childhood. His father was emotionally abusive. His mother was neglectful. He had carried the shame alone for decades. I suggested a men's trauma group. Rashid was horrified. I can't talk about this in front of strangers. I can't even talk about it in front of you half the time. You don't have to share, I said. Just listen. Just be there. Rashid went to the group. He sat in silence for 3 sessions. He listened to other men tell stories that sounded like his own. He cried silently in the back of the room. On the 4th session, he spoke. My father, he started, and then he stopped, and then he started again. My father told me I was worthless, every day for 18 years, and I believed him. The men in the group did not run. They nodded. They said, "Thank you for sharing." One man said, "I heard that too." Another said, "You're not worthless. You're sitting in this room. That takes courage." Rashid did not heal overnight, but something shifted. The shame that had been locked inside him began to leak out, not because he was alone, but because he was witnessed. That group saved my life, he told me later. Not because they fixed me, because they stayed in the room while I fell apart. And I didn't die. The secure base. As you practice relational healing, you are building what attachment theory calls a secure base, an internal sense that you are worthy of love, that connection is possible, that you can survive rupture, that you are not alone. The secure base is not a person. It is a felt sense that you carry inside you, a residue of all the small moments of safety, vulnerability, and repair. When you have a secure base, you can be alone without being lonely, be close without being fused. Take risks because you know you can survive failure, love without terror of loss. Leave relationships that are not good for you without collapsing. You are building your secure base right now. Every time you set a boundary, you add a brick. Every time you receive a compliment, you add a brick. Every time you repair a rupture, you add a brick. Every time you let yourself be seen, you add a brick. It takes time, but you are building a home inside yourself, a home where you are always welcome, always safe, always loved. The bridge to post-traumatic growth, relational healing, prepares you for the final stage of the journey, post-traumatic growth. Not just recovery, not just returning to who you were before the trauma, but becoming someone new, someone stronger, wiser, more compassionate, more alive. In the next chapter, we will explore how the very wounds that have caused you so much suffering can become the source of your greatest gifts. Not because trauma is good, it is not, but because you are good and you have grown in ways you never would have without the struggle. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Think of one person in your life who has felt safe even for a moment. A therapist, a friend, a family member who tried, a pet even. Now, send them a silent message of gratitude, not for fixing you, for being present, for staying in the room. Then, if you can, tell them, not a long conversation, just, I appreciate you. Thank you for being in my life. That small act of connection is relational healing, and it matters more than you know. Chapter 18. Post-traumatic growth. The unexpected gift. You have walked through the fire. You have faced your wounds, your shame, your terror, your grief. You have learned to stabilize, to listen to your body, to dialogue with your parts, to set boundaries, to reconnect with your essence, to risk vulnerability with others. Now you are ready for something that may sound impossible: post-traumatic growth. Not post-traumatic recovery, returning to who you were before the trauma. Not post-traumatic resilience, bouncing back to baseline. Post-traumatic growth is something different. It is the phenomenon of becoming stronger, wiser, more compassionate, more alive as a result of struggling with trauma. Let me be very clear. Trauma is not good. It is not a gift. I am not saying you should be grateful for what happened to you. What happened to you was wrong. It should not have happened. The growth that can emerge from trauma does not justify the trauma. It is not a silver lining that makes it all worth it. But here is the truth that survivors have reported for millennia. In the aftermath of great suffering, some people grow in ways that would not have been possible without the suffering. Not because of the suffering, because of how they responded to the suffering, because of the work they did, because of the meaning they made. This chapter is about that growth. Not to pressure you to grow, that would be cruel, but to show you what is possible, to give you a vision of the person you are becoming, to honor the strength it has taken to get this far. The 5 domains of post-traumatic growth. Psychologists Richard Tedeschi and Lawrence Calhoun identified 5 domains in which trauma survivors often experience growth. 1. Greater appreciation of life before trauma. You may have taken life for granted. After trauma and after healing, you may find that you appreciate small moments more deeply. A sunrise, a laugh with a friend, a quiet evening, a warm meal. This is not toxic positivity. It is not pretending everything is fine. It is the genuine felt sense that life is precious, because you know how close you came to losing it, or losing yourself. 2. Deeper relationships. Trauma can isolate you, but it can also deepen your capacity for connection. After healing, you may find that you have less patience for shallow relationships and more appreciation for authentic ones. You may be more compassionate toward others who are suffering. You may be able to be more present, more vulnerable, more real. 3. Increased personal strength. You have survived something that should have broken you, and you are still here. That is not nothing. Survivors often develop a sense of, I can handle hard things that they did not have before. Not arrogance, a quiet, grounded confidence. 4. New possibilities. Trauma can destroy the life you had planned, but it can also open doors you never would have considered. Some survivors change careers, start new hobbies, pursue long-held dreams, or find purpose in helping others. The old path is gone. A new path emerges. 5. Spiritual or existential growth. Not necessarily religious, but many survivors develop a deeper sense of meaning, purpose, or connection to something larger than themselves. They ask bigger questions. They live with more intention. They find that the suffering had meaning even if it should not have happened. You may not experience all 5. You may experience them in different orders. You may experience none of them yet, and that is okay. Growth cannot be forced. It emerges naturally from healing, or it does not. Real patient example. The woman who became a therapist. Let me tell you about Lena. Lena was 51 when she came to therapy. She had been a client for years. She was already in healing. But she came to me because she was stuck. I'm not depressed anymore, she said. I'm not anxious all the time, but I don't know what to do with my life. Lena had survived severe childhood abuse. She had spent decades in survival mode. Now, for the first time, she was safe, and she was bored. What did you want to be before the trauma? I asked. Lena laughed. Before the trauma, I was 5. I wanted to be a ballerina. Not that. What did you want to be before the trauma took over your life? In your 20s, before you were just surviving? Lena was quiet. Then, I wanted to help people. I thought about becoming a therapist, but I was too broken. Who would want a therapist who was a mess? We worked on that belief. Lena's brokenness was not a liability, it was her greatest asset. She understood suffering in a way that no textbook could teach. Lena went back to school at 52. She became a therapist at 56. Her clients loved her not because she had perfect answers, but because she had been where they were. She was not afraid of their pain. She had walked through her own. I used to think my trauma was the worst thing that ever happened to me, she said. And it was. But it also made me who I am. Not the abuse, the healing. The healing made me who I am. The difference between growth and bypass. This is crucial. Post-traumatic growth is not spiritual bypass. Spiritual bypass is pretending that the trauma doesn't matter, saying everything happens for a reason before you have grieved, forcing yourself to be grateful while you are still drowning. Bypass is dissociation dressed up as enlightenment. Growth is different. Growth comes after the grieving, after the anger, after the acknowledgement that what happened was wrong and should not have happened. Growth is not a shortcut around pain. It is a destination reached through pain. If you are still in the middle of your grief, do not pressure yourself to grow. That would be bypass. The growth will come when it is ready. Trust the process. How growth happens and how it doesn't. Growth does not happen through positive thinking. It does not happen through forcing yourself to look on the bright side. It does not happen through comparing yourself to others who have it worse. Growth happens through acknowledgement of what happened, not denial, grieving of what was lost, not bypass, meaning-making, not meaning-imposing, action, not passivity, connection, not isolation, time, not rushing. You cannot force growth. You can only create the conditions for it and then wait. The conditions are exactly what this book has been about: stabilizing, feeling, understanding, connecting, reparenting, setting boundaries, risking vulnerability. Do those things. Growth will follow or it will not. Either way, you will be more whole than you were before. The gifts of your wounds. I want to be careful here. I am not saying that trauma is a gift. It is not. But I am saying that you have developed gifts in response to trauma, gifts that you might not have developed otherwise. Because you were hypervigilant, you may now be exceptionally attuned to others' emotions. You can read a room. You know when something is wrong. Because you had to survive alone, you may now be fiercely independent and resourceful. You can handle crisis. Because you were shamed, you may now have deep compassion for others who feel shame. You can sit with someone in their darkest moment. Because you were not seen, you may now have a gift for truly seeing others. You notice the invisible ones. Because you learned to read people's moods to stay safe, you may now be an excellent communicator, negotiator, or mediator. Because you had to grow up too fast, you may now have a wisdom beyond your years. These gifts are not the trauma's doing. They are your doing. You developed them to survive. And now, in safety, they can become not just survival tools, but superpowers. Real patient example. The hypervigilance that became a career. Let me tell you about Omar. Omar was 47, a security consultant. He was good at his job, exceptionally good. He could walk into a building and immediately spot every vulnerability. He could read people's body language and tell if they were lying. He was calm in crisis. Omar also had complex trauma. His father was a violent man. Omar learned to read his father's moods, the slight tightening of the jaw, the change in breathing, to know when to get out of the room. He learned to scan for exits. He learned to stay calm while his body was screaming. I used to hate this part of myself, Omar said. I thought it meant I was broken. I couldn't relax. I couldn't turn it off. Then he realized his hypervigilance was not a bug. It was a feature. It had saved his life as a child, and now, in a safe context, it made him exceptional at his job. I'm not broken, he said. I'm trained. I was trained in a survival school that no one should have to attend, but the training is real, and now I use it to protect people. Omar still struggles to relax. He still has hypervigilance in his personal life, but he no longer hates himself for it. He has integrated it, honored its origin, respected its power, and given it a healthy outlet. The hero's journey. The anthropologist Joseph Campbell described the hero's journey, a pattern found in myths and stories across cultures. The hero leaves home, faces trials, descends into darkness, and returns with a gift for their community. You have been on the hero's journey. You did not choose it. The leaving home was not voluntary. It was the trauma that separated you from your innocence, your safety, your sense of self. The trials have been the years of suffering, the symptoms, the isolation. The descent into darkness has been the work of this book, facing your wounds, feeling your grief, meeting your exiles. And now you are approaching the return. You are not meant to keep the gifts of your healing to yourself. You are meant to bring them back to your relationships, your community, your work. Not as a trauma survivor who is fixed, as a wounded healer, as someone who has been through the fire and can now help others navigate their own. You do not have to become a therapist or a support group leader. Your return could be small, being a more present parent, a kinder friend, a more patient co-worker. It could be sharing your story with one person who needed to hear it. It could be simply living your life with more awareness, more compassion, more presence. The hero's journey does not end with happily ever after. It ends with integration. The wounds are part of you, but they no longer run you. You have become someone new, and that someone new has gifts to offer the world. The ongoing nature of growth. Post-traumatic growth is not a one-time event. It is not a finish line. It is an ongoing process. You will have setbacks. You will be triggered. You will feel shame, fear, or grief again. That does not mean you have lost your growth. It means you are human. The difference is that now, when you fall differently. You fall into knowing that you have climbed out before. You fall into tools. You fall into self-compassion. You fall into connection with others who understand. And each time you get back up, you are a little stronger, a little wiser, a little more yourself. A vision of your future self. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself 5 years from now. You have continued to heal, not perfectly, but genuinely. You have good days and bad days, but the good days outnumber the bad. What does that version of you look like? How do they move through the world? What is their relationship with their own emotions? How do they treat themselves when they make a mistake? What do their relationships look like? What do they do with their time, their energy, their gifts? How do they feel when they wake up in the morning? Hold that vision, not as pressure, as possibility. That version of you is not a fantasy. It is the direction you are walking. You may not arrive exactly there, but you will arrive somewhere good. The relationship between growth and grief. Here is a paradox. The more you grow, the more you may grieve. Because as you become more alive, you may also become more aware of what you lost. The years you spent in survival mode, the person you might have been, the relationships that could have been different. This is normal. It is not a sign that you are going backward. It is a sign that you are feeling more, and feeling more includes feeling loss. Let yourself grieve, even now. The grief does not cancel the growth. The grief and the growth coexist. You can be grateful for how far you have come and still be sad for what was taken from you. That is not contradiction. That is integration. Real patient example. The grief that came after the growth. Let me tell you about Tomas, not the earlier Tomas, a different one. Tomas had done years of trauma therapy. He had stabilized, grieved, rewired, and grown. He was functioning well. He had a good job, a loving partner, and a sense of purpose. And then, one day, he was hit by a wave of grief so intense he could barely breathe. "I don't understand," he said. "I'm better than I've ever been. Why is this happening now?" We explored it. The grief was not about new pain. It was about old pain that he had never been able to feel because he was too busy surviving. Now that he was safe, now that his nervous system was stable, the exiled parts were finally coming forward, not to torment him, but to be witnessed. "I'm grieving the childhood I never had," he said. "I'm grieving the boy I was before my father left. I'm grieving the father I never got." He cried for weeks, not constantly in waves. And then the waves subsided. Afterward, Tomas said, "I thought I was done grieving, but I think grief is like the ocean. The tide goes out, but it always comes back. Not as strong, but it comes, and I'm not afraid of it anymore." That is growth, not the absence of pain. A new relationship to pain, the ability to feel it without being destroyed. The knowledge that you will survive and that the grief, too, is part of your becoming. The bridge to integration. You have come to the final chapter of this book. You have learned about the wounds, the symptoms, the healing modalities, the relational work, and the possibility of growth. Now it is time to put it all together. In the next chapter, Living Integrated, a new relationship with yourself, we will explore what it looks like to live day by day as a healing, growing, integrated human being. Not perfect, not fully healed, whatever that means, but whole, carrying your wounds without being ruled by them, connected to your essence, present to your life. But before you move on, I want you to do one thing. Look back at the person you were when you started this book. The one who felt that something was wrong with them. The one who was exhausted, ashamed, and scared. Now, look at yourself now. You may not feel completely different. You may still struggle. But something has shifted, hasn't it? A little more space, a little more self-compassion, a little more hope. Acknowledge that shift, honor it. Say to yourself, I have come a long way. I am not where I want to be, but I am not where I was. And that is everything. That is post-traumatic growth, not a destination, a direction, and you are walking it. Chapter 19. Living Integrated, a new relationship with yourself. You have reached the final major chapter of this book. You have traveled through the landscape of complex trauma, from the hidden wounds of childhood to the daily symptoms that have haunted you, from the neuroscience of the traumatized brain to the body's memory, from the inner critic to the exiled child, from grieving to reparenting, from boundaries to relational healing, from post-traumatic growth to the essential self. Now it is time to ask, what does it actually look like to live an integrated life? Not a perfect life. Not a life without symptoms, without triggers, without hard days. But a life where you have a new relationship with yourself, one based on compassion, curiosity, and trust, rather than shame, criticism, and fear. This chapter is about integration. It is about taking everything you have learned and weaving it into the fabric of your daily existence. It is about what happens when you stop fighting yourself and start living as the whole, complex, wounded, healing, growing person that you are. What integration is and is not. Integration is not the absence of symptoms. It is the transformation of your relationship to your symptoms. Before healing, your symptoms ran you. The inner critic dictated your self-worth. The emotional flashbacks hijacked your days. The shame made you hide. The protectors made you people-please, overwork, or isolate. After integration, the symptoms are still there sometimes, but they are no longer in charge. You have a relationship with them. You can say, there's the inner critic. It's loud today. I know what to do with that. You can feel the shame rising and breathe. You can have an emotional flashback and recognize it, name it, and pendulate. Integration is not, I never feel bad anymore. It is, when I feel bad, I don't lose myself. Integration is not, I am fully healed. It is, I am healing and I am also living. The healing does not have to be finished for me to enjoy my life. Integration is not, I am never triggered. It is, when I am triggered, I have tools, I have support, and I trust myself to come back. The integrated self, a portrait. Let me paint a picture of what an integrated person with complex trauma history might look like. Use this as a vision, not a checklist. Your integration will look different. Morning, you wake up. For a moment, you feel the old fog of exhaustion, but instead of scrolling or dissociating, you put your hand on your heart. Good morning, I'm here. You take 3 slow breaths. You feel your feet on the floor. You are present. During the day, you make a mistake at work. The inner critic starts, "You're so stupid. Everyone saw that." But you notice it. I notice a part of me is criticizing me. Thank you for trying to protect me. I am not stupid. I made a mistake. That is different. You correct the mistake. You move on. The critic does not ruin your day. in relationship. Your partner says something that triggers you. Your chest tightens, your jaw clenches. You feel the old urge to snap or withdraw, but instead you say, I'm feeling triggered right now. It's not about you. Can I have 10 minutes? You take 10 minutes, you breathe, you orient. You come back and say, okay, I'm ready to talk. What did you say? The rupture is small. The repair is quick. With your inner child, at night you check in. How are you, little one? You feel a wave of sadness. You sit with it. You say, I know, today was hard. I'm here. You're safe. You let yourself cry for a minute. Then you wipe your tears and make tea. The sadness is not a crisis. It is a visit. With your body, you notice your shoulders are up by your ears. You soften them. You notice your breath is shallow. You take a longer exhale. You feel your feet on the floor. Your body is not an enemy to be silenced. It is a messenger to be heard. With your essential self, you do something you love just because. Not for productivity, not for approval. Because it brings you joy. You paint or walk or dance or cook or sing. You feel alive. You feel like you. This is integration, not a fantasy, a daily practice. The rhythm of integration. Waves, not lines. Healing is not linear. Integration is not a straight line from broken to fixed. It is a spiral. You will revisit old wounds, but each time from a different angle. You will have good weeks and bad weeks. You will think you are done with a symptom, and then it will come roaring back. This is normal. This is not failure. This is the rhythm of integration. Imagine the ocean. The tide goes out, and the tide comes in. The water never stops moving. But over time, the shoreline changes slowly, almost imperceptibly. The rocks are worn smooth. The sand is reshaped. You are the shoreline. Your symptoms are the tide. The tide will always move. But you are becoming smoother, more resilient, more you. When you have a bad day, a day when the inner critic is loud, the shame is heavy, the flashbacks are strong. Do not conclude that you have lost your progress. You have not. The tide came in. It will go out again. Your job is not to stop the tide. Your job is to stay on the shore. The ongoing practices of integration is not a destination. It is a daily practice. Here are the practices that will sustain you for the rest of your life. You do not need to do all of them every day, but you need to know them. You need to have them in your toolkit. 1. Daily check-in. Every day, morning and evening, check in with yourself. 2 minutes, hand on heart. How am I? What do I need? Who is here? This is not a chore. It is a homecoming. 2. Weekly parts dialogue. Once a week, sit down with your parts. Ask, who needs my attention right now? Listen, respond, thank them. This keeps your internal system from getting stuck. 3. Monthly grief ritual. Once a month, set aside time to grieve. Light a candle, put on music, write a letter, let yourself cry. Grief that is not expressed gets stuck. Give it a container. 4. Ongoing body awareness. Throughout the day, check in with your body, shoulders, jaw, breath, feet. You do not need to change anything, just notice. Your body is speaking, keep listening. 5. Boundary maintenance. Regularly, review your boundaries. Are they holding? Have you let some slip? Have you become too rigid? Adjust as needed. Boundaries are living things. 6. Relational check-ins. With safe people, regularly check in. How are we? Is there anything unresolved? Anything unsaid? This prevents resentment from building. 7. Essential self-time. Every week, schedule time for your essential self, not for productivity, for joy, for play, for presence. This is not selfish. This is survival of the soul. The seasons of integration is not the same in every season of life. You will have seasons of intense healing times when you are in therapy, doing deep parts work, grieving heavily. And you will have seasons of maintenance times when you are stable, living your life, not doing trauma work every day. Both are valid. Both are part of integration. In a healing season, you may need to pull back from some activities. You may need more rest, more therapy, more solitude. That is not regression. That is honoring your process. In a maintenance season, you may feel like you are not doing enough. That is the inner critic. Resting is not laziness. Living your life is not avoidance. You have earned the right to enjoy your life. Listen to your own rhythm. Trust your own knowing. No one else can tell you what season you are in. Relapse and setbacks. What they mean and what they don't. At some point, you will have a setback. You will be triggered in a way you thought you had healed. You will feel shame, rage, or despair as intensely as ever. You will think, I'm back where I started. You are not back where you started. Setbacks are not resets. Here is what a setback means. A part of you was triggered. An old survival response was activated. That is all. It does not mean your healing was fake. It does not mean you are broken. It means you are human. What do you do in a setback? Stop. Do not try to push through. Stabilize, ground, orient, breathe. Name it. I am having a setback. This is normal. Reach out. Call a safe person, a therapist, a support group. Use your tools. Pendulate. Dialogue with parts. Grieve if needed. Rest. Do not try to fix the setback immediately. Rest. Afterward, reflect. What was the trigger? What part got activated? What did you learn? Setbacks are not failures. They are data. They show you where more healing is needed. They remind you that you are not done, and that is okay. You will never be done. That is not a curse. It is a permission slip to keep growing. Real patient example, the setback that became a breakthrough. Let me tell you about Simone. Simone had been in healing for 5 years. She had done IFS, EMDR, sensorimotor therapy, and parts work. She thought she was done with her trauma. Then her mother died. Simone had been no contact with her mother for 10 years. Her mother was emotionally abusive. Simone had grieved the mother she never had. She thought she was at peace. When her mother died, Simone fell apart. Emotional flashbacks every day, the inner critic screaming, shame so heavy she could barely get out of bed. I thought I was healed, she sobbed. I thought I was done. What's wrong with me? Nothing was wrong with her. Her mother's death had reopened a wound that needed more grieving. Not the grief of the mother she never had, but the grief of the mother she actually had. The loss of any possibility of repair. The finality of, it will never be different. Simone spent 6 months in deeper therapy. She grieved in ways she had never grieved before. And when she came out the other side, she was not back where she started. She was further than she had ever been. My healing before was real, she said. But it was also a little bit protected. I had grieved the mother I wanted. I hadn't grieved the mother I had. Now I have. And I feel free, not happy, free. The setback was not a failure. It was the next layer. There is always a next layer. That is not despair. That is depth. Living alongside the wounds. One of the most freeing realizations in integration is this. You do not have to get rid of your wounds to live a good life. Your wounds are part of your story. They have shaped you. They have given you depth, compassion, and wisdom. They are not going to disappear completely, and that is okay. Living integrated means living alongside your wounds. They are there like old scars. They hurt sometimes. They ache in certain weather, but they do not disable you. They are part of your landscape, not the whole territory. You are not a trauma survivor as your primary identity. You are a person with hobbies, loves, dreams, quirks, gifts who also happens to have survived trauma. The trauma is not the headline. You are. The gifts of integration. As you live an integrated life, you will notice gifts emerging that you may not have expected. Gift 1. Radical self-acceptance. You stop trying to be someone else. You stop performing. You stop apologizing for your needs, your feelings, your history. You accept that you are a complex, messy, beautiful human being, just like everyone else. Gift 2. Deep compassion for others. Because you have suffered, you can sit with others in their suffering without running away. You do not try to fix them. You do not tell them to look on the bright side. You just stay. That is a rare and precious gift. Gift 3. Unshakable grounding. You have been through the fire. You know that you can survive. Not because you are invincible, because you have proof. You have survived everything that has happened to you. That knowledge lives in your bones now. Gift 4. Joy without guilt. You can enjoy life without waiting for the other shoe to drop. Not always, but sometimes. And those sometimes are precious. You have earned every moment of joy. Gift 5. Presence. You are less in your head and more in your life. You notice sunsets. You taste your food. You hear the music. You are here not lost in the past, not terrified of the future. Here. Gift 6. Freedom. The inner critic still speaks, but you do not have to believe it. The shame still rises, but you do not have to hide. The triggers still fire, but you do not have to react. You have choices. That is freedom. A letter to your future self. I want you to do something now. Take out a piece of paper. Write a letter to yourself 1 year from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. Tell your future self what you hope they have learned, what you hope they have let go of, what you hope they are doing with their life, how you hope they treat themselves on hard days, what you hope they remember about this time in their life. Then put the letter somewhere safe. Open it in a year, or 5, or 10. You will be amazed at how far you have come. Here is a version of that letter from me to you, but the real letter must come from you to you. Dear future self, I am writing this from the middle of my healing. I am not done. I may never be done. But I am on the path. I hope that when you read this, you are kinder to yourself than I am today. I hope you have learned to rest without guilt. I hope you have found people who see you and stay. I hope you have stopped performing and started living. I hope you still feel sad sometimes, because sadness is not the enemy. I hope you still cry. I hope you still grieve. But I hope the grief is no longer a prison. I hope it is a river that flows through you and out to sea. I hope you remember how hard you fought. I hope you are proud of yourself, not for being perfect, but for being brave. I hope you are living your life, not waiting, not surviving, living. With all my love, the you who is writing this right now. The never-ending story integration is not an ending. It is a transition from being consumed by your trauma to living your life while carrying your trauma. You will never be done. There will always be more to learn, more to feel, more to heal. That is not a failure, that is the human condition. But the difference is this. Before, your trauma was the story. Your life was the interruption. Now, your life is the story. Your trauma is part of it, an important part, but not the whole. You are the author now, not of what happened to you that was not your choice, but of what happens next, of the meaning you make, of the person you become. You get to write the next chapter. What will it say? The bridge to the conclusion. You have come to the end of the major chapters of this book. In the conclusion, we will return to where we began, the voice that told you something was wrong with you, and see how far you have come. But before you turn that final page, I want you to do one last thing. Place your hand on your heart, close your eyes, feel the weight of everything you have carried, the shame, the fear, the grief, the exhaustion. Now feel the strength that has carried it, the part of you that kept going, that kept hoping, that kept reading, that kept trying. That part is not a wound. That part is your courage, your will to live, your essential self. Breathe into it. Let yourself feel it, not as a thought, as a living presence in your chest. That is you, not the traumatized you, the real you, the one who has been here all along. You are not broken. You are not worthless. You are not wrong. You are a human being who has suffered, who is healing, who is growing, who is becoming. And that is more than enough. Conclusion. The voice that is finally yours. We have come a long way together. In the prologue, I introduced you to a voice. The voice that told you something was wrong with you, that you weren't good enough, that you were worthless. The voice that felt like it came from inside you, but never felt like yours. I asked you to imagine that voice differently, not as the truth, not as your identity, but as a survival strategy, an adaptation to an environment that should never have been your normal. And then step by step, chapter by chapter, we have been working to change your relationship to that voice. You have learned about complex trauma, how it develops from chronic, inescapable stress during childhood, often from wounds that don't look like trauma at all. You have learned how it lives in your brain, hyperreactive amygdala, under-resourced hippocampus, weakened prefrontal cortex, and in your body, bracing, collapsing, freezing, dissociating. You have learned to recognize the symptoms, the inner critic, the emotional flashbacks, the 4Fs, fight, flight, freeze, fawn, the toxic shame that underlies everything. You have learned to stabilize your nervous system, to ground yourself in the present, to pendulate between activation and calm. You have learned to relate to your parts with curiosity and compassion, not trying to destroy the inner critic or the people-pleaser or the angry protector, but understanding their positive intentions and asking them to trust yourself. You have learned to grieve, to feel the pain that has been frozen inside you, to let the tears come, to mourn what was lost and what never was. You have learned to rewire your brain with daily practices, to listen to your body's sensations and complete its unfinished responses, to reparent your inner child with the love and safety you deserved all along. You have learned to set boundaries without guilt, to take the risk of relational healing, to recognize safe people and become one yourself. You have learned to reconnect with your essential self, the part of you that was there before the trauma, that has never been broken, that knows how to feel joy, to create, to love, to rest, to play. And you have glimpsed what comes next, post-traumatic growth, integration, a life where your wounds are part of your story but not the whole story. Where you stand now, you are not the same person who opened this book. You may not feel completely different. Healing is slow, it happens in millimeters, not miles. But look back, remember where you started. The exhaustion, the shame, the sense that something was fundamentally wrong with you. Something has shifted, even if it's small, even if it's just a crack of light in a dark room. That crack is real, and it will grow. You now have tools you did not have before. You have a framework for understanding yourself that is not based on shame. You have practices that work, not magic, but real neuroplastic, body-based, relational practices. You have a relationship with yourself that is no longer entirely adversarial. That is not nothing, that is everything. The voice. Now, Remember the voice, the one that said you were worthless, the one that snapped at the slightest provocation, the one that made you feel threatened in safe rooms. That voice is still there. Maybe, possibly, probably. But something has changed in your relationship to it. You can hear it now and say, "That's the inner critic. It's trying to protect me from criticism. Thank you, but I don't need that protection right now." You can feel the shame rising and say, "This is an emotional flashback. This feeling belongs to a child. I am an adult. I am safe now." You can notice the trigger and say, "I need a pause before I respond. I am going to take 3 breaths." You can feel the urge to people please and say, "A part of me is scared. I am going to check in with my own needs first." You can feel the freeze descending and say, "I am dissociating. I am going to orient to the room. I am going to feel my feet on the floor." The voice has not disappeared, but it is no longer the only voice. It is no longer the loudest voice. And most importantly, it is no longer the true voice. The true voice is quieter. It does not shout. It does not use shame or contempt. It sounds like the way you would speak to a beloved friend who was hurting. That voice is yours. It has always been yours. You just couldn't hear it over the noise of the trauma. You can hear it now, a little more each day. What you take with you as you close this book and return to your life, here is what I hope you carry with you. You are not broken. You are a human being who adapted to an impossible situation. Those adaptations saved you. They are not flaws. They are feats of survival. Healing is possible, not linear, not quick, not perfect, but real. Your brain can change. Your nervous system can regulate. Your parts can trust yourself. Your body can complete its unfinished responses. Your grief can move. Your joy can return. You are not alone. Millions of people carry complex trauma. Many of them are healing. Many of them have healed enough to live good lives. You are one of them now. The voice is not yours. It is an internalized survival strategy. You can learn to hear it differently. You can learn to respond to it differently. You can learn to let it be one voice among many, not the conductor of your orchestra. Your essential self is there. Beneath the wounds, beneath the protectors, beneath the shame, there is a self that knows how to love, to create, to rest, to play. That self has never been destroyed. It is waiting for you to come home. You deserve to live, not just survive, not just cope, not just get through the day. You deserve to feel joy, to rest without guilt, to be loved for who you are, to wake up in the morning and look forward to something. You deserve that, not because you have earned it, because you are human. A final letter to you, dear reader. I don't know your name. I don't know the specifics of what happened to you. I don't know how long you have been suffering, or how many times you have tried to heal, or how many times you have wanted to give up. But I know you because I have been you, and I have sat with hundreds of people who have been you, and I know that beneath the shame, beneath the exhaustion, beneath the voice, there is a person who is brave enough to keep going. You are still here. You finished this book. That is not nothing. That is evidence of your hope, the part of you that believes, even after everything, that things could be different. Hold on to that hope. It is not naive. It is not denial. It is the most realistic thing about you, because things can be different. They already are. You are different than you were when you started. I am not going to tell you that your healing journey is over. It is not. It will never be over. You will have setbacks. You will have hard days. You will feel the shame, the fear, the grief again. But you will also have good days. You will have moments of peace. You will have laughter that surprises you. You will have connection that heals you. You will have joy that is not stolen by the voice. And over time, the good days will outnumber the hard days. Not because the hard days disappear, because your capacity to be with them grows, because your window of tolerance widens, because your essential self gets stronger, because you keep showing up. So keep showing up. Show up for your morning check-in. Show up for your parts. Show up for your inner child. Show up for your body. Show up for your boundaries. Show up for your relationships. Show up for your joy. You are worth showing up for. You always were. The trauma lied. The voice lied. But you kept reading. You kept hoping. You kept healing. That is who you are, not the wound, the healer. With deep respect and gratitude, the author, and the part of me that is still healing too. A final practice. Before you close this book, I want you to do one last thing. Find a quiet place. Sit comfortably. Place your hand on your heart. Close your eyes. Take 3 slow breaths. Now, say these words to yourself out loud if you can, silently if you cannot. Say them slowly. Say them like you mean them. Say them even if you don't believe them yet. I am not broken. I am not worthless. I am not wrong. I am a human being who has suffered. That suffering is real, but it does not define me. I am healing, not perfectly, not quickly, but really, every day I am healing. I have a self that is calm, curious, compassionate, and courageous. That self has always been here. That self is me. The voice that tells me I am not enough is not my voice. It is a survival strategy from a long time ago. I can hear it differently now. I deserve to live. I deserve to feel joy. I deserve to rest. I deserve to be loved. I am not alone. There are others who understand. I will find them. I will let them find me. I am worth showing up for. I will keep showing up for myself, not because I am perfect, because I am worth it. Take another breath. Open your eyes. Welcome to the rest of your life. It is yours now. Acknowledgements. This book exists because of the courage of the patients who have trusted me with their stories. Every name in these pages has been changed, but every truth is real. Thank you for letting me sit beside you in your darkest hours. Thank you for teaching me what healing looks like, not in textbooks, but in human beings. Thank you to the researchers, clinicians, and theorists whose work forms the backbone of this book. Bessel van der Kolk, Judith Herman, Pete Walker, Richard Schwartz, Janina Fisher, Pat Ogden, Leslie Greenberg, Dan Siegel, Kristin Neff, and the many others who have dedicated their lives to understanding trauma and its treatment. Thank you to my own therapist, who sat with me when I was the one in the patient chair. You cannot guide others through the fire if you have not walked through it yourself. You helped me walk. I am forever grateful. Thank you to my family, not the one I was born into, but the one I have chosen. You have seen me triggered, exhausted, and ashamed. You have stayed. You have loved me not despite my wounds, but including them. That is what safe relationship looks like. I try to give you the same. Thank you to the readers who picked up this book. You did not have to. You could have stayed in the numbness, the avoidance, the familiar pain. But you turned a page, then another, then another. That takes courage that most people will never understand. I understand. I see you. Finally, thank you to the part of you that never gave up. The part that kept hoping even when hope felt foolish. The part that believed even when evidence seemed to contradict. The part that kept reading. That part is not broken. That part is your essential self. It has been here all along. Welcome home.